What? Really? No, yeah, I'm just out. I got this. You do that. I'm not gonna talk you.
In this alternate dimension. Yep. I am someone who
Oh,
one of the girls.
okay.
One, sorry.
Right. What do you think? Man, dog. Whatever.
Too long.
Guys that are fighting this with. Hey. All right, you fuck being a slut. Welcome back. Six. Welcome back. It should be episode 1. Episode 1. Reaction. At their series. So, as it says on the heading, so we're here to learn from each other. I'm going to be learning along with you. Insight as necessary to build the story. Elsa. What does that mean? Take the fire means all up to each other. We want to continue. The 48 states, Alaska and Hawaii don't. The rest of the U.S. with British Empire was than this. At the time, just absolutely enormous technology. Doesn't necessarily. No, it's over Eastern Europe. You can set Korea.
search of a wife. If and work. Then, according to that tradition, they married and was married. They set out, married back to his home and right.
It's in every culture seems to be this idea of I don't know if Bill is marriage in their culture, maybe some, but every culture. Oh yeah, the world. This there's so
They crossed the line together. Now, the wedding is necessary to secure integrity of the life. Personally, it's the second most one
You have to kick out Aiden Ross into the search. And then after the last part in Ross, add the letter J. So it's Aiden Ross J. I just started it. But you see at the very bottom, it says Aiden Ross J. And I did. I'm going to populate all of these so that you don't have to type Aiden Ross J. Just with Aiden Ross, and you see the four under him, they will all say Aiden Ross joined Rabbi's. Now you do what I'm saying? Okay, cool. That's right. Okay, thank you. There you go. I mean, there's only so much you can do. But I've never known anyone to utilize two things that I've done. If people want to know in the future, how the fuck we able to take over the world? Well, a bunch of them. So the big one is no limit on the amount of accounts that you can have. But in reality, it's the two things that I think are a bunch of things groundbreaking. It's on kick right now. Everybody spams. Everybody does the follow thing, but nobody clips. I clip and put my link to this one, and then this one is the second one, which I don't even know what to call this. It's like a search result, but it's interesting. Well, let's see if it works. I don't know because I don't want to have to type J after. I just want to go to be one of the top results. But I figure if I do it when I know something is probably you never know.
there's spare no love for it.
The damn it. Yes. The king is we'll see.
Turned here. married. His went out to find a wife, grow up, no, and try. Stopped at a thing, vortex. After as a sort would be older.
Story. Rachel. And Jacob. She wants to marry him once, but go to work. Father never can marry. But actually, yeah, and work 7 Rachel. So
Was betrothed, left behind, returned to his wives and other children. Way back, Yusuke came across as he one of the man who had killed
how much of it is stuff that's invented later? You know, for example, think of Great America. Gone. That you cannot those kind of stories from figures. But they're not always true. It makes me wonder how much
after mile, old man spoke up. He ashamed of abandoning the family whole party. That because the fear. Hard to Genghis Khan.
You know, my wife, school and I've talked about a lot of it. Just get them and at the time happening in real events in a young kid's life, especially.
Entire extent the children that were selling small Temogen and half siblings. Family. Older boy named played and explored twice in their early in their friendship. Made from Rothschild on the step. They trained with arrow. After years of fighting, his older brother again show his dominance. He told Temujin later that day he stole a bird that Temujin had that Temujin and his went to the fighting amongst themselves.
Probably the their father, a brother, actually, the word for wisdom, but there's just whether or not he takes that like these years.
Had it other people take the old he would enter practice their era. Is out. By very
Yeah, so again, he's done something. Some people beat it by it. Some people and they talk.
the way the right the care of the small and boy tried or impossible for a day. Nobody was looking. Templeton swung his stocks around. He knew his captor assumed that he had
But also understanding, knowing your phone, knowing something that sort of stuff.
the Lord and even a sympathetic not need an extended one. He went to find her and waited for his return. And one troubles with the wedding. According to custom, father and husband, religion, I prefer but other people and old house, old trust them. A lot of really everyone and thus, over 34 shocking assured its own care.
I mean, it's not maybe not maybe it's matter. drink.
Working someone. Allows us to learn. Other
Never give very where this is the government. Conversation. Never know. Join our community here. So let's go ahead and help the link model part the reaction to deal with them. Check them out. Here we go.
but white morning just before dawn, intelligence and the families, their troubles are behind them. They're been down and American soldiers thunder toward them on board. Eager. And the story is people American tribe and father. Down a peg before he got to the town. At intelligence camp, an old woman was prepared to the ground. Suddenly, she was awoken by the sound of rising hooves. Alerted to him, with little time to prepare to get back. His ally, his mother, and 5-year-old child, now his Nobody is sure if she volunteered to stay behind as her grandmother had, or if she was lost track of her activities, or if he left her behind in a capsule. That is the only time he was used. And all the network is to encourage him. Habitat for his part went to the mountains, flying low and following the elk trails he had done since 4 days later, he emerged, and seeing that the coast was clear, was overcome with gratitude for having survived. He vowed to always honor the mountains and his deliverance. Habitat was often survived in a time when setting many eyes and spirits, he answered the rain. But was there, and it had a long time. He would try to visit with the family, as the little one, but how much he might build up.
common theme, having that sense for some. Interesting to see like the cautious I'm called very reckless effort or feel. It's interesting because I do not know how but I guess I'm sure with more of just the
But at north, isolated land. Time. Black spot. Correct. There, fires family history. I have being trapping and being safe. Or the third one, follow the river south. The help of his people. And fishing on the authority to go. Now that his new build life was shattered, it proved the only way for the act against someone for his protection and retaliating people so that they could help his friend and brother. Yeah, the experience is captured by the American and slavery of the time.
wow.
But he had followed and now his own plan.
So a couple quick things here. Number one, understand different but also to people who have many Mr. Being so exactly. But okay, just eating emotional people it's also drives him.
Another category that a region where place forces took the time receiving. They finally arrived. Okay, it's a lit 6,000 his command, each with two. Family.
So this move when you not here, you know, so yes, there.
All of this were here in the rock. There wide and crazy horse of men and were not exactly wandering American by and Steve was going down. All of the down as it goes joined the Army.
So now, now you will get oh, and on to be the for that in with the adoption tonight.
Welcome back, you little bitch.
Actually, go somebody.
What up?
Really
Seriously, amazing.
Didn't you tell me this? Did you just shit what you mean? I understand. But I'm not this is the best part. I won't say anything, guys. I'll be in there until they go back. Oh, you don't tell me. That's how I met you. I used to like him. That's all right. Oh, did you like it? Hold on, I'm already. I'm already. I'm already.
You
Where are the people? Oh, they're
tremendous.
Where are people? Okay.
Six. Phenomenal change. Second, Arnold subconscious discovery. I got
Oh, dude.
higher.
I have that.
Would you rather take that? You gotta marry 1 for 7 years. You're gonna be happy Boba or Elaine or whatever. Because it's too perfect.
Okay, so
That's all you Oh, shit. You check my DM for this bitch, dog. She is.
Like a genuine.
Craig, in a good way.
really has its Weapon. 50 minutes.
No, you want me? You want me to bring you a picture for her? Because I wouldn't do that. But just tell her that I know. Don't ever tell her to know each other. I like to do. I like this picture. It's too perfect. This picture's face is too perfect. Ellie Boga? Yeah. Where did she say? Where did she say that picture? I'll just take her clip. So long as she's on the top, it won't be all that. Be good. At least, what is it? 1 hour? Oh, 2. Oh, but I do have them on. Okay. I'm looking. It says, here we go. The Rabbi Rothschild, Fort Ring, it's cold in here. Okay. Rabbi Rothschild, 16. No, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Fort Ring, 1. It's cold in here 37 minutes ago. Ali Boba? It's called Ali Boba? Why is she doing a Caspian Sea? Can you give me this thing? Alright. Dog. You love this girl. Her face is too perfect. Your face is too perfect. I don't know if that's a compliment. You know who really stuck coming? Mia. All these things, in my opinion, just like pre-recorded setup videos. Literally, all his screen is just a huge fan. Can't believe they fucking allow this. Like, how do they allow this? This is obvious spam.
until he moved on.
La verdad, sí, contengará de todo.
That was something that he retained in his life, where he turning small gift to him lying in bed. Be fascinated. There was a somehow invisible
You play chess?
compass and feel
Let's change that. It's what? All right. So come to the Discord and let's just try it out. You don't know how good you are, and it's fucking addictive as shit. We go to either. It's probably easiest if we just do it right here. Then you don't have to even register or download. They're fun as fuck. They are, they, they are fun as fuck, though. Not that.
Can I talk to you? No. All right.
It came from wherewithal serious in most Schweiner would eat at the Monday, Tuesday, and on Wednesday. So, medical school, a Jewish once you have a max 20 kilos.
Oh, great move, dude. Great move. Did you hear about that? This came off the beat. Great. I was just absolutely not expecting.
Interest and enthusiasm. In his life, he testified
Right. You're good, boy.
what he would look and that which is experiments. Compared to us,
I think you're hustling me. Oh, yeah.
and in fact, I
I just jerk around with people in here and barely ever think anybody. Dog, you are what the hell?
for what
Am I missing?
where he
Am I missing something?
one that he
Okay. Fortunately, because you were rolling, dog. Dude, not just on me, but like, I was like, this is the best player I've ever played. You smoked me. What do you want to do? I don't think you're going to do that.
For example, explain the gender.
I'm gonna make the exchange. I don't care how.
Fish and
I like it. I thought you were taking one of my nights.
images like this very easy to grasp. Again, with general theory of relativity, trampoline, and then have an open after it. Billiard ball to the bowling ball, the bowling field. But he could communicate with the audience, which helped him sleep. About Sarah Bernhardt. This begins to become a phenomenon.
Welcome. How you living, man? We're happy you're here. What's good? What? My we're playing chess. Feel free to watch.
We're playing chess. Yeah, you can watch.
How are you? How are you? Lola. That's
Already.
good. How'd you find out about it? Okay. Well, we're happy you did. I shoot for like 7, 6 times. Just never wins. Good. Can't stop the next shot. Rockefeller.
Eventually. This foolish fake.
Good.
Even offensive.
That's in the part. You press up when you accept, you have to scroll down to accept, and then you'll be.
Yeah, very little thing.
And like, you have to see some living and see the days work. There's an extra part. Boy, is that an interesting move. Trust me, someone mentioned green in comparison to putting in mini golf.
The staunch, especially during the 1920s, the 1910s, a change.
All right, it's on, dog. It's boys night. You know, I kind of did some math. Like, well, if we just do a bunch of squats, it might be.
He studied at a place which is called
You know, this is a quick one. I'm like, oh, how's the hair? Blah, 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 blah. Okay. You haven't seen it with you. I'm sure that
sending her. Sorry, other than a company. That was it. What do you think? His first he was also stuck there. Part she
that was not
only of the 20th Serbian and a Hispanic relationship of pursuit of it or other ways. Nevertheless, they make great six because it's very rarely in papers and only discovered quite. I never saw it. Birth to her. We don't know exactly what was given up for adoption of the mother, and she after her birth. You know, as they say, ended up having two hot.
This is a big move.
Also, schizophrenia in the 1930s when ultimately to Edward would be
Oh shit, I did not mean to do that. Hit me. Shit. And I'm glad that it happened.
I feel like you must have researched each time
You never know.
And he was very this late first an ad like this, reduced to only those where they were happen applications for that job. And so he got the perfect two lines. And so ironically, paid more money than he would. They actually had to pay him up. Great. So the determine and if they did not other paths and then
What's going to happen is that on
destroy the miracle thing I few short months. He really included in your short paper.
there you go. John. You played much better than I had expected. We should also know, oh my word, you came out better than just take people a lot better, but you don't normally get down 2 points right away, whatever it is. And without an answer, it's not like it was down to the second word. It was like 2 punches right in the face, and then when I asked you, are you sure that's what you wanted to do? And you're like, why would I? One of those things where you just don't sleep and you're dude, you know where that guy came from? You know where that guy came from? Music is private. No, but that's why everybody else is like, dude, you spam the shit out of it. But this guy was like, I don't know. Instead of being like, oh, I clicked on your fucking profile. Said, I'm live in music department.
Train by someone watching. Go past. I was in the on the I'm traveling in the train. The speed that I strikes.
You talk to everybody?
You want to talk? Check.
All right. And so then sitting on the train. See. Fear the physical soul because it is
Welcome. How are you? How you living? How are you? I appreciate it. How are you? You know about oh, that's amazing. Excellent. Does it have to be music and lighting? Oh, amazing. Okay. Well, my name is Rabbi. I serve on the 365 I don't know more anymore. This really goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, we talked about that on the show that are normally discussed in society. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, dark matter, dark energy. We talk about geothermal energy. We talk about fusion energy, where you take two atoms and split them apart. We talk about fusion technology, where you slam them together. We talk about life extension technology, things like ambrosia therapy. We talk about things. Ambrosia therapy is the utilization of younger people's blood and platelets for older people. We talk about stem cells. We talk about human growth hormone. We talk about things like cold shock therapy and nootropics. Things that you're going to be able to do. If you're listening to me right now, you're going to be able to live longer than the normal average lifespan, maybe 200 to maybe 120 years. You're going to surpass that. You're going to be able to get to a point, though, you're not going to let your body in. And that gets to a point where what we call mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer for later download. As a cyborg, a cybernetic being, an avatar, a clone, a android, a robot. I live on the internet, and I have been for more than 3 years. I have more data online than 90% global history. You can live perhaps in the future in the same thing whatever you want. What I'm telling you, though, is that you have an opportunity at mortality. That's a very exciting thing. Other things that we talk about on the stream that aren't really discussed are ways to end world hunger through technology with items or technologies such as agricultural drugs, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses,
hydroponics. We talked about vertical farming and cloud seeding. We went on global thirst through digging wells. The cryptocurrency that was sponsored me has actually, we've actually built wells in Africa and we want to build more. We also want to give people life straws. But most importantly, in the battle against world is the ability to utilize desalination, where we take the dirty water and pump it out of the land to make it drink. These are all really important technologies currently being utilized. The things that we discussed on the other video. I'm about solutions. Go ahead.
What's the overarching goal?
World peace.
What do you?
I don't want what? I want world peace. Appreciate the opportunity. I know exactly what to do. Everyone needs to put down their lives. We need all the hospitals need to be released. We need to sit down and say eye to eye and broadcast the peace negotiations. If we don't leave until we have some agreement where no one knows. Thank you. I can tell you, if we don't know the answer, we're going to get the answer, and we're going to find a better version of it than it could have ever been. Why? Because we have AI, and AI gives us the opportunity to be able to give the answer to any question that we may have. So I don't know the answer, or I don't feel that I can give you a complete answer. We're going to look for it. That's why it's really exciting time to try. Let me say, I would say the same thing for Russia and Ukraine. Zelensky and Putin, now we get up in the same room. Let's televise it. Let's hear the discussion. And we don't feel until we have everything. No more war. Excellent. One of them is essentially, it's really this is the type of technology that takes an extinct animal species and brings it back to life. Now, what was this done? It's done first in 2003 with the ibex. If you're so and so like, oh, well, guess what? The goat is the first animal to be extinct. It's an ibex that was common in northern Spain, southern France. It was extinct. Scientists were able to get a bio reproduction of it through DNA in the year 2003. Fast forward to 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific is founded. Their goal is by 2028 to have calves of the woolly mammoth reintroduced in the Arctic. That's less than 4 years away. That's less than 3.5 years away. That we may have on the news, you may see it on television, newspapers, on the radio, but you'll see it somewhere where we have woolly mammoths that were brought back to life. And that is a very exciting opportunity. Following the de-extinction of the woolly mammoth, Colossal Bioscientific has it on the list of goals to de-extinct the Tasmanian tiger and then followed by the dodo bird. These are not my ideas, though I've been advocating for these things for a long time, even prior to 2021. But you should know that these are finally coming to fruition. If you want to see what's going on, just take a look at their website, Colossal Bioscientific. On the front page, you can see the woolly mammoth. That's their goal. So that's just like the extinction. We've talked about life extension technology. No, I don't think so either. Well, hold on. What we can do though, hold on. What we can do though, hold on. What we can do though, for those people who want a woolly mammoth burger, we can reprint a woolly mammoth burger. Just one more. I'm about to go to a very extraordinary. Wait, you don't understand. We haven't given technology a long enough period to be able to work with technology. Eventually, the taste of a 3D printed woolly mammoth burger will be indiscernible than an organic one. Well, everyone.
To my or the reason what's happening. Sure, you have a lot of shit, right? But if you like mix up or strawberries, blueberries, the banana, your body already processes that essentially sugar in some vitamin. So imagine like what the meat here is.
We have a list of supplements that you haven't heard included before, like station, hypothetical technology, how we use as a reality in the near and future generations, biologic and vaccine, and anti-inflammatory drugs, artificial damage, and artificial healing. Imagine having a great underwater, very exciting, artificial supermitochondria. This is why this is a genetic plant for active immunity capable of growing inside a planet, suggested by physicist Freeman Dyson. These are opportunities perhaps in the future. We also have ethnic bioweapons, which is the ethnic bioweapons, which is really interesting thought. How about this one? Female sperm. You heard me? Female sperm. And then we also have male eggs. So female sperm, male eggs, flying syringes. We could have hair cloning. I want to talk about hair cloning for a second. This is a very important technology now, particularly something you can use or utilize hair cloning. It's a type of technology known as revivification technology. So if anybody in here has ever lost anyone who has been close to them, they died. There's a possibility that you can get them back if you have the finances that they would do. And if anybody's like, well, I don't have the finances, Rabbi, that is to say, you may not have it now, but in the future, particularly with cryptocurrency and what they have in the future. So depending on how it's invested, we might be able to afford this in the future. And if you can, you may be able to bring back someone from the dead. Now, I understand you're going to say, it's not the same. They don't have the same memories. Well, hold on 1 second. We have to talk about some of the possibilities out there. There's certainly the idea that we just went with the idea of DNA and through DNA. But what you may say, they're not going to see them. Well, if you have pictures of them or you have video of them in the future, there's a layering of technology where we can remove their facial features or part of their skin. We can see their muscle structure. We could see organs. And eventually, we could perhaps have their brain into wherever animal is in their birth. And eventually, be able to use that information to recreate the memories that they would have had with you as a parent, as a grandparent, as a child. And I'm not saying we can do this overnight, but I'm someone out there who has seen a lot of people die unnecessarily in the world, and I don't like hearing about it. And one day I want to bring those people back to that. I don't want to close the door to any technology. And so this technology is one of the revivification technology, and a lot of people have done it. But that's the issue. I don't know. I probably am someone who would just pick the oldest people evolutionarily, and I think we can learn the most about human evolution. So perhaps Homo sapiens, which we have now, Homo erectus, the Neanderthals, like one of the versions of the Darwinian evolution we have, so that we can study that. But that's only if I had 5. If I had 100, I might do that, but then I might have a really cool party with all the coolest people of the past. I want to have Andy Warhol, Audrey Hepburn, and Moshe Moses there. I want to have Rabbi Moshe Feinstein. I probably want to have 100 rabbis, let alone all the other famous people in history. I want to have other presidents there. But these are all very exciting opportunities that perhaps you may be able to do. From Rothschild, I might bring back a lot of people from a lot of places. there are some other things that we can review. Human Z. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of a human Z, but this is quite an interesting idea. Human Z is a hypothetical hybrid of a chimpanzee and a human, thus a form of a human-animal hybrid. Serious attempts to create such a hybrid were made by Soviet biologist Ilyana Ivanova in the 1920s and possibly by researchers in China in the 1960s, though they say neither succeeded. But that's for you to believe. But this idea is a portmanteau of human Z for human chimpanzee, and it appears to have entered usage in the 1980s. The possibility of hybrids between humans and other groups has been entertained since the medieval period. It was claimed to have been told of the woman who had mated with the group and so the Italian and hey, I'm reading right now. You can wait until I'm done reading and then I'll answer your question. No, all great apes have similar genetic chromosomal structure. Humans have one pair fewer chromosomes than apes. As humans have 22 pairs, while all other apes have 24, with 8 chromosomes, 12 and 13 fused genomes into a large chromosome, which contains records of the sex and telomeres of ancestral 12 and 13. So it seems like this is at least an attempt, reports of attempted hybridization. There have been no scientifically verified specimens of human chimpanzee hybrids, but there have been substantiated reports of unsuccessful attempts to create one in the Soviet Union in the 1940s, and various unsubstantiated reports of similar attempts during the second half of the 20th century. Ilyana Ivanova was the first person to attempt to create a human chimpanzee hybrid by artificial insemination. Ivanova outlined the idea as early as 1910 in a presentation to the World Congress of Neurologists and Neurologists. In the 1920s, Ivanova carried out a series of experiments culminating in inseminating 3 female chimpanzees and with human sperm, but failed to achieve pregnancy. These initial experiments took place in French County for comparison with known common statistics. In the case of male camel and female guanaco, brought the probability that insemination leading to pregnancy was approximately 1 in 6. In 1949, he attempted to organize a set of experiments involving non-human beef sperm and human volunteers, but was delayed by the death of his lab during the test. The next year, he fell under political criticism from the Soviet government and was sentenced to exile in some part of America. Sorry. He worked for at an institute and was very, very, very name and died of a stroke 2 years later. In the 1970s, a female chimpanzee, Oliver, was popularized as a possible mutant or even a human chimpanzee hybrid. Claims that Oliver had 47 chromosomes between 46 for humans and 48 for chimpanzees were disproven after an examination of the genetic material of the University of Chicago in 1996. Oliver's critical morphology and others fall within the range of variability exhibited by the common chimpanzee. In the 1980s, there were reports of an experiment of a human chimpanzee crossbreeding conducted in China in 1967 and on the planned resumption of such experiments. In 1991,
drop soap on the floor, or is the soap get dirty?
we're going to find a fire.
Look, have you seen all the drugs and pop? What do you think of the exclusively
That's what we're talking about. And I think that the decisions have already been made. I don't think it has been public broadcast discussion, but I think that in the scientific community, the idea of de-extinction is has already happened. It happened in 2003. So it's just a matter of time until half the technology is available to bring back the animals from Jurassic Park. Let's talk about this. At least we saw something on Reddit of a paleontologist who said that it's impossible to bring back
to recreate Jurassic Park, and I really countered that by saying we can be making of these things of technology, woolly mammoths, and perhaps developers, et cetera, et cetera. And I understand that we don't have the DNA preserved. DNA isn't preserved in amber or in ice or anywhere else of dinosaur DNA. But that isn't to say that we don't have current versions of essentially extinct dinosaurs through reptiles, and we have AI that can essentially recreate these things. While not saying it would be an exact replica, I'm imagining it would be perhaps 99.99 within 6 sigma of accuracy of what these animals may have been when they did roam this planet. And I think that really what you saw in Jurassic Park is reality. On the coast to coast of Luca Heights, with the possibility there are islands, one version, and eventually it becomes essentially a type of food park for almost. It will certainly be a destination. I think this even being referenced as bio, where people travel essentially ecotourism, but it's another version of that. So may see it in our lives, and if we do, we will say we saw it when it was just on the big screen. And to the other question, which is a really great question, can soap on the floor get dirty?
Wait, that's something that has to Google.
It's a subjective thing. So I can ask it and see what's going on. It says yes, soap on the floor can get dirty. That's not a contaminant, especially if it's left exposed for a while. Additionally, if someone steps on it, it can mix it with making it even dirty. So, yeah. What if I pick it up? Less likely to get dirty. However, any contact with the floor surrounding earth might still introduce some contaminants. It's always better to use soap and clean, dry first to keep it fresh. Yeah, so it does seem like soap can get dirty. All right, so I sponsored by cryptocurrency known as Harry Potter Bonsai email. The ticker's it was worth 7 cents last month, worth 15 cents this week.
Good advice on right now. Inside
Show me where to go. You can't promote cryptocurrency. Okay, well, you can live in your own world with your own bars, and that's cool. And we're gonna live in the I mean, that's cool. You can just be like, well, I don't know, man. That sounds poisonous to me. Okay, it sounds poisonous to you. I don't know what to tell you, man. There's no law that says I can't tell you that. I think I agree. Cryptocurrency. And here's why I think I agree cryptocurrency. It has a really long name. All that stuff is really popular on Twitter, but it has data. And the reason why it is valuable is because of data. I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. As I said, this goes back to the pandemic. We're live on 8 different streams right now. We've seen the death of a queen, the coronation of a king, and we've also seen the founding of this cryptocurrency. And I've been live streaming in the cryptocurrency's Telegram for more than a year. The cryptocurrency was founded last May. I've been live streaming in there since last summer, and essentially every moment of the cryptocurrency has been tracked by this live stream. So not only is it a really exciting cryptocurrency, but on top of that, you'll be able to watch the story of this going back to its founding, which is extremely exciting. You can see the high and lows and everything in between. Yes. Anyone that you think is echoing, you go to it and mute it.
I mean, yourself speaking. Rabbi. You talk. Yeah, try again.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Single.
This is
You
what
use
this,
Rabbi? What do you use on your
camera I see.
Marco? I can physically stand around you. Digital.
Yeah. Let me change the microphone. Let me see if it's in. Just one moment. Although the new microphone that I'm using is not good, but we'll try. Just yo, dog. Okay. Yo, dog. How about this one? Can you hear it? Can you hear it? Can you hear me?
My God.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
You got his head on it. That's beautiful.
There you go.
Good.
Well, very well. So what do? I stream on 24/7. We watch everything from the. Uh, we've watched 3 Olympics on here. We've watched multiple World Cups, both men and women. We watch every kind of podcast that you can imagine. I've watched just about every single Joe Rogan on here. And why do I do this? I want to make the world's largest compilation, world's largest collection. I'm muted. Basically, what I wanted to do, I love art. I wanted to create the world's largest compilation of art. Basically, in the future, AI is going to be able to cut this out so that you don't see 24 hours of my day. You only get the most exciting 10 minutes, and then you get a little update every single day. It's going to be very easy for AI to edit down 3 years into highlights, and I'm very excited for that. I have over 100 YouTube accounts. I have over 100 Instagram accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I'm pretty close to 10,000 TikTok accounts right now. You guys don't know that, but I have the most intelligent set of kick bots on Kick. If you know what Kick is, I can show them to you. Excellent. Well, I'm the king of Kick. And why do I say that? Just watch this. If you go to Kick, and if you go to Kick, let me just do this. Because I've been talking to you guys, I haven't always had a chance to just make sure every single one of my box is going. Okay, so if you go to Kick, and then if you, let me pull up. Sure. This one. So what we're going to do, let's see what I do. If you
Browse.
yeah, the only reason I can't see it on my phone, I'm sorry.
Browse. Start.
Okay, yeah. So you can see on the second one, the third one, the fifth one, the sixth one, I'm a bunch of them. Now, I'm not as many as I want to be because I've been talking to you guys and I haven't been making sure that the bots are going. But they're rolling. I see that my name's on there. So what is
Sorry to interrupt you, Rabbi. You speak a little space to get space. Your goal is like put as much of you to 20 hours.
Well, most of them are deep, but I know the importance of data. So yes, I've done my best to essentially create as much data as possible. Perhaps, yeah. According to The Economist magazine in 2018, they stated that data, and specifically human data, is their number one resource. It's more valuable than petroleum, than gold, than food, than water, than air. And I have more data online than any person ever. And if I'm able to, I'm going to be a very rich person. I'm going to help a lot of people, including all your friends, all your family. I'm going to make sure that you get to utilize that life extension technology that I referenced, and that if you want, you never die.
Fuck yeah.
Absolutely.
This is going to live on. You'll actually get to see around basically. You'll actually feel that in your consciousness of just the movie.
No. That will my actual consciousness. Essentially, what we'll be able to do is upload my brain into an avatar, an android, a cybernetic being, really anything. What you can even put it into an animal if you want, and you can live out your consciousness. You have to understand that given enough time, there are no there isn't anything that the human psyche can't accomplish. Meaning, if we have enough time, we can do anything. And
Have you ever watched that movie? Go ahead, Troy. Have you ever watched that movie? Smith?
I forgot. Yeah. So definitely,
What's going to happen?
you're 100% right. 100% right. Okay. So when we talk about yeah, no. Absolutely. I will hold you under my wings like a mother hen. You can't hear me? You can't hear me? Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can. But if you know anything about dolphins, they fuck a lot. So you're going to enjoy that. Dude, they do. And dolphins mate. Yeah, so get this. They do. All of that is true. All of that is true. And additionally, female dolphins mate with as many male dolphins as possible, so as to have as many defenders of her as possible. Because if there's any unfamiliar dolphin that comes in the area, they will attack any baby dolphins unless they think that that dolphin came from them. They're very, very aggressive. So if you want to know what the movie timeline is of what we can basically expect with the iRobot kind of future, essentially the next movie that might resonate with you, these might not all, but we'll talk about them. We just basically have moved into Soylent Green. If you ever saw that, you can order Soylent Green on Amazon right now. If you don't know what Soylent Green is, it's a movie from the 1970s where, like, basically people end up eating stuff. Eating Soylent Green is cheap. And essentially, it's essentially, yeah. So next is 2027. You can't do that yet. What they have done is make it so that you can just order like a carbohydrate-based Soylent Green. But you have to understand this is predictive programming. Exactly. Right now it's not. And right now it's not. But 50 years from now, it could be. They're just predictive programming these things. So the next thing is Children of Men 2027, then 12 Monkeys 2028, Demolition Man 2032, V for Vendetta 2038, Event Horizon 2047, Minority Report 2054, Total Recall 2088, AI 2101, Alien 2122, The Black Hole 2130, Sleeper 2173, The Matrix 2199, Forbidden Planet 2220, The Fifth Element 2263, Zardoz 2292, Star Trek 2387, Logan's Run 2500, Barbarella in the Very Distant Future, Planet of the Apes in the Very Distant Future, and finally Dune in the Very Distant Future. But essentially, if you want a timeline of what humanity is going to look like in the future, that is Hollywood's version of it, and I would tend to agree. Oh, one other thing that I didn't read in here I may have missed, which is kind of funny that I missed, I did, Idiocracy 2505. That's what we're running towards. If you want to know what humanity will look like in the future, we will have the haves and the have-nots, and the have-nots will look like Idiocracy. Is anyone here familiar with? Yeah, isn't this essentially? Well, I could be wrong. Is that like a paradox essentially of being in two places simultaneously?
It's like okay, so basically you have
Yeah.
as I understand it, believe it or not,
You could actually be
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, when you go in that first portal, you die. You technically die. And then you are remade very quickly after this. It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same. So it's in this. It's in this exactly. No, there's no other version of it. No, you die. There's something that, I mean, there's perhaps the idea to replicate.
anymore. On this, that's the kind of see where
So,
kind of like here's a religious way that my soul gets that.
I don't think anybody has that true answer. That's subjective. What I would tell you is this. I would tell you that we have to define what the soul is, and I think we can. This is how I define this. It is all of the atoms in your central nervous system that make up your memories, your personality, everything that is basically not your physical body. Does that make sense?
But I think everybody has their own opinions when it comes to that.
I agree. No, I agree. That's what I said too. So I'm saying, in my opinion, that's what it is. If you don't think that, that's fine. But then, if we don't agree with what the soul is,
Also, weird. Just weird. Just big ass tongue, you know, just like that. It's like some weird example. If you remember the past, like some shit like that. So I kind of
wait, hold on. All that,
remember.
I'm in agreement with all of that too. So let's not say that these are separate ideas. I think we could very quickly how they be. Let's say perhaps your friend at one point on another planet, this mind uploading technology takes place, and their soul, so to speak, could come to this earth and be put into a human, and that's how they could feel that they had a previous life. Maybe it was a previous life on this earth. I don't know what it is, but that type of memory could be transferred using this type of technology. So I think that the two ideas are necessarily I think both of them can be true. And when it comes to the spiritual aspect, of people, I don't know. I can tell you for certain, I don't know. It's true. It's exactly what someone said to me last night. But he said, I think that's up to the person. I'm nobody to tell you what happened. This is what I think. But whatever that person said, like, oh, it's Jim, or Jimmy in 87, that person's right. It's subjective. I can tell you this right now. This is the one thing that I know. There's some phrases. The only thing that I know in life is that the more that I learn, the less that I know about the world. Like the more knowledge that you gain, you realize how much more there is to learn. And that's very significant. And so then I would also say, I live my life without anything. It's this. Everything in the world is subjective, except that statement. What do I mean by that? Everything is subjective. Everything is subjective. Everything. Whether someone's good looking or bad looking, whether someone's smart or dumb, whether something is even blue or green, depending if you're colorblind or a different animal, all of those things. So everything in the world is subjective, except that statement. The statement that everything is subjective is an objective statement. It's this paradox that one time I thought of when I was on a walk, and it really motivates me because it's like no matter how much I can be like, this is absolutely the truth. It has to be this way. I say to myself, no, nothing in the world is truly objective. Everything
everything is subjective. Everything is someone's opinion. That's fascinating.
You have a plastic bullet.
Yeah, I'm gonna still-
What plastic good? What I asked you.
the
Camera, like you.
that is a computer, so I can compare.
Part.
But, so it's a storage room, and most of the stuff in here are the people who own the house. Okay. So I don't know. It's like boxes of there. I do have some stuff up here in front. All right. This one. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. I got my Harry Potter Ramasai kilogram here. You're also live on this phone here. We have bot here. I've got Discord here. I've got this here. I got my I got some bots going here on these tables. Over behind me, I got history lectures with Professor Henry Anderson going behind me. Yep. And then over here, I'm on another Chromebook. No. I get my hands on it. And over here, I'm a 420 advocate. 420 advocate. Then I have 3 Chromebooks here, and then I'm live in Ada Roth's Discord there. I have a ceiling camera. I have 3 other computers. And I have 2 computers here that they run and robots. So it's just a moment to be able to do it. Right now, if I'm getting a random number generator, the reason why I use a random number generator is because I randomize what my username is going to be. But I can also join Rabbi's Discord, and then I spam people to come to my Discord. And so all this is happening on the form. And if you're more than welcome to be a part of it, I live in here. And I'm going to continue to live in here until I go viral. And then when I go viral, I'm going to travel the world and help as many people as I can. What the bot is doing currently, it's going to get an OTP, a one-time password. It'll take about a minute to do so. I will leave. I can create this first going. That's what I do. Let's go.
There's only one true thing that goes up at the end of itself.
Goes up and never goes down.
You want to tell you?
That's up to you to like.
It's H. How old?
Oh, it's your age. Gotcha. Beautiful. That's a good. I like that. Good. Well, that is for people who don't consider time travel. Absolutely. That's true. But for those of us who are lucky and have some of the opportunities of time travel, maybe a little bit of time. Now, if
That's sort of like, what's the are you going to be a robot? Like, what are you going to be?
great question. That's why I say you can be an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a clone of yourself, an animal. an ethereal being. You can be whatever you want. So to answer that question on a personal level, I want to do all of those things. I don't want to limit myself to anything. According to the state of California, I'm not binary. Technically, I'm. I don't want to limit myself when it comes to everything. Now, I love chicks. Let me say that. But I feel that one of the first steps of being transhuman is perhaps recognizing that if you're going to live perhaps tens of thousands, if not millions of years, and you're going to have sex with every chick on Earth, you're going to get really bored of chicks. Maybe one day you want to have sex with something else. Not that I want to, but I don't want to limit myself to that. Additionally, I also don't think it's that big of a deal. I want to be a trailblazer for people who aren't comfortable perhaps with their own gender. I recognize that my gender is I like having sex with really hot chicks. That's what I want to continue doing the next, I don't know, billion years maybe. But if I can live forever after 2 or 3 million years of that, I might get bored. I'm not saying I will, but I might. And if I do, see, I thought of this in these terms. I think I would start with like really, really, really good transgender, like people, like probably people who you couldn't tell a difference. Like I want to have sex with the hottest chick on earth and start working my way with every single hot chick, moving towards then like we'll do the tens, the nines, the eights, the sevens, the sixes, the fives, the fours, the threes. I'll even do the twos and the ones before I'm going to even look at anything that is an XY chromosome. But then if I've had sex with all those people, all those chicks, only hot chicks, okay, well then, and it's been like millions of years into the future, okay, well then they might have an ability to have. That's a great question. Is it really good, or are you just bored? And what is it? What is it? So this is made me recognize. This is really made me recognize. At the end of the day, what is it that you want to feel on your opposite person? Do you want a little bit of muscle when you touch the skin? If that's what you want, then perhaps you're going to want a man. If you want that little layer of fat that women have before the muscle, then you're going to want a female. That's generally how it goes. So a lesbian might want a little bit of fat when they touch the opposite person, and a gay male might want muscle. When a heterosexual man would want to touch a little layer of fat, and a heterosexual woman would want to touch a little bit of muscle. That's all that matters in the future when you really think about it. And the woman, you can't discern that she has a vagina or whatever that has been remade so that, like, let's say she started as a man, but she's had everything redone in her so that you can't tell the difference. At the end of the day, the only thing that's going to be different is that little bit of layer in her fat skin. Do you want it to be, if you have a little bit of muscle there, then you're going to want to do it. And if you want a little bit of fat there, then you're going to want to do it. To be honest with you, I think I might be the person who may be seen as in society as someone who might be the world's most eligible man. Every girl, but everybody wants to be famous, and they want their progeny to be famous. And I give anybody who is associated with this strange thing because I have everything archived, and I have it archived not just on YouTube. You're live on YouTube, you're live on Rumble, you're live on Twitch, you're live on many different platforms you've never heard of. Like Billy. So, great question. I do have a collection of. Yeah, definitely. Sure, if you would, I can't type on this one. Just go to linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. That's my name. Linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. And you can see, but if you want to see all my streams, or just about all of them, in this Discord, you'll see at the very top 24/7 live streams. And just click on that, and there's one link that will take you to at least my YouTube stream. And you'll be able to see, from every YouTube stream that you see me, you'll also be able to see, in addition, you'll know that I'm live on Twitch on that camera. I'm multi-stream, so I use Rumble multi-stream platforms so that I'm live on a bunch of different platforms you've never even heard of. Let me just name them all, just so that you're aware. You'll learn something. Oh, everybody's got to learn about
social media in one way or another. If you want a list of these, they're located below in the server. And if you have to see, this is a really big server. Go to the chat of all of the servers. And you can see I have a little write up on all of them. So we're live on 8 different YouTubes, 8 different Twitches, 8 different Rumbles. We're live on. We used to do this live on Twitter, but that became a premium function. But we're live on Africa TV. I have over 1,000 TikToks. On Instagram, we're live. We're on Discord and a bunch of Discord. I'm live on Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm live on Music with Marty's Discord. I'm live on Fruit's Discord. I'm live on I Show Speaks Discord. We're live on Billy Philly. We're live on Vaughn Live. We're live on Telegram. We're live on Facebook. We're live on Locals TV. We're live on we're live on yeah. So believe it or not, Rumble has some kind of connection. So yeah, you can go to Rumble. I didn't even know you're the first person I've ever heard of who's heard of Locals TV. That's amazing. We're live on now on that one. I only have one camera, and the reason why they banned my other account, but they're still I'm live on local TV. I'm live on Nemo TV. I'm live on No Live. I'm live on I have my own podcast on Spotify. I'm not live on it right now though. I'm live on Live. I'm live on YouNow. I'm live on Breakers.tv. I'm live on Trovo. I'm live on Vault. I'm live on Odyssey. And I'm doing that TV. I mean, I'm on places. Here's why. I'm not an important message, and I want to be uncanceled. I want redundant shit. If somebody doesn't like what I'm saying right now, and they ban this account, well, I get it on a whole bunch of other accounts. It's spread all over the internet, but it's basically impossible to shut them up. And that's really important. That's what I want to be. You're 100% right.
Yeah.
I'm too sick of people out there who have recorded voices and they get stifled because of what they have to say. I'm an advocate for women, and I know it may sound funny because I'm like, I'm not secretly an advocate for women, but it's particularly right now. I don't think that it is okay for corporations to discriminate against people for any reason, particularly on the basis of skin. And corporations currently discriminate against women, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, all of them. If I do this on their platform, and I'm a woman, which I technically am by the state, but you know, they don't know it on here.
Wait,
But by the state
What?
of California, I'm a woman. So technically, according to YouTube, I should lose it. That's okay. You can believe whatever you want. My driver's license says otherwise. So I can tell you that I should lose my account right now, but I don't. But if I'm a woman, I mean, we have memory glands just like a woman. So without going down that road, essentially, you can't tell the difference. And we, remove a woman's opportunity to provide for herself, to provide for her family, because she had a nip slip. This happened to me the other day. I was in I was with a woman. We were doing a collaboration on Kick, and she had a nip slip. She lost her account. That's not fair. And I think that's really bad. That's discriminating. If I go like this, I don't lose my account, but she did. She lost her account for 4 days. She had to fight to get it back. It's really unfortunate. And so I advocate for women.
Let's say your place is burning, and someone's coming in to say where you at. Your place is broken. You go to the battle to do it.
Super hot, like the hottest chick of all time. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Do you understand what I'm talking about? You're saying it could be any chick. Is this like an 11? Is she coming in like hotter than fuck? Hell yeah, I'm gonna have that lady take me out. Even better if she's a milk. If you're asking me if I'm tell you the truth. If you're asking me if I'm in horrible aspect, I can't move, and I can be saved by some big burly dude, which is cool, or some super hot smoking milf, I would choose the milf.
Yeah, because you're like more.
Exactly.
You could be like.
Exactly. I get a shot to shoot my shot with her, and she's scaring me off. I can speak game with her.
It's
Well, that it is. I would have to make sure that she's okay with our relationship. I'm sure she would be. Absolutely. It's a beautiful thing. Definitely. Now, to be honest with you, I respect our first responders, and I think it's great to be saved by either of them. But if I had to be trying to choose one, dude, why wouldn't you want to have the opportunity to be saved by some super hot chick? Yeah, I mean, it's at least, yeah, it's at least exactly. Yeah, okay. Dog. What if I'm railing the chick and there's an earthquake and the ceiling falls and they have to get I'm railing the milk in my bed right here. Ceiling falls, pins the milk down. She's dead. But I am fucking rock hard. And then the fire department comes in and they send their special milk brigade to go save Rabbi. I could be as like a steel bull, my friend. You never know. Don't doubt me. She could come in and think that she should stand at attention.
I think you are going to
I hope so. Hey, if you want to see, I did it that came pretty close to going viral. I mean, I had a bunch of people giving me a DM. Check out it's just at Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube. It's the most recent post that I have. I was interviewed by a Flaxlight, he's a really nice streamer, and we talk about life extension technology, mindful living technology. I essentially do everything I can to ensure that he knows that I don't. And I, you know, I don't really think I see you. I don't think anybody in here is gonna die. You're all coming up and you're like, Rabbi, somebody could be in here, Rabbi, I don't have anyone. I'm not going to be able to utilize all of these technologies. That's fine. We're going to take care of you. How? Cryptocurrency. Sure. I am the spokesperson for a cryptocurrency.
This is then you're technically right.
No, I'm just a leader. No, God is different. If I can't, I'll do my best to define God for you in my own words. No, that's what it's what I can tell you is this. This is how I define God. God is energy. That's it. We're all energy. So there's a little bit of God in me. There's a little bit of God in you. And I feel that. Sweetheart, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, I'll tell you this. It's a beautiful thing to be on Earth and have an opportunity to speak about it. And I just let you know I really appreciate it. You're always welcome. I've been live in this Discord 24/7. Absolutely. You're amazing. Jen, you're all amazing. Thank you. So let's blow your mind some more. Where are we going to advocate? Like once this thing blows up, there are two important places that I want to bridge physically, and once we bridge these physically, we can come together as people. Okay, what are they? The first is a 51-mile stretch of the Bering Strait between Asia and North America. Basically, the part by Russia and the part by Alaska. I want to either create a tunnel or a bridge to be able to connect Asia to North America. By doing so, you would be able to drive from New York City to London or New York City to Cape Town. That, I think, will be a very important connection for the world. Yes, exactly. The other connection that I want to make for people is a 76-mile area in Central America, in South and Central America, known as the Darien Gap. This is an area between Colombia and Panama. It's about 76 miles that has not been completed yet. Once we complete the what's known as the Pan American Highway, you will be able to drive from Buenos Aires to Cape Town, South Africa, or Buenos Aires to London, or Buenos Aires to New York, or New York to Madrid. I mean, that will really connect the world. And it's just like these two little spots that we have to connect. I understand it's going to be easier said than done. But if we put as much effort into just those two projects as we did shooting at each other and creating more, we can have those projects done within a matter of years. And those are really important, I think, to society. Some other ideas that we were reviewing, and if you don't mind, I'll just continue with it in a moment. And if you're wondering, Rabbi, where do you get this information? This is the list of hypothetical technologies on Wikipedia. And this is all what I feel. Exactly. That's what I feel. This is the world. And if I can tell you anything about Wikipedia, I don't know if anybody out there knows anyone who has ever donated to Wikipedia, but I have. And with as little money as I have, I do my best to donate on a monthly basis, and here's why. In the future, Wikipedia, I've heard, on the inside, will not be free. It will be basically a pay-for-play, and it will be very pay-to-view, and it will be very expensive. But those people who have been giving for a long time will be grandfathered. So if anything, I would just say to you, don't ignore that little box that comes up on Wikipedia by Jimmy Wales. Hey, I need to talk to you about the Wikipedia Foundation. It costs this much to run. And you always ignore that. Well, I have heard that one day they are going to say Wikipedia is now $100 a month to view, but those of you who have been regular donators will get your great grandfather. Okay, so some of the other things that we were discussing. We were discussing biology, but let's move on to engineering and manufacturing. We have biogel refrigerant. Now, let me just say as well. I understand people have their own lives to live, and you got to balance and all those other things. And just know you can always come back here. I'm still going. Here we go. Got diamond trees. How cool is this? An idea of a diamond tree. Diamond trees, also known as tropostats, are a theoretical product of future technology in molecular manufacturing that have proposed as a method of long-term sequestration of atmospheric carbon into solid diamond products. There is a growing interest in the conversion of sequestered atmospheric carbon dioxide into synthetic diamond, a process pioneered by New York-based. So far, the only method used for creating synthetic diamonds from carbon dioxide sequestered from the atmosphere is by chemical vapor deposition. I can tell you this: in the future, diamonds are going to be, of course, they're going to have some value. But if you really want to impress your lady in the future, you want to get her a moissanite. Essentially, it is like a diamond, but it's more colorful, and they're very, very cheap. But in the future, when people hear me say that, the price of moissanite is going to skyrocket. Another thing that's going to skyrocket, and mark my words, is the price of silver. Why silver? In the future, when you win the best in the Olympics, mark my words, you will win a silver medal, not a gold medal. Why? In the future, everything what's up is down and down is up. This has always been forecasted and prophesied that like it would be the reversal world essentially. Well, I understand what you're saying. It will go by what metal has the highest melting point because that metal is most beneficial in computers. And people will realize it. Once they realize silver has a slightly higher melting point than gold does, that silver's price, I think, overnight, once I go viral and people hear this, that it actually has a higher melting point than gold, you will see silver go probably 10 to 20 times. I mean,
This should go in distance.
I absolutely would say, yeah, I'm going to advocate for it. I could tell you this. Here's the other thing, too. And I talk a lot about fashion and art and some things on this. And how do I know all of this? I'm in a lot of various subreddits, so I have my finger on the pulse of all of society when it comes to fashion and latest trends and all this other shit, jewelry and gemstones and decking and craftsmanship and all this other shit. If you really get into Reddit, you can learn a lot. And I can tell you this about women's fashion. When gold is really pretty, it doesn't go with everything. And silver, because it's like a more neutral color, goes with more things. So when women hear it goes with more things and it has a higher melting point, it is going to go longer. And simply because it is more beneficial in computer systems. Basically, if you need to create a computer and you need the melting point to be as high as possible, which is generally the case when you're working with like high-speed computers, Silver is more beneficial than gold. So that's just my 2 cents on it. Exoskeleton engine. What is an exoskeleton engine? Well, it's a concept of turbo machinery design. True gas turbine engines have central rotating shafts that call discs and are constructed mostly from heavy metals. They require lubricated bearings and need extensive cooling for hot components. They are the subject of severe imbalance or vibrations due to light on the whole rotor steam, perform a high and low cylinder 15, and so we can also to failure to this burst from high potential loads, consequently requiring heavy containment devices. To address these limitations, this new type of engine, exoskeletal engines, turns the conventional configuration inside out and utilizes a drum-type rotor designed for the turbo machinery in which the rotor blades are attached to the inside of a rotating drum instead of radially outward to a shaft and blade. Yeah, we just played chess earlier today. I don't want to play right now. I was a little burnt out earlier, but maybe a little later. Yeah, definitely. And I just want to say, shout out to Cass. Okay, but we can play it. We've got, so are you good at chess? Yeah, you are. If you're willing to pay me to play in chess, so I would love to play that. Really? Oh, this might be good. Well, maybe you can give me a diamond tree and an exoskeletal engine. And then you can talk about that are important. Microfactory. A microfactory refers to a factory facility used for the local assembly of a complex system where it's normally automated factory for producing small quantities of parts. The term was proposed by the mechanical engineer of Japan in 1990 and has recently been used to describe the approach of manufacturers like locomotives and providers. Another thing that I think is perhaps really important are wearable generators. You've heard of these tectonic weapons. Using into computers and robots, we have hypercomputers. What's a hypercomputer? A hypercomputer or super trained computation is a set of hypothetical models of computation that can provide outputs that are not Turing-computer. For example, a machine that could solve a quantum problem would be a hypercomputer. So too would one that could correctly evaluate every statement. I read recently on the ChatGPT subreddit that ChatGPT posted last few days was able to pass a Turing test, which basically means that it's distinguishable from human intelligence, which basically means that AI has established the level of artificial general intelligence. Now the next level is artificial intelligence. I agree. So artificial I've only played on him 5 times. Just because I know about all this. I absolutely not. I am as amateur as average can be, but I love the play. Sweetheart. Everybody, let's listen to HB Monster and their beautiful, beautiful words. Thank you so much. HB Monster, I love you, and you can stay here whenever you want. And I'm serious. We'll play. We have quantum memory. What's quantum memory? There's a word that I'm using, and I'll be using more in the future. Quantum. Quantum memory is the quantum mechanical version of ordinary computer memory. Whereas ordinary memory stores information in its binary state, represented by ones and zeros. Quantum memory stores a quantum state for later retrieval. These states hold usable computational information in the computer. Unlike classical memory of everyday computers, the states stored in quantum memory can be in quantum superposition, giving much more physical flexibility in quantum algorithms than classical information stored. So we should know that we are definitely moving into the quantum age. You're going to carry a lot more. In addition, some things that about robots. A robotic android. This is one of the things that I've said you might be able to be in the future. Also known as a robot android, a robotic droid, robot droid, a robotoid, a robodroid, or a roboid is an artificial life form that is created through the process that are different from cloning or synthetics. In short, there's a cybernetic equivalent of an android. Perhaps the first mention of robotoid was in Lost in Space episode War of the Robots, which originally aired in 1966 and credits Robin the Robot as a robotoid and some other. In the episode, the robot says it is more than a machine, it's a robotoid. The robot goes on to explain that
that as a robot is constrained by programming, whereas the robotoid has the capability of making. For as much as I like to talk about the future, my favorite, probably the one of which I love video games. Particularly, I love perhaps more than anything, not more than anything, but very much. I love talking about aliens. I love talking about alien disclosure. I love talking about yeah, Jim, do you know? Jim, do you know who Rothschild is? Okay, if you don't.
Say it again.
It's okay. My man's name is Bob Lazar. He was an Area 51 scientist. And if you don't know him, I'm going to tell you his story. If you don't know him, I'm going to tell you his story. All right. So Bob Lazar, allegedly, went to school at MIT and Caltech, eventually gets a job at Los Alamos Laboratory as a physicist. He's a nerdy guy. He is someone who tinkers with things. With a Honda Civic. He turned a Honda Civic into a jet car by putting a jet engine on it as he was working at Los Alamos Laboratory. If you don't know what Los Alamos Laboratory is, this is where essentially they developed the atomic bomb. Okay? So this is really high classified physicists. While on the day that an article is published in the Los Alamos Times, the perhaps co-father of the atom bomb, along with J. Robert Oppenheimer, would be Edward Teller. Edward Teller is reading the article about Bob Lazar and his rocket car. Bob goes up to him and says, that's my car, et cetera, and is there any way that I could get an interview at one of these other locations? The two locations that were discussed, I believe, were Lawrence Livermore Lab in San Francisco, or near San Francisco, and the other was Area 51, north of Las Vegas, Nevada, the Nevada Tesla. Now, this happened in 1988, and I can tell you that the story has remained extremely consistent. This guy has been on the Joe Rogan Experience. He's been on Coast to Coast AM. His story maintains consistency. Joe Rogan believes in the story. I believe in the story. Most any true hardcore ufologist believes in some kind of better story. So Bob Lazar goes and interviews with a company called DGT and gets the call that he's going to be brought in as a contractor under the special kind of classification. I believe it is a naval classification, and essentially would be called in when they would want him to come. And it could be any time of the day, any time of the night. Welcome to my friends, to our friends who are here. This is from Riser, and actually Riser just recently learned about Bob Lazar through some of my prodding. He can probably tell you this story better than I can. Watch the documentaries. We essentially give Riser an update on where we are. We're talking about Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar ends up going to Area 51, and keep in mind, Bob Lazar is not doesn't believe in aliens. He has friends of his who tell him, look, you want to go to Area 51, if you're going to go anywhere, that's where they keep the really secret stuff. So Bob Lazar gets there. He actually doesn't work at Area 51. He works about a dozen miles south of there at an area called S4. They take him to S4 in a blacked out bus, and once he gets there, they are in front of a mountain. And he couldn't tell, but the mountain was actually garage base that could take him. He would go in and find what were crashed discs that were purportedly from different crashes of different events, including the Roswell event, the 1897 Texas event, a bunch of different, still calling on that 1897 Texas event. That was not there. That's a different crash. That's the one that we know in American history. But what I can tell you is the 1947 Rothschild crash was there, and some of them there were like eight bays, and 6 of them were filled. One of them was the one on which Bob Lazar was going to work, and it was known as he called it the sport craft. And the reason why he called it that is because it was a sportier version, about like 40 feet across, and it had 3 different levels. He was able to look in 2 of the levels. In the top level, it had these 3 little chairs for like figures that would have been smaller than a human. And if you're like, I want to see what an alien looks like, I'll show you all their shit. Just look at that. But basically, the way that looked inside was completely pewter. Everything was perfectly smooth, like it was almost like the wax mold. And when Bob Lazar would talk about this, exactly, when Bob Lazar would talk about this in 1988, we didn't really have a way to describe it, but now we know that could be done through a 3D printer. But we didn't have the word for it, and no one knew how some of these shapes could have been made. Well, in the lower compartment of the three compartments was where the essentially the gravitational controllers were, the thing that gave this thing propulsion. And it was powered by element 115, which is known as mesolium, which is also known as tritium. Bob Lazar was talking about something on the periodic table of elements. He was talking about it 15 years before it was ever found in a lab. It would only be found in a lab in the early 21st century, and it would be known as mesolium because it was found in Moscow. But Bob Lazar was talking about this 15 years before, and that this very highly radioactive element was used to propel these discs. So, what did he end up doing? He ended up doing some experiments on these crafts over the course of some months, including there were things that this that would happen that you couldn't normally describe in normal physics, like what? Like a force field. Whenever you would try to get close to this element 115, it would create like a pushing a force field back, almost like when you have a magnet and you put two opposing magnets together, and it's really difficult to do, or almost impossible. When it was impossible, the harder that he would force it into this this flow of element 115, or essentially this force field, the more it would repel his force. Another thing that he was able to see is this thing fly. So it would get him off the ground, fly in like maybe for like 20 seconds, and land again. It gave off a very low pitched hum, and maybe something like some kind of electric field around it. Just very fascinating how this worked out. So, like, Rabbi, I want to absolutely. If you want to see a disc, I'll show you one right now. Just one moment, and I can pull it up for you. I'm just show you what an alien looks like. And where do I get this information? It's from a documentary. This is different than Bob Lazar. Let me just finish the Bob Lazar story as I finish it. Bob Lazar was like really deep into the testing of this, and it turned out that his wife, the government was having his phone as a government employee. He had given his consent to this to get this really secret position. It turned out that they found out that his wife was cheating on him, that he was going to become like basically he's going to be cheated on, and they had to warn him about it because it was going to perhaps cause some psychological issues with him. And they needed to explain to him, you can't be coming back up to the testing. So what he ended up doing, eventually, is basically going out with his friends to the RV and getting these crafts flying on tape. So we have their video still, and we can see these crafts. He knew the flight schedule. I can tell you that it took place on Wednesday nights between 8 and 10 p.m. or something like that. And that was when the traffic on the road was the least. Basically, there would be the least amount of cars. So with that being said, I'm going to pull up, I hope what you can see is just the crashed craft. And if you're wondering where is this was found in the Top Secret KN2B UFO Files, which is a documentary that you can find. Just a moment as I pull this in. I think it's really important to be able to show evidence. And so with that, okay, oh cool. Top Secret KGB UFO. It's even in my saved stuff. Okay, let's see if we can find it. Have I watched Bleach? I'm not familiar with this. What's Bleach? Well, I can show you what it. Here's what an alien looks like, in my opinion. The reason why I say this, on the aliens page, they offered a $10,000 reward if anyone could prove that this video of an alien known as the Skinny Bottom alien was fraudulent. And it didn't been up for almost a decade, and nobody's been able to disprove it. So if you want to know what like a living alien looks like, this is known as alien gray, and you're going to be able to see it in just a moment. And it's interesting. It's like I'm showing you an animal that you've never seen before. Yeah, it's really wild. It's like I'm showing you a species of animal you've never seen. And again, I don't know for sure if this thing is real, but I can tell you that Kitty Bob, this one right here with the big head, has had a $10,000 reward. Yeah, he's Kitty Bob. This is the famous video that showed up on the internet as Kitty Bob. So this is what you can see. I believe they have less fingers over here. As you can tell, there's some kind of blue eyes, giant head. Allegedly, that they communicate telepathically. So you just hear in your head what they want to communicate to you, which is interesting. And well, exactly. This is a type of technology. Exactly. This is a type of technology that's known as voice of God. Voice of God. And so let me just read you what that is very quickly. They learn about all kinds of different weapons in here, especially like anti-gravity weapons, voice of God weapons, and this could be used on a lot of people at once. So what is the voice of God? Let me find it. Okay. The voice of God weapon is a non-lethal technology developed by the U.S. military, also known as a high-frequency electrical war research program. It uses a combination of high-power radio frequencies and plasma frequencies to project voices or sounds into the human brain, creating the illusion that a divine or supernatural entity is communicating with the individual. Development and testing. The technology was developed by Dr. Rabbi, a Harvard-educated scientist, and has been tested by the U.S. military since the Gulf War. The weapon consists of two parts. The laser that creates a burst of focused light, and a plasma generator that uses air molecules to amplify the sound wave. Capabilities and concerns. The voice of God weapon can be used to translate voices, music, and other sounds directly into a person's brain, potentially inducing a sense of euphoria, confusion, or even hallucinations. While as a non-lethal tool for psychological operations, its potential misuse raises ethical control. Real-world applications. The technology has been tested in various scenarios, including Afghanistan and Iraq, and has also been used in domestic contexts, such as during protests in Washington, D.C. The long-range acoustic device, NORAD, a similar system, has been nicknamed the voice of God due to its ability to project clear and powerful sound over long distances. Current says the exact extent of voice of God weapons deployment and usage remains classified. However, its development and testing have been documented through the Freedom of Information request and media reports. The voice of God weapon is a non-lethal technology developed by US. So, I mean, this shit exists. And if you're wondering how do you get this shit,
and everything about it, bro, headphones,
we're dogs. We're dogs. All that is true. And they even are starting to work on being able to read your brain waves between those two ear pods. So they
already did shit with
exactly.
That way. It's like the main.
If you have a chance, please go to the. If you have a chance, go to the Watch Together. If you have a chance, go to the Watch. Go to the Watch Together function. I'm going to show you what I think an alien disc looks like up close, and I've never seen footage as close as this. If you want to know what this is from a documentary called "Its Classification Profiles." It stars James Bond actor Roger Moore, who just died not too long ago, and you're going to
see what. Okay.
Do you think? Let me start there. Very powerful man.
Agreed.
You're talking about. Did he? When did he get the name? All of these people are the higher ups, and all this like shit that goes on in the after parties. Now, they possibly did. I consider it amazing. Actually,
Prince Albert Hall.
So he is
Prince Albert Hall. This thing.
You've seen it which is there to get rid of them. I kind of believe that.
From what I'm aware,
Nobody's saying anything. They got them all on.
I can tell you.
But then one thing.
You're good. I am a Mason. To my knowledge, I know I have a personal Mason. Of my freaking rumor is it, but I haven't heard anything. If you would, people look at the watch just for a moment. I want you to see what it is. Excellent. Apologies. It's hard for me to know if you can see exactly what I'm saying. So you're going to see these guys around this disc. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. You're going to see, and it's exciting because all of this is really exciting. So you're going to see all these guys with the KGB, like they have machine guns, and they're around this disc. And this disc is purportedly was founded by the KGB, the secret police of essentially the Soviet CIA.
It could be part of maybe. I believe that. I believe that. Honestly, like I said, I believe this is important. That the fucking who's hired? That would be nice to the court. See the courts, keep all those legislative branches up, and then the president. I think it goes from there to like
Yeah, so we can talk.
like a mason.
Yeah, right.
Very intelligent being. Has it's like a dream.
What you're saying.
Whatever it is.
As I've understood it, it's been called the Priory of Sion. I've seen that on Facebook. A lot of I can tell you that what you're saying absolutely could be a thing. It could be extraterrestrial knowledge that we've been told.
Like the president happening,
Agree. Okay, so imagine what I say is true, and I get a lot of money, and I'm able to help you, and you're able to live forever, and all this stuff I say is true. Let's just say, okay, cool. And you're able to fuck every chick you've ever wanted. You've been able to fuck, even in the future with telepathy. Currently, it's not okay. But if you wanted to have sex with an animal in the future, and you could get its consent using telepathy, that might even be a thing. I'm not saying that's my thing. I'm not saying in 100,000 or a million years, that might be. You might be able to have sex with a shapeshifter. You've had all the sex that you want. You're absolutely, positively exhausted. You say, Rabbi, I want to do something. I say, okay. We go and we look at the entire, not just solar system, but we look at the entire universe together. And I say to you, Jim, I want you to pick a nice little solar system that we're going to call your solar system. And everything that happens in the solar system, it's going to be like your garden. And it's going to be like your Earth. You're going to be able to start your own set of organisms there, just like happened on Earth. And you're going to be able to eventually see things evolve So you have humans or whatever you want them to be. They could look like you. They could look like something else. But essentially, this is your way, your sandbox to control, and you're going to be able to do anything that you want with them. Essentially, what would that make you of this solar system? It's not God necessarily, but it's a higher intelligence. It's a higher power. I think that may be something that we may be experiencing here on Earth. This is known as a human zero hypothesis, and I think that may be accurate. I hope so. Get 57.
I know some shit, bro.
It's really cool. It's fun. Well, with that, guys, I'm going to get some water. Excellent. Well, we'd love to hear it. You- Oh, excellent. I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you this. Especially for that kind of stuff, I can tell you that I don't have all of the answers. So what are we going to do? I have something that does have all the answers. AI now has been able to parse every aspect of the Bible and every holy book ever in existence. And we are just going to absolutely. And we're going to utilize that technology for our own benefit, and we are all going to benefit because of it. So we're not only going to have the right answer, it's not going to be like, well, this is Rabbi's opinion, because I could be wrong. No, this is going to be AI and Rabbi's opinion, which is a lot stronger. In the past, it would have been, well, it's just some dude's opinion. Oh, we at least have the ability to reinforce it with the beauty and power of AI, which is perhaps the strongest kind of reinforcement that we can have. It is all of humanity's knowledge in the palm of your hand. I got this piece of technology. Does anyone here speak another language? I'm not expecting you to. If you do, great. If not, that's fine. But this is kind of the technology that I have. You speak Spanish? Excellent. Just one moment. Let me get this thing started. I was using it earlier today, speaking Russian with someone. So this is known as a pocket talk. It's essentially Google Translate, but it's a lot faster. And if you're wondering, well, it doesn't seem so fast. Just one moment. It's just got to turn on. But once it turns on and I connect it and everything, you'll see you can have a pretty quick conversation with people. In the future, people will just have this type of device, but instead of it being a translator, it will not only be a translator, a universal translator, essentially, as we have in Star Trek, thank you, Caspian Sea, but in addition, it is going to be an AI, it is going to be perhaps a scheduler, calendar, all the things that your phone is right now, but I guess I would say like smaller. This is much smaller than that. Okay, here we go. Oh, so we went to Spanish, so here I was going to Russian, just one moment. Here we are. We went Spanish, Spanish. Now, this is the nice thing. It has regular Spanish, like Spanish in America, Spanish in Spain, Argentina, Colombia. It's got a bunch of different ones, but we'll just go with whatever American Spanish, whatever. Here we go. This is how fast this thing translates. And I have a dream. One day we should give these to all the people in warring areas so that they can talk to each other.
Así de rápido se traducen las cosas. Y realmente tengo un sueño. Un día, deberíamos darles esto a todas las personas de la zona de Wally para que puedan comunicarse entre sí.
Now, it may not be 100% perfect, but if we could do some quality assurance on this and ensure that it becomes more and more accurate, I think that this type of technology could really unite humans globally.
Puede que no sea 100% perfecto, pero si pudiéramos realizar algún tipo de control de calidad y garantizar que sea cada vez más preciso, creo que este tipo de tecnología realmente podría unir a los humanos a nivel mundial.
Would you like to understand that I may not know every single language, I may not know every Holy Scripture by heart, but I have the tools that allow me to know it better than any human ever. I know it better now because of the tools that we have in technology than any rabbi, than any priest, than any pastor, than any imam in global history.
Así que tienen que entender que tal vez no no sepa de memoria todos los pasajes de las Sagradas Escrituras, pero tengo las herramientas que me permiten conocerlas mejor que cualquier ser humano. Ahora las conozco mejor que cualquier rabino, que cualquier sacerdote y que cualquier pastor en la historia mundial, gracias a las herramientas que tenemos en tecnología.
Don't actually speak Spanish. Just a few words.
It's okay. I don't speak Spanish very well.
That's all words.
Oh, perfect. Well, then, okay, so you speak Danish. Let's try that. Let's see how accurate that is. So if we had someone in here, that's what I want to hear. Excellent. All right. Danish, here we go. We are going to rate the accuracy of this device. Is what I said pretty accurate? No, I didn't say it correctly. Is what I said pretty accurate? It gives some comments about here and there, but it gets the overall picture. Let's talk about cool words. Here's what I like. Some of these like phrases that I use, like I don't know, anti-gravity, antimatter, aren't always phrases in other languages. But don't talk about anti-gravity, antimatter that much in some other languages. We talked about some really interesting things on this game, like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster light travel, dark energy, dark matter. We talk about life extension technology, mind uploading technology. We talk about geothermal technology, and we talk about tidal power.
Vi taler om nogle virkelig interessante ting på denne strøm, som antityngdekraft, antistofrådgivning, livsrejse, mørk energi og Rothschild. Vi taler om livsforlængende teknologi baseret på nanoteknologi. Vi taler om geotermisk teknologi. Vi taler om tidevandskraft.
I don't know if that's accurate. I think if
Hell
we,
yeah.
if we hell yeah, baby, I'm the biggest advocate for 420 global history. I don't feel that we should make anything illegal from Excellent. Yeah, I'm a huge advocate. I'm a huge advocate of 420 culture. I think that it has many benefits, in particular when it comes to people with, in particular, we have people with breast that can help people with epileptic seizures, like instantaneously. You can see some of these videos of people who have like, epileptic seizures that are having them, and they still belong and they're absolutely fine. I just think that it's amazing. If I could, I would be high 24/7, probably the rest of my life. It's really expensive, but perhaps I will. And you should know that I'm a huge advocate for it. I'm a huge advocate of decriminalization of drugs. But in particular, I think that cannabis offers a huge amount of wonders for the community. And I'm excited to see it be utilized.
Preach, man.
Alrighty. Oh, I take it that you are the advocate of cannabis? Good on you. Okay. I'm asking everybody. Is there anyone here who doesn't think that 420 is like the greatest thing ever? Let's have that conversation. Maybe that's equal. Excellent. Yeah, I mean, I just think it's a wonderful tool.
Who doesn't?
Yeah, and I've seen it go from basically completely Schedule 1 illegal to being decriminalized in California, or recreational, and like get it to Schedule 3 nationally. I can't wait. I can't wait till it's completely legal everywhere. And that's going to be an exciting thing. It's going to be a very exciting day. With that said, if you guys want, actually, what is it? I'm still doing it. I'm going to grab some water. I just want you to know how happy I am that you're here, and just an absolute privilege. Thank you for being here, guys.
Hell yeah.
channel, right? So I
Diddy might come on his fucking Instagram. So you playing out. I like love. Finally, so I put up the resistance. But yes, my favorite game. But that is.
Right. If you're wondering, can I take a little bit? I created 8 bots that pick, and I'm going to go viral because and I mean it. When you go to bed tonight, I want you to think about philanthropic.
That'll be.
This night, man, you'll be up all night. I have plans not to sleep. That's what happens. We're gonna watch college football tomorrow. We're gonna watch pro football on Sunday. I live stream all that shit in here. So we watch NFL Red Zone. We watch other shit, all kinds of it. And yeah, we watch Monday Night Football. We watched Thursday Night Football last night. I'm in a fantasy football league with some of the people who sponsor the cryptocurrency, all of which are a part. Does anybody do fantasy football? It's okay. That's okay. It's a lot of fun, and I can tell you that we got a little bit of it. So with that, I can see you there. Hey, what's up, dude? Please, what did I miss about Pablo's art? That's okay. Oh no, I didn't mention it. Talk to me about that. Or I can do it. Oh,
Range of
thank you. Okay, cool.
No, that's right.
That's cool. I appreciate that.
So I like it.
That's true.
And some of it, I'm not on so and that was my
No, it was by far it was the second biggest I've ever had. It was really great. I read it. So, and let me just say the music is like, I hear that he likes to throw people, but he was only nice to me. That the community was only nice to me.
can tell you the people from this community were like I met Caspian Sea, but that was kind of different. I met like immediately thereafter, like 6 people, and we hung out for the next 2 months together, like every single night. The only reason why it stopped, and this is my own kind of fault, I so because I have so many different accounts, I do it because I want to be uncancelable. I switch them all over, and it's hard for people to follow me if I change over accounts. They think, oh, Rabbi stopped streaming it. So I was able to, move a few people over, but all in all, I can tell you that the quality of people I met were just some of the best down to earth people that I met. And we would do some fun things. We would play games together, and then we did this one thing. Two of the people in there, one in particular, were really, really good at television trivia, and I'm pretty good at television on a couple shows. I'm pretty good. So we did The Office television trivia, and we did Seinfeld television trivia. Oh man, this one lady and I did it for like every single night for like months, and she would come to my stream and we would just quiz each other basically, and that all happened because of this party. And then the crowning jewel of the entire scenario was meeting Caspian Sea, and that is just really the closest person I had in the Discord world, and that's the nicest thing I can say. Not that another person here who has spent as much time as Caspian Sea. I've had a lot of people over this time, and I don't want to disparage any of the amount of time that people have spent. I've had a lot of people watching for a lot of time, but no one as dedicated as Caspian Sea I've been able to develop a friendship with, and we've been able to grow with and do really great things. And I hope the same for everyone else here, and for myself too. And I was describing recently the fact that there's a meme, if you've ever seen it, of a diamond miner, and it's like he turns around just before he's going to break through into the diamond mine, and we are mining in a diamond mine, and we're just inches away, I feel like, from breaking through. And how is that going to happen? Aiden Ross, if you know who Aiden Ross is, he already knows who I am. He was in my YouTube stream just recently, like 5 months ago. That's how he found out who I was. And how did he find out that I was streaming in his Discord? And he was like, I showed him my ID, I showed him my driver's license, I showed him my credit card, and I showed him a lot of shit to prove who I was. And then he's been really, really nice. He's been allowing me to stream in this Discord, which I'm currently doing. And I've got a couple messages, two in particular, from people in his inner circle. One of them is Cheezer, I believe, and the other one is Shafa, and something like that, his name escaped. But he wants to do an interview with me, and it's just a matter of time. I don't know when they can get on the schedule, but he's at least shown interest in me twice recently, and I'm excited that one day he's going to pop in here, and he's going to ask me to pop in the stream, and we're going to talk about all of these things that are really groundbreaking technology and perhaps change the world. And that's a really exciting aspect. When people hear what I have to say, right? Exactly. When people hear what I have to say, the mere phrase "I don't think you're going to die" has to get everybody in the world really fucking interested, because nobody talks like that. I have been on this planet for 38 years, and I've never heard anybody talk realistically. I don't think you're going to die, but it makes complete sense to me. If we have another, let's say, if everybody here is under age 40, and we have another 40 years to go, with the amount of technology advancement that we have in 40 years, we will have transcended perhaps life extension technology into at least the primitive version of mind uploading technology that makes you 8 years old and you want to try it out. Let's go for it. That might be a real thing. Think as well that we've already had the first successful BCI, the first successful brain computer interface transplant into a man named, his name is Nolan Aspero. He was interviewed on the Joe Rogan Experience not too long ago. But this is a man who can play video games while he's quadriplegic. He can't use his hands in place. He can play video games better than this whole discipline. He could beat all of us. Why? Because the BPI is doing is essentially an auto gamer. It's a really exciting opportunity eventually going to be able to transcend normal humanity into the world of being superhuman. And that's what I'm getting to. We are on the cusp of something known as transhumanism, and you will hear a lot of people out there bash transhumanism. And I understand a lot of times they're scared of it because they don't know what the future may hold. But I can tell you can hear my voice right now, whether it's people in the history or people in the future. But I have the opportunity. I have more data online than any person ever, and according to the Economist magazine, data is more than anything, which should make me like the Scrooge McDuck of data. I'm going to help every single person that I can. I'm going to make it so that all of you can experience life extension technology and mind according. Just I think that's that. Now I'm going to remember why don't always use this picture. Just love it. I would love it. Okay.
Some people love it too. In a fire, I think fire.
Oh yeah, man. Well, that only makes sense to me. Why wouldn't you have such the hottest chick ever until you got like raw? You were raw from fucking head. Eventually, you know what? You might want to not. You might say, you know what, girl? Or maybe you might catch me a 10, put her in glasses and make her a 9. And then you might, just to play it up because you're so sick of just fucking amazingly hot chicks. And I'm not saying I want to fuck you. No, I don't actually. But I'm saying if I live forever, I might get bored. I don't want to close myself off to anything. And if we're living in this world where people can be whatever they want to be, I don't want to close myself off. Ideally, I think we should live in an X and X chromosome, X and Y chromosome world like we did for evolution. But if when I don't get that girl, we're moving into a new world. So long as we do that, I'm going to make sure that I don't live like that anyway. I'm going to try to pull up, see if it works. I heard an interview with a streamer named The Flashlight, and is it my best work? No, but it's kind of funny, and it shows you some of the shit that I have to go through, and if you want to see what some of my crying dudes are like. Let's see if this pulls up. Now, knowing Discord and how much Discord does absolute cock, you will see you will see perhaps the idea there. It won't work. Now, if you're like, Rabbi, what rabbi goes around saying that they sling dick and that they fuck things? You don't sound like a rabbi. Listen, I don't want to be limited by anyone or anything. I want my children to have as much freedom of speech as possible. And yes, I know when we have to speak formally, I don't do this. But so long as I can let the fur fly, I'm going to, baby. All right, here we go. Next up, we've got a flashlight. I don't even think that my man. I don't even think that my man. I don't even think my man. Only the host. Okay, here we go. Riser, can you see that I'm playing something watch together? Right. Excellent. Watch. Hold on, I have to say something first. You're gonna find watch. Hilarious thing. I didn't know he shut me off. I didn't know he shut me off. I'm talking the whole time. And when he comes back, his chat blows up. Like, oh my god, he was still talking the whole time.
I know. He just had no idea.
I'm a cloud of impression. Says the Rabbi is so far out right now.
No, it's probably. Welcome.
Uh, I like Donald Trump. He does it.
You like Donald Trump? Okay. Did you see the recent video with Donald Trump and regarding Donald Trump and a woman named Kate Johnson? No, she was a model with Jeffrey Epstein, and she talked about the three encounters that she had with Donald Trump and how he raped her and essentially took her virginity. Anyway, if you haven't seen it, I think that it's a good idea so you get a lot of the story. But when it comes to your mother, the best advice I can give you is don't mention politics with her. And your best to get on her good side and to get back into her life. You don't want politics to create a rift in your relationship. So what you can do, give it time heals all wounds. Give it a little bit of time. I don't know what your relationship is with your mom directly, but a couple of days and then come back with a text message say, Mom, I wanted you to know I've had some time to think about it and I'd like to make up. Or I'd like to have coffee. Or I'd like to just talk to you and be your son again. There's no reason why what's happening between the right and the left needs to split your family.
She wants me to be, she's trying to push me to be transgender. I don't know.
Okay, well, if you really want to be transgender, it's probably not a bad idea to just say that you're transhuman, and she probably won't understand the difference, and you both win. So she thinks that you're transgender when you're really transhuman. You're someone who feels that they're just not going to die, and you're going to be able to utilize life extension technology and mind uploading technology and not die. So
you could be able to tell your mom, I wanted you to know that I really took what you said to heart, and I want you to know that I am full on going to embrace the transhuman lifestyle. And she doesn't know the difference between transhuman and transgender, and she thinks that you're going to come to your house next time with purple hair. In reality, you're just going to show up like you normally. You win both ways. Thank you. I don't know, somebody needs advice. This happens quite a lot. They do the best that they can to provide people with the best advice that they can, but it's up to people to make their own personal decisions. At least in that case, though, I think that he'll be fine if he just cools off with his mom a little bit, makes up with her, and if she really wants him to be transgender, then just say you're transhuman, and she won't know the difference. Right? If you're watching my video, watch how many people come streaming in, and it becomes just overwhelming.
Before.
Hell yeah, baby.
And look, like I would do the new thing. Look at this guy. He's a guy. To
Hell yeah.
serious
There you go.
comments for like no rabbi.
There you go.
Low key, low key.
Look at you. I'm watching Guinness. Is this similar to Oh wait,
Yeah.
this is multiverses, isn't it? Oh, okay. Okay. Episode will not I'm gonna watch it. That's how it works, baby. You come here, you're gonna get the best audience ever. Oh, and I'm the best talker ever. I'm the prettiest motherfucker ever. Now we're gonna come over here and we're gonna do play by play. Which guy are you? So you got some guy on top. Who's standing on the pillow right now? You're good. I'm gonna do play by play on your game. You're the one on the pillow. Okay, so are you the guy in purple? White. You're white. Well, let's see you roll it. We got Jimmy whooping ass. Looks like the Acropolis. We got some classical Greek ass kicking going on. Jim, whoop his ass, dog. Dude, Jim's getting his ass crossed on the stairs. Motherfucker looks like Will Smith from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and Uncle Phil throwing his ass out on the fucking floor. Look at this motherfucker. He's taking it on the front. Get the fuck off the map, bitch. Get the fuck off the map. Jim's about to take his fucking ass and toss him. Toss this motherfucker's ass off the map. Get the fuck out of here, dog. Get the fuck out of here. Oh. How dare you take on Jim? Jim's gonna whoop your ass. There you are. Get the fuck up against this fucking pole, you piece of shit. Dude. You're gonna whoop your ass. You're gonna look like fucking Demi Moore and striptease. You're gonna be on that pole so much, bitch. Oh shit. Oh boy. It's gonna be close. We're gonna need vivification, baby. Dog. We're gonna need life extension technology. Jim and Sing Fight. Whip this motherfucker's ass. Oh hell yeah, there you go. 1-1, babe. That's how it's done. Get your ass over here. I'm gonna have Jim whoop your ass on the Acropolis. He's gonna whoop your ass like you're a Macedonian. He's gonna whoop your ass like he's Alexander the Great, like he's Philip II. This motherfucker is gonna Socrates you back to Plato, and he's gonna have Plato hold you down while Aristotle meets you in the groin.
Robin's a bitch. Robin ain't shit without Batman. Oh yeah.
I'll do something.
All right. That's what I chose, baby. All right. Whatever you want. Whatever you want. Yeah, it's your world. We just live in. Here we go. Well, thank you so much. Trust me, I'm sure a lot of people on Kid could hate me because I'm so much. I do my best to apologize there. All right, here we go. Naruto, Suzuko, dude, we got Suzuki. Suzuki. I know his name's Suzuki, but I'm going to call this motherfucker Suzuki. We got the Suzuki Ninja here. Yeah, good. Oh, you can play this on your phone? That's kind of fun. We're gonna have to explore that. We're gonna have to right.
Playing with the CPU, 3 hours.
Very exciting. Oh, whoa. He just threw you into the screen. Oh, get him. There you go. Dude, there's a shark.
Throw us out some sharks in here.
Oh, goodness. Oh, water. Oh, we're ready. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Dude, he's juicing. This motherfucker is on roids. Oh, 1-1. Good on you, dog. Naruto. One. What's your favorite? There you go. Let's see. Hell yeah, I'm talking to you. After this one, I want you to pick your favorite map. I want to see what it is. After, or whenever you want. And why is it your favorite? If I may ask, where is like they do have like Mario and Sonic. Is it tough? Does anyone ever? Does anyone have you ever seen anyone come in and play as Mario? Right? No, I remember the OG one. Right. Everyone they have nice stuff. Sure. Other things.
That might be scary.
All right. I'm going to judge you by the content of the character and the math you chose. Oh, cool. You like the one that's like 63.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Are you the guy in white or the guy in purple?
I'm actually the dragon.
Okay. Are you on the left or the right?
The left right now.
You've got the teal hair. Excellent. I'll never forget. Heck, it sucks. He's been juicing. He's been roiding. Everybody can see it. What was that? There you go. Oh, you're whipping his ass on the bridge. Uh-oh. Hop back up. Oh, there's a secret level right here. No one knew about it. Yes, it is. Okay. Wow.
Still on green. On.
Get the fuck out of here.
Who won? Who? Me. Did you just beat Ryu? Okay, can you fight multiple guys at once? I want you to fight Super Mario and Sonic at the same time. Hell yeah, perfect, man. No, living room, that's the best one. Best space for it. It's your home turf, baby. Walk here. Walk in here. Donkey Kong? Yeah. Well, I want you to beat Donkey Kong. And I want you to beat the shit out of Mario and Sonic. It's on like Donkey Kong. And you beat Donkey Kong. And you beat Donkey Kong. And then the next one, I want you to be Goku. You're really good. You're not way to stop. Okay. Is it 3-on-1 or is it 1v1v1? V1. Oh, you guys are all fighting each other. Oh wow. Oh no way. It looks like you're ass kicked, but I can't tell. It's so tight. And I can tell you are getting your ass kicked. You are getting your ass. Look. You're getting your ass. Look. These fucking look cool video game characters are kicking the shit out of you. Valid. I'll admit that was valid. Oh, I like this. This might be my favorite map. It's just like old school. Wow, good job. Dude, you took them like 7 guys at a night. I like watching this so much more because I know who you are now. Like a lot easier. I mean, I kind of know. Like you just took the shit out of Sonic. There goes Donkey Kong. Dude, you put me on this one.
Okay, so Mario's gone. Sonic's gone. Now it's just a 1v1. Oh, oh. Here he is. 39. Oh, what is this? What is this? You kind of jet online tricks and you use it on this thing. It's kind of fun. You can already win. Probably not. You're doing this. Right. Oh, dang. Dude, you did it. Good job. Dude, everybody, shout out to Jen. Jen with with the shit. Okay, hold on. Now you gotta do that Luigi do it. I'm gonna keep adding the guy until you can't do it anymore. Add Luigi. Good. I'm gonna put you through the best challenges of your life. And in the meantime, we're gonna listen to Joe Rogan with Bob Lazar, the guy who I was talking about earlier, and you can hear about future technology. Dude, yeah. Hey, Nick. Welcome to your new home, my friend. You are welcome. All the time, 24/7. Pokemon Stadium 2. We got it. Oh no, Yoshi. Oh no, yeah, Pokemon Stadium 2. Correct. If you win this one, then you're taking on Yoshi. And I don't think you're going to be able to beat Yoshi. Yoshi's pretty powerful. Joe Rogan's podcast, check it out. No. Here's the next one. No, I think you're going to win this one, and then you got to take on all these motherfuckers plus Yoshi. So beat these guys first. No. How many guys can you play at once? It's got to be you. Okay. Oh, tight. We can add all these guys. Okay, let's do it. Okay, add Yoshi and Bowser and Princess Peach and Toad and replace Sonic for Bowser. Waluigi. Oh, Princess Peach. That's okay. Princess Peach. That's okay. Peachy. Okay. Oh, hey. Okay. We have Mario. Okay. Let's remove Sonic because he's not like Mario. Remove him. Yep. And let's get Toad. I think you can combine it. Maybe. Oh, Peach. It's not Peach. Then we need another one. Do the front. That thing's gonna fuck you up. It's gonna be sitting on your hand. All right, here we go, big dog. It's like the Royal Rumble. Here we are in a Pokemon Stadium. Dude, you're gonna get lit. Dude, look at Donkey Kong is already about to fuck your ass up. He's 40 feet in the air, ready to fuck your ass up. Dude, the piranha plant is already in the air. Mario is already body flopping, just belly flopping into the air. This is cray cray. This is absolute pandemonium. Wow. Oh, this is just. Are they all coming after you? Or are they fighting each other too? It seems like they're fighting each other and you, which is the most exciting of it all. It's a Royal Rumble. What are you going to do? It's Pokemon Stadium. It's the best of the best. This is where Jim Thorpe fought. This is where Joe Louis fought. This is where Joe Frazier fought. This is where Muhammad Ali fought. This is where Mike Tyson fought. This is where Evander Holyfield fought. This is where Lennox Lewis fought. This is where Rocky Balboa fought. This is where Apollo Creed fought. This is where Ivan Drago fought. This is where Rabbi Rothschild fights. This is where Jin fights. Jin is working his ass off to keep this alive. Your computer's going to start smoking. This is wild shit. This is wild, wild shit. Wild shit. This is cray cray in a good way. This is the wildest shit I've ever seen, and perhaps you've ever seen. I don't even know how you can keep track of what's going on. The most wild shit I've ever seen. Dog, exactly. There's no way you're coming back from that. Dude, look at that thing. I knew it was going to come up as that piranha plant was going to fuck up everybody. And it did. It did. It did big time. Dude, she has a crush on you. She has a crush on you, dog. Dude, look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. I'm like unprecedented athleticism. What just happened? There's no way. You're out. You are out. Dunzo. My man is Dunzo. No way the piranha plant wins. No way the piranha plant wins. There's no way the piranha plant wins. There's no way the piranha plant wins. I hope Princess Peach wins. Dude, the piranha plant has been like the wow. Look at this. It's kind of hilarious seeing Mario beat up his wife like that. Did you see that? He just got thrown against the screen. He just threw his girlfriend up against the screen. That's hilarious. Wow. So the piranha plant won. Dog, that was amazing. Dude, the piranha plant whooped your ass, dude. You got 7. That's terrible. You need to get good. All right. You ready? You ready? Do the same thing on Yoshi's Island. Yeah. Same shit. Same shit. Get him. Get good, son. Get good, son. Oh, it's your boy. Hey, everybody. It's the piranha plant ready to shit on everything. Dog. That piranha plant fuck you royally. Wow. Well, you're doing better this time. Until, dude, piranha plant going cray cray. Oh, no, that's Bowser. I don't even know how you can keep track of what's going on. No way. No way. Dunzo. Dunzo. Don't give up. Don't give up. You're still in this until this. Whatever the hell this is gonna fuck you up. Not coming in first this time, B. My man put Roundup in that piranha plant.
Yo, what's up, Coco? How you looking, Pimp? Just one moment. Somebody's in one of my other chats. Hey, how you doing? Oh, yeah. Yo, Coco, what's up? How you living? You know about Harry Potter Sonic Panino? Excellent. You know that it's going to be worth millions of dollars someday? Excellent. You know who I am? You bought lots of it? Excellent. All right. Are you having a good day? Excellent. Well, feel free to say hi whenever you want, Coco. We're happy that you're here. All right. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, Coco, I'm going to send you an invite to my Discord. Feel free to come whenever you want. We got some people in here right now. We're playing Super Smash Brothers. We're watching podcasts, listening to alien stuff. And that's my movie, dog. Just start the feedback. Okay, what place did you come in, Jim? Okay, so let me just explain to you right now. We have some expectations. It's first or nothing. I noticed. Coco, what are you doing, baby? Coco, I just sent you an invite. No, I'm ready for it. Hey, have you heard the phrase, if you ain't first, you're last? Well, that's how this is. Are you going to win this time? All right, then we're going to hold you to it. Kids, in the future, know that Jim is doing his best to, I was like, hey, Jim, you guys, he's like, I'm before he got 7. He knows the expectations are you're either first or you're last. One or the other. He knows that the expectations are as high as they've ever been. Will he be able to deliver? The people want to know. The people want to know if you're going to be able to deliver.
Yeah.
Make it happen. Make it happen. It's all about your mental clarity. Basically, if you think you're going to win, you're going to fucking win. If you're like, well, maybe I'll get 5th or 6th again, or maybe I'll get 7th, like 2 games ago, you're already fucked. But if you go into this bad boy with the thought that I'm going to dominate, there's a much better chance that we're going to do it. It's like, it's basically seeing your plan. It's planning.
Like I got a big fucking bag on there. No research.
Right.
Like, oh, God, make it.
Right.
That's a lot of fun.
I like it.
Some people may be able to how do you catch that? Oh,
You got envision yourself getting first. Envision yourself getting first. Mario ain't shit, dog. This fucking piranha plant can teabag you. You are the best. Envision yourself winning. Not coming in 8th, not coming in 7th, not coming in 6th, not coming in 5th, not coming in 4th, not coming in 3rd, not coming in 2nd, but coming in the one and only thing that matters in the world, and that's winning. And this motherfucking match, dog.
Um, all I hear is excuses. I'm here for solutions. Oh, you're doing really well. You're still on. The Donkey Kong, he's very difficult.
No.
Dog.
So,
Donkey Kong? Yo, Coco, how you living, pimp? Hey, come to the Discord. What'd you say? What'd you say? Oh, you said it here. Okay, baby, I'll take a look at it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Un momento, por favor. Oh, you sent me a DM and fucking. You like?
I was expecting.
Oh, that's yeah. All right. So what place did you come in that time? What place did you come in that time? And what's our saying? And what's our saying? If you're not first, you're last. I'm just like a really up to win over T-ball father, and I have very high expectations of my team. So even though you've done well, and the other parents will tell you that all that matters is your effort, I'm going to tell you all that matters is the fucking scoreboard, kid. Excellent. I too. All right. What are you gonna play?
I don't know. I might get it. I don't know.
Okay. So here's the thing. There's a game that we play here a lot, and so if you want to get good at it, you should. It's you want to download Plato, Plato. People play. There are all kinds of games on it. They're all we play mini golf on it. If you want to download it now, you can. If you don't want to download it now, I understand. But if you do want to play against me, we could play it something right now. It's very easy mini golf. You can pick it up quite quickly, and yeah, I suggest so you download it. It's the same spelling as the philosopher, Plato, and you'll have to download it now. But that's another point. You will because then I'll whoop your ass firsthand, and then you'll get to hear me trash talk you one on one. And let me just tell you this: I go hard in the paint, son. This is your favorite arena to play on, and Donkey Kong making it his mission to make your life hell. Dude, this piranha, the piranha plant in Donkey Kong have been like a 1-2 punch that is just dominating. I've seen it like 3 times, and every time the piranha plant or Donkey Kong dominates you. Not saying every time. What did the other go? What is that? What is that? What is that? This is what I like to hear. Good on you, dog. Good on you. Out of nowhere. Out of absolutely nowhere. You can't plan that. You're done, dog. You're done. Everybody knows it. There you go. I'm there watching you. Oh, look at you and the piranha plant. I'm watching. Oh, no way. No way. All right. Here we go, folks. This is how he did. Gohan. Number one. Good job, dude. Nice job, dude. If you're not first, you're last. But guess what, my man? You were first. Excellent work, dude. You did it. Oh yeah, man. All right. Next challenge. Here we go. You do you really like playing this Gohan? Okay, add them and add Waluigi and add um Wario. Right. Super Mario is in there. Get Wario, get Waluigi. Get Wario, get Waluigi. Yeah, yeah. Dude, I think they're gonna put it in there. Have you seen Red Band in his hat that he wears all the time? That's the Rothschild logo. But he hinted at it a couple years ago. He hinted at it that all the old Joe Rogans were going to be on. Like, that's the whole podcast would be on GT. Dude, I fucking love Joe Rogan. Okay, here we go. I'm going to really turn this on now. I mean, just I don't know if you can hear just from
That's a fair reason. Yeah. Like citizen. Yeah. It's kind of
that's what I want. Yeah. I don't want to know what they do. I just want you to kind of be able to hear it. I'll do the best I can. Here we go.
You were involved in nuclear weapon development, physics. I mean, they do everything. So how do they approach you?
Yeah.
To say, hey, Bob, come on. Well, the way this went down was, at that time, it was 1982. I put a jet engine in my Honda, and Los Alamos put it on the front page of the paper. You know, Los Alamos math physicist at the lab, built this 200 miles an hour Honda jet car. I drove to work every day. So I was known in Los Angeles, the guy with no car, could hear it from a mile away. Anyway, the day that came up on the front page of the paper was the day Edward Teller, the founder of the hydrogen, was giving a lecture down there at the lab. And we didn't have much going on that day in our group. That asked us to go down there. And I went down there early, and the teller was outside, reading a brick wall there, and reading the front page of the paper. And I was a guy I history, so I introduced myself. Hey, I'm Dr. Green's out there. We talked for a while when he was cool. Fast forward years later, I moved out to Las Vegas and had left Los Alamos. Went on to other things, and I wanted to get back into the scientific community. I left startup businesses and that sort of thing. So I sent resumes out, and one of them went out to Ed, and referenced our meeting. Getting back. And anyway, he remembered me and gave me a reference. Somebody contacted EDG, and that's pretty much how it started. So, a phone call or a letter? What do you get? Well, I got a letter initially, and went down for an interview probably a couple times. And it was down at EG&T Special Projects with Karen Airport at that time.
And did they give you any sort of job description of what you were applying for?
They said it was for. I can't remember exactly what they did. This was a long time ago, but I think it was advanced propulsion or something like that. Something relatively generic. He said it's in a remote area. It's going to be some days on and some days off. And, it was kind of not exactly a full-time job, but you might have to be out there for 2 weeks at a time and take 2 weeks off. So it was kind of the work schedule would be kind of broken up.
And did it seem attractive to you, or did it seem weird?
No, it really wasn't great because people that work at the test site, anybody that's familiar with anybody up there, working at the nuclear test site or doing a bus test range there, that's typically how things go.
So you had known about the project the area before that time was
No, they didn't say anything about the area.
Okay. So
They just said it was in a remote location and you just don't have the test site.
Right.
So, but there was no mention of area.
So they've done nuclear tests in Nevada, the whole areas. There's been giant chunks of Nevada.
Yeah, there's a big piece about it, but it's split up into different areas. There's a nuclear test site. There's Area 15. There's the Tonopah test range. And all of that. There's little sub areas. There's areas where they test chemical weapons and things like that. So it's all broken up as a gigantic test.
So take me back to first day. You accept the job. We'll take you up.
It's first day really I didn't really get to see a whole lot. First day was essentially just paperwork. That's when I flew into Area 1 paperwork. And I left McCarran Airport and what they call mechanic flights. Just passenger plane from Las Vegas to Area 51. And it was really just going through the mountain of paperwork that day. For security clearances, and it was like 2 or 3 hours of just solid paperwork, and that was really an uneventful first day.
When did things get? When did you realize? Because what time did you say, "Hey, this is not normal work. Like this doesn't even seem like it's from this point."
That I can't tell you what day that occurred on because so much time has gone by. Days is kind of for one that I can't
Was it
separate the days.
Was it a slow burn, or was there a moment of recognition?
Well, the first inkling I had was when I came. There's this facility that is at S4. It's in the side of the mountain, and normally we had pulled in with the bus and gone around the front to the normal door. This time that I went in, there were hangar doors open. I went into the hangar door, and in the hangar door was the disc, like saucer that I worked. I saw it sitting there, and we walked by it, had a American flag stuck on the side, and I thought, oh my God, this finally explains all the flying saucer stories. This is just an advanced fighter. It was hilarious. Right. So I went by, I slipped my hand alongside it, I got touching. There was a guy in armed guard that followed us in and just said, keep your eyes. When we were at the side, I was walking the door. So it was the first time I had seen anything that was weird. It was some time later that I was introduced to that part. And we had some of the stuff coming from the crowd in the lab. And Mary was very anxious in the lab part. Very talkative, like show me different things. And it was a demonstration of the reactor where it caught my attention. This is technology that doesn't even. So, I mean, that was the first time you knew that this was really something.
What was it? What was it about this that made it exist?
Well, it was I actually had a bag for 7 before that. And, certainly gave me the impression that this was going to be a weird job, but this is the first hand. This was a small reactor about the size of hemisphere, about the size of a basketball, on a metal plate, and when it was running, it produced a gravitational field. The gravitational field of it, this is something that we can't use gravity. The only way we get gravity is from large quantities of mass. But there's no machine that turns on that makes gravity. You can turn on the electromagnet and it makes it magnetic. You have to make gravity. Anyway, this device was produced. And Barry said, almost like he was ready to go ahead and try and touch the sphere. I couldn't push my hands away. It's like this. So that was so we take two magnets and try to press them down. Yeah. Cushion feeling. You can't get them closer you put the more you felt that there's there's nothing. And that immediately caught my attention going, wow, this is
Once you thought, when you felt that, you knew that there was nothing work. Right?
that connected me to the few things that I read on the first day at school. That everything that I read. What was the reading? I read it was kind of an overview. This project was to back engineer the alien threat, and specifically it was to try and back engineer and see if we could duplicate the technology with available material. Now, to do this, they split the project into many different pieces for several reasons. They do this on all classical projects, so nobody has the complete story, but they compartmentalize everything. And we had the power propulsion system. So what the three things they gave me were like a 1 or 2 page overview of some of the other projects that were going on. The only reason they do that is just in case what you're working on is connected intimately in some way that we don't know of some of the other projects. You have to know their existence. So, again, everything from energy, weapon potential. These were all, essentially very short briefings. Mine was just power and propulsion. And it made it very clear that when I read it.
So when you're reading that, before you actually saw the reactor, what were your thoughts on what they were describing? You knew that something like that didn't exist. They described it in the brief. What did you think you were going to say?
I didn't know at the time. I mean, I was reading, I thought, is this something that a test?
See if you're crazy.
Well, not to say I'm crazy. A lot of times they'll take in real high security jobs. I mean, they'll intentionally insert nonsense into them. Whether it's to confuse the facts or if someone was to leak it out, they would carry that information along and know where it came from. So I read through the document, but I didn't know if this was part of some kind of test or or was it potentially realistic? I mean, I really didn't consider it being all that possible as far as the actual thing that I was going to work on at the time.
How did they turn it on?
The reactor, yeah. The reactor can be turned on or turned off in a lot of different ways. What Barry showed me, if the hemisphere is removed, there's a small tower in the middle. When you put the hemisphere on, the reactor activates. The reactor shuts down. It's load sensing. So if there's no load in the reactor at all, it shuts down. When there's a load present, it starts up again. So you can consider it an electrical load. So although it doesn't necessarily operate electrically, there's no wiring that connects any of the subcomponents together whatsoever. They just have to be in the vicinity. The stuff is borderline magic, and that's essentially where we lived it. When we left the project.
So there was no progress.
There was some progress. I mean, we did identify at least things and processes and had a rough idea, we think, of what was going on, but I think this is a problem that they've had for a long time. And, I was replacing somebody that Barry worked with prior to me, and I think there was some horrific accident that I didn't have a whole lot of information on. I alluded to that.
Horrific accident, like where someone died, or
Yeah, where somebody died.
they were trying to tamper with things or figure out how something worked.
Yeah, the reactor in particular. Yeah, you couldn't touch it. Yeah, I think what they were trying to do was connect them into one. They had more than one. Supposedly there was an unannounced nuclear test, and that's who it was. At the time, remember, they were still doing underground nuclear tests. But from what I understand, according to Barry, there was an attempt made. Now, this must have been a pretty desperate attempt because it's not a very scientific process. They got, analyze something that way. But it looked like they used a plasma cutter or something like that to cut the weddings and operating. How many did they have? They had nine craft altogether. I only got hands-on with one of them, so I can't really say what the others operated. At one time, only one time, the thing was that between the hangers was all open. I could see all the way through.
Were they all exact?
No, they were all different.
Different shapes?
Yeah.
But they were all from somewhere else.
Yeah.
Now, did anyone make any attempt to explain or to tell you where they came from?
No one is the least bit interested in letting everybody know all the facts. They want to give you the minimum information that's necessary to complete the test. So you're not getting the story of where they came from. You're not getting the story of how much progress other people are making. Focus on a small component.
But they gave you some information that they've been working on for a while.
Yeah.
When do you think they acquired this?
I really couldn't say. I think they've been around for a while.
So they bring you into this room, you see this reactor working, you realize this is nothing that, as far as the scientific community at the current time, is the ability to create.
What is still doing?
Like, is your life from that moment on? Is that where everything changes? I would imagine the moment you actually make contact with something that's something where you're absolutely certain from there, your whole paradigm, the whole world you live in, is now a different place.
Well, this is the only time it became exciting. The rest of the time it was really an ominous feeling. It didn't work, but at that time it was exciting. I mean, this was, I knew we were on the cusp of beyond the cutting edge of science, and I was so absolutely excited to be there every single time. This was a fantastic opportunity. However, in short order, it began to concern me. We really have no idea what we're talking about. And the excitement kind of turned to dread at some point. Because the amount of power we're dealing with is astronomical. I mean, to affect gravity, to produce the effects like this equipment does, takes huge amounts of power. And I've given the example before of taking a small portable nuclear reactor and putting it back in the Victorian time, for the science. Dropping or bringing, come and look at it and see that it's producing power and wonder how it works. So they start taking it apart. And as soon as they get some of the sheet off, people are going to drop dead because of the radiation. No idea that even radiation exists back then. But anybody that goes in to check on it will also drop dead. And, there's no reason that exact scenario couldn't happen with what we're dealing with. We have no idea how the physics operate with it. The power levels are, like I said, astronomical. Like, it's incredibly dangerous to tinker with something. And, in some respects, we were guinea pigs, just trying to find out how to make this thing.
So they had a series, as far as you surmised, a series of different scientists trying to engineers, try to figure out what it was. And they would bring people and
don't know how many, but I knew there was certainly one before me. I knew he died during the reactor. So,
And you don't know how many.
this could have been there for 50 years. It could have been there for 5 years.
When they give you instructions, what are they saying? When they give you directions, showing you all the stuff, what are they saying specifically? What are they asking?
Well, essentially what they ask is what I said. We are just to gather as much information as possible, find out how it operates, and see if we can duplicate it. So
They
I
never
was really,
told you where it was from. Never like you ask questions of where it's from.
well, yeah, the information I read in the briefings was accurate. Now, what I do have to say is the information that came directly to the reactor was accurate. What I read did jive with reality.
In terms of them.
In terms of how it was made, what we saw how it operated, the materials that it turned on, and what was discovered about it. I'm sorry for my really making it hard.
Sorry, no, you talked that before.
I just got in fucking high school. High school class, man.
Yes. Listen, there's a lot of surface area. It gets cold immediately. Living the life.
Yeah. Now, how they obtained that, I haven't the slightest idea. But it was just from the Zeta Reticuli star system. They built what they call the CO3, so it was a third planet on the Andromeda star system. So there was no other information about
The sweat of the
craft came from. Now,
nectar of the gods,
I
they say.
wouldn't verify, but that was printed in the same materials that referenced the reactor. I looked that stuff up on my home. And Zeta Reticuli is a binary star, two stars that orbit over one another, and it's only visible in the southern hemisphere, and it's about 30 some odd light years away. So that's literally all the information I have about it. I don't know how they found out it came from there.
And you also probably have some suspicions that they give you some disinformation like you were talking about before.
Yeah.
And if you ever decided to talk about this, they added a bunch of nonsense to make whatever is factual look ridiculous.
Right. Or be able to trace it down. Like, okay, this fax came out, and this was argued. They said it came from Zeta Reticuli, so they knew it.
When you read Zeta Reticuli, you're like, what the fuck is this?
Reading all of this stuff.
Like, why did I sign up for this?
No, to me, this was cool. This was interesting. I said, I was just excited to be in a secure area, in the middle of the desert.
Right.
Awesome.
How old are you at the time?
Yeah, that's in my 20s. That's right.
Down.
Oh, yeah, this was great. I was excited. So I didn't care. I'm reading through everything.
So you read through all the Zeta Reticuli thing. You see the actual starship with the little American flag sitting on.
Well, that was
that later or before?
that was before.
So you see the thing before it says, oh, this is
Wait,
American.
what's that before?
All right, so many years.
Yeah, I can't.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
The days that fuse together, it's so hard to separate what happened.
Do you remember the thought process when you read things from Zeta Reticuli?
Yeah, it didn't hit me like a ton of bricks or anything. It's like, yeah, okay.
Bullshit?
I don't know.
Is weird.
Now I know. I mean, because when I read it, I hadn't verified anything. This is just a bunch of stuff I was reading. Maybe after this, they're just going to be a test and see what I can remember.
Right.
But like I said, when I finally played it with Barry, and I had the experience with what they were talking about, it taught me.
So there's this thing that's like how the bastard gun, and when it's on, you can't come anywhere near it, you can't touch it. Right. How is what is gravity? Yeah, constant gravity. Most people's gravity is great.
Right, well, I guess you would say it's anti-gravity. It's gravity shifted 180. Anyhow,
And have any understanding about what could possibly create this effect? Did you have any areas that they'd like to look into?
No, they knew there was a fuel source here, and they were proficient at making an analogy to something like this. That we would come from a motorcycle wagon train things. With the keys parked outside in someone's place, everybody will come around it, open pod, and eventually they'll turn the key, get it to start, and become proficient at riding. But they won't be able to understand what the hell's going on. They won't be able to make a plastic fender, much less anything else. And I think that's exactly the thing we have. We played around with parts long enough before I got where they can make the reactor operate. Take the fuel out, know that it makes it work. How exactly what was going on in the reactor, the mystery. I think we made some progress on what was going on inside, but I don't think anybody really knew anything. They could just watch what was going on and make note of it.
How long were you?
I'd say about 6 months.
What were you names?
Well, we came up with a bunch of reasonably good ideas about how the reactor worked. And one of them was the square base of it was essentially like a cyclotron, which is a small particle accelerator, a circular one. Particle accelerators are linear particle accelerators, long tube essentially, and they accelerate particles with high voltage radio frequencies to reach high speeds. But a cyclotron does that at a small circular area. And there's this very heavy element 115, something I was in our periodic charts at the time.
But it isn't.
It isn't.
When did it become on the periodic table?
You know, I don't remember when 2004.
Darmstadt, for Adam,
Welcome.
More times they can
We're watching.
they give it a place that
We're watching.
So they told you about stuff in 1982.
Yeah, well, we kind of,
What year was it?
it was 88, 89.
I wasn't anticipating go up to school. Say hey.
Okay.
One of the things that this group came up with. The losing my train of thought with this thing.
So this element 115 was the fuel.
Yeah, it was the fuel.
The world was forgiven for having a migraine.
It's really hard to think about it.
I was going to say, yeah, definitely. I first think one thing, for the last 30 years, people just been on the attack on Bob, the personal effects on his life. It's really hard to understand unless you meet his family and his wife. I mean, this is the last thing one about to do, is have to talk.
Yeah, we should explain that, Chairman. And I had this conversation. I watched the documentary. We had this conversation. I said, I have to talk. The document, there's been detractors. There's been a bunch of people that call bullshit on many of the things that you said. But over time, many of the things that you talked about, things that people said were not true, were proven to be true. Element 115, one of them.
Right. Element 115, the fuel they had was stable. In other words, it didn't decay. It wasn't emitting radioactivity. When they synthesized 2 or 3 atoms of the 115, it did decay, and it was not a stable element. So there were kind of 2 different things. But this is kind of typical. Elements pretty much always have stable isotopes and unstable isotopes. I think it's easy if there's like 30 unstable isotopes too. So, hydrogen, for example, you're familiar with hydrogen gas. It's stable, it's not radioactive. But there's also 2 other types of hydrogen, deuterium and tritium. And tritium isn't radioactive, it's another stable isotope of hydrogen. But tritium is radioactive. Now, they're all hydrogen, but they just have a different level of
So it's the same thing with other elements in element 115. Depending on the amount of neutrons it has, designates the isotope, but it's 115. They will continue to take or experiment to try and make 115 different isotopes, and after eventually they'll come up with a stable version. But the stable version is the property that they're talking about.
So they somehow or another had acquired a stable version. Did they say that the stable version come with this crap?
Yeah, it absolutely came with the ground.
So at the time, you were having a firm knowledge of the periodic chart and knowing what was real, what wasn't real. What was your reaction to having this stable element 115 that wasn't supposed to exist?
Well, everything was impossible. I mean, down to the metal. I did get a chance to look inside the craft on only one occasion, and this was important because where the reactor sat, it would have been critical to how it operated, since everything operates without any interconnections. The placement components might be critical, so they allowed me to go inside and look at it.
So you're going into this craft, and what do you think when you're inside it? You're seeing?
It's a very ominous feeling because there are no, first of all, everything is one color. It's like dark pewter color, and there are no right angles anywhere. It's as if somebody took, I've said this before, somebody took a model of fashioned it out of wax and then heated it just for a short time so everything melted. Everything looks like it's fused together. Everything has a radius of curvature where two items meet. It's a really weird looking thing, but there was almost nothing other than a small foldable hatchway that looked recognizable. Everything was really unreal. Way to describe it.
So get inside this thing, and it's designed for something much smaller.
Yeah, you can't really stand up to get to the very center of it.
And how tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
What do you think this was designed for?
I'd say something close to half.
Those little 3 foot tall creatures.
Yeah, and the seats were small too. I mean, obviously it was made something. But there was no, like there's nothing else in there. There's just seats, the reactor, some of the subcomponents. There's no control panel bathroom. There's no decorative components or artwork or anything that you would recognize. Trim. It's just a very bare bones thing.
Not seeing screens.
Well, there are archways around it at the front of the superstructure, and one of the archways had become transparent. When I was in there, there was another group working on one of the archways, and you could call that a screen, more or less.
So through that archway, it would maintain the solid metal it was.
Yeah, it just became transparent. Yeah, I saw that happen once or twice.
Did you ask a question?
No, there's no asking.
No. But you want something to become transparent. You realize it's still there. You don't see it. But
Yeah, I mean, no, that's not that impressive. We do have some liquid crystal materials that are like that. Yeah, so smart glass. Yeah, they call it smart glass. So this is just, I don't know if the craft is made of, advanced metal or ceramic. It was cold to the touch. So, I would lean more towards a metal.
you're not allowed to ask questions.
No, they work on the budding system, so I can only exchange ideas and talk to Barry. Now this really interferes with science. Science is based on free discussion, and ideally you get a bunch of guys together, exchange ideas, work on problems, and that's how things move forward. But they're still over the top concerned about security. They split everything up, and everybody becomes stagnant. It just destroys any progress you can make. At least it makes it go so slow. I think they wind up shooting themselves in the foot, which is probably why robot is problematic. Jet probably wound up currency with
I think that was an act of desperation. I think they wanted someone that thinks out of the box and like, let's just give this guy a try here. Because they weren't, and I might have done this 4 more times. It's, up to the point. But assuming they're still working on it, then when you see this crack and you're inside, was there any indication that there was an area that they were used to control it? Pilot, was a pilot seat? There were 3 seats. They sat around. The reactor was in the dead center of it, and equidistant around the 3 seats. So and that's all. There was a large. They're not consoles. They're large rectangular objects, also spaced equidistant around the center. There's nothing on them. No light. And they control the same color. Everything is the same color, different shape, right? And directly underneath them, there's 3 levels in the grid. Main levels are directly under that. Those are the gravity amplifiers, the big rectangular object. Underneath them are the gravity emitters. For lack of a better word, British hanging on a pipe, 3 of those. And then the top layer. This is just my personal belief. I think that has to do with a navigation or the version of a computer with some planar panels, sensor panels around the graph that we would call portholes. Black here. And I think that just determines its position in space. But I physically was in the center section, stuck my torso in the bottom section and went upside down so I can see the gravity amplifiers per position. What is the rough distance? It's I think it's, I don't remember it being there, but after all this stuff was over, I had John Andrews, a guy from Testers Model Corporation. We sat down and tried to figure out what I saw and known sizes of things. We came up with 52. I think that's yeah. So I think that's a reasonable.
They said there's 9 reef collapse. Where they?
Oh, they looked completely different. One looked like I called it Jello mold. It looked like a classic Jello mold with the rippled sides to it. One was a very flat disc, like a straw hat or something like that. That was sitting up on its edge, and the thin part of it it looked like a projectile had been fired through the edge of it. So I don't know if they were attempting to see if the metal could be penetrated, or if that's where the thing came from. Maybe it was shut down. But that was the only where I saw that was, actual physical damage to it.
And that one was roughly the same.
They were kind of too far away.
Several teams working both systems.
I can hold you
to. When you're sitting in this and you're looking at this other world of craft, your goal is to try to figure out how this thing functions. Your goal is to figure out how this reactor. You would imagine it would give you more time.
Oh, yes, it wasn't one day. Yeah, I mean, Barry was there. I think Barry was sleeping there. I'm sure they had. That isn't weird. I mean, it's a ton of test range where they work on still fighters. You go, I think, 3 weeks on, 1 week off. You stay up there too. So it's not weird to stay up there. So, yeah, I think he's pretty much anything acted like he's been up there. But
he's still there.
Yeah, who knows? No, I wish I did it. I kind of thought he would come out after I did. I took so much flack and so much shit for what went on. I think I wound up helping security there, and everybody became afraid of doing or saying anything.
So, what kind of things did you have to give up? So you're not making any progress, right? You're just trying to figure out what it seems impossible. So
we didn't personally make them. There was never a lot of information that we gave. The guy, I think we would call him our supervisor, his name was kind of a military-looking guy, and he would routinely pop in, during the day and think what's going on. And he would essentially lay in information, anything new we came up with, and he was our go-between, presenting the information, and he took it to wherever they were.
No, I assume you're working all day. So
No. So it was really weird that I would be able to call certain times of the day, and they would be weird hours too. Most of the time it was like I can get a call at 11 o'clock at night, and say, it's now 11 o'clock. By 11:45, we need to be at McCarran home. We'll let you know when we get more information.
But what did you do when you were there? You're looking at this object, reactor. You can't figure out what it is or how it works. Other than the fact that it works. You don't even know.
Well, sure. I mean, the thing was what you do with anything. If you're trying to analyze it, all you can do is perform tests. And all we did is try to come up with every kind of test we possibly could. We tested, it violated a lot of what we thought was impossible to violate. I mean, one of the first laws of thermodynamics, essentially, any machine, any device that operates always makes an extra. Nothing works at 100% of it. Even the headphones you're wearing, anything that takes power, some of that power is going to be converted, and it's just wasted. We look at, back then we had infrared cameras. They're different today, but back then you had a pour liquid nitrogen, into the camera, a sensor down, and you get these infrared images you've seen. But it never got, no matter what the load was on the reactor, it never got above the ambient temperature, which is impossible. You're huge amounts of power, and nothing ever gets warm. Tried measuring magnetic field and was nothing there. So we started playing around with the emission from the emitters, the gravity wave itself, and saw what we could do with it and how it was focused. So we really spent all of our time just trying to see what the stuff can do and what we can control.
So we're seeing what it can do, but you couldn't ever figure out how.
No, not really. We really could only use a come up with a best guess. I can't say we really that I could absolutely state with certainty anything actually worked.
Now, how did you know at all how they were doing some tests where they were having these things fly around in the sky, and this is what gets us deeper into your story.
Right. I was out there for one test. Right. In fact, I was in with Mary in the lab, and Dennis came in and said, "We're about to run a test when you guys come out." Or I think he said, "Mary, Wayne, come out here and bring Bob with you." We went out there, and the craft was already outside the hangar and was just preparing to lift off. Now, they were in communication with somebody in the craft.
So there was a person.
Yeah, there was certainly a person in there. Now, it's not a comfortable place to be in because it's small, so the guy has to be sitting on the floor in the middle of my best guess.
And this is the same specific thing that you
Yeah,
were
that was
the
only one that I touched over time. And it quietly lifted off the ground, which was incredibly impressive to see. Quietly or silently? Well, quietly because it produced a little corona discharge at the bottom. Corona discharge is kind of a high voltage rush discharge. As it was lifting off the ground, you could hear a slight sound. As soon as it cleared the ground by about 5 or 10 feet, maybe even less than that, the hissing stopped and the glucose disappeared. So it lifted off quietly and didn't cover the funnel.
So then what kind of maneuvers would it do?
It took off, for that particular time, it took off, looked a little around to the left and right, and then sat back down.
the craft itself, they communicated with it right, because I saw the guy talking in a regular VHF radio to the person in the craft, and I even saw the frequency that was on the frequency counter of the communication transceiver. But what's weird is he shouldn't be able to communicate with the craft with the radio. The radio they can bend around the craft. I mean, it shouldn't be possible. Every single thing about these crafts and the way they operated didn't make any sense to it. And it's something we talked about. Why should it be too big? Well, you really have to look at the way the gravity comes out of the craft. The reactor's in the center, and there's a wave guide that goes up to the top. There's actually small appendage that sticks out on the top of the craft, and it produces a hard-shaped gravitational distortion around the craft. Now, the craft is sitting in the air, and you look up, actually not see the craft. The light bends around it. You're bending gravity, bends light. It bends radio waves. It shouldn't be possible to communicate with a craft that has an envelope around it that's distorting all forms of energy. But they were apparently somehow some so this thing gets up and just does some very rough right. Did they discuss this with you? They said they wanted you to see it. No, they just wanted to know. They didn't discuss anything with me. They sat down, we looked around for a bit, and Barry said, let's go back to what that's all we got to do to see it. Fast forward some months later, I did have the test flight schedule of the craft. Now, the times that I designated high performance tests, this obviously wasn't one that was a high performance test. The high performance test point goes above mountain range, and they do much more radical moves. They move this prize item, and they're not doing anything like taking it or flying up from another country. They just fly up this thing right over the test. But they were doing some radical moves with it. And since I had the test flight schedule, statistically, the amount of traffic in the surrounding areas, highway, was lowest on Wednesdays, and that's what they told us that all the test flights occurred only on Wednesdays because it's the least chance that anyone would see what's going on.
This was before the government had expanded the forbidden territory of Area 51 and Lake and all that stuff.
Yeah, I think that occurred after my story came out. Then people started going up on the mountaintops and trying to look down into there, and they kind of freaked out and then did the land grab and pushed everything back. I think all that occurred after that I came out.
So you're working there, and while you're working there, you have this crazy schedule. You, phone calls, you have to go to the airport at 11 p.m. Your wife started thinking you have to.
Yeah, apparently so. Now I did get my permission to have, as part of the security clearance process. I gave her written permission to have the phones monitored and things of that sort. So they weren't doing any corporate stuff. They, with any clearance, which is top secret clearance or military top secret clearance, they go up to friends and places you've been. Make sure you're not connected to foreign countries. Monitoring your phone is nothing unusual. However, they insisted that you didn't even talk to your loved one, to your wife, whatever, about what's going on. So she was essentially in the dark and didn't know the phone was being monitored. Well, part of the security clearance is that not only do you not have any connections to foreign countries in our RP, but you have to have a stable home life too. When she started having an affair, flight instructor, they were monitoring this on the phone, and they and I did. They stopped
coming in, and their attitude at the time was, "You need to see how this is play out," and so I was going to get a little weird or anything. So let's just, hold them coming in and see what happens. You explain this to you? What was the thing? Well, after the fact, yeah, because time kind of went on, and then there were guys that were following me around, and I started getting a little concerned, going, "Well, did they plan to the project? And if so, they're not just going to let me hang out at home and get a new job, no one would know." So as time went on, they started getting concerned, and I took my closest friends and just got together and said, "Hey, remember that job I told you about? This is what's going on, and you don't need to take my word for it. Wednesday night, we need to all go out here and show you what's going on." So I took everybody and we went out to, since I have test flights, and went outside the base, out to the desert, and so everybody could see, one of the high performance tests. And, left quite an imprint on everybody, so I knew I wasn't.
This video is
Yeah, I remember this is it's in the dark in the 80s with the big monster-sized camcorder, and you got a bright light jumping around. But yeah, I mean, we did video of it, but there's no like today's.
What is your video specifically? We don't.
Yeah, well, George Knapp has it.
Is it on
Video
the
attempt. I have no idea.
Yeah, sure. It's online. It's a deep analysis of it. It's interesting. Just take a look at how it's to see how this video looks now. But as far as video evidence, we are talking about these cameras the most important story here. Everybody that uses that camera, they don't all like each other. All agree on what they saw something that night. That point in time and space that bombs are shit. Remember, this is 1775 Area 51. No one even knew really about Area 51 as per how example slave. They all agree. We saw something that night. They've never seen before, never seen since. Right when he said it. So that's one of like the 6 things where I'm like, how did he know? You can dismiss him. I try to dismiss him. There's some things we can't get around. There's about 5 or 6. How did he know?
If Jamie wants to find that video, would you have been there?
Zorro, UFO, that's for kind of like that. So it's like this. That's for UFO video, Bob Lazar. That is an analysis. But you're not analyzing these 80s videos. Right. In the very beginning, Bob never said, I have proof of my story. I'm going to tell it later. He said at the very beginning, I cannot prove my story. That's not why I'm telling this. There's no convinced to tell people. And he lived through it. I didn't believe it either.
Okay, so you filmed this test flight, one test flight.
Actually, it was, I think, the 3rd time, because we went out there the first time. Everybody saw it. Everybody was amazed. We did some radical maneuvers, and they had a lot to say about it.
Maneuvers that I've seen the video. I don't think there's something we have.
No,
In terms of like a human pilot of the craft, but I don't know. Obviously, with the government.
no, it's impossible. Nothing can move like that. And remember, we didn't start filming from the very beginning. We were waiting for something, to happen. The craft took off, and I came flying at a stop, turned it around, and flew back, and then, after it did some, amazing stuff, to get the camera, and then we started filming. So it doesn't have all of it on there. Just got some.
The way I describe it to my friends, I said, take a laser pointer and have a wall and move it around the wall. You know how it moves around the wall? It doesn't seem like it has anything to do with inertia or physics, or it's not in any way like the atmosphere. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
You're essentially separated from reality. As crazy as that sounds, with being in case its own gravitational envelope, inertia is not going to affect it. And this is how some of the recent sightings, David Fravor, I'm sure you've heard of the exact UFO. I mean, he describes exactly that the thing operates exactly what he was describing. That's why he was done. we saw this, and on the way home, it's like, hey, we got to do it right the next test flight day. So this became a thing to do, and I think it was on the third time that we got caught. I mean, we started becoming a little careless. I think we took a motor home out there. I mean, it was like the stupidest thing.
Tailgate.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. And
Again, you're in your 20s.
yeah, and what was funny was we went out there. And my friend Gene Huff and I were sitting on the front of the vehicle, and just for some reason we started to like they realized that, I don't remember what we were saying, but it's something about attacking the base, something along those lines, and stealing the crowd or something like that. So, and then about 20 feet in front of us, we see a little green light fall on the ground and roll to us. And unbeknownst to us, now it's pitch black. You can't see your hand in front of your face. There were a bunch of guards standing right out there, and they had a scope where they were like pretty front of the wall, looking at us, listening to us. And the guy dropped it, and rolled over to us. See the green screen, and the lights on, and all these guys are there. So it was, so we did incredibly stupid stuff. And got caught as we should.
So when they catch you, they bring you in. Then what happens?
Well, I went in for debrief. The following day, I went to Indian Springs Air Force Base, which is kind of a base they used to use as a nuclear test site. And this is when they brought out the transcript of the phone call with my wife. And, they sat me down and we said, Matt Seeger, Matt, you can't tell your friend, right? And it just being sarcastic and trying to, and then they got real serious. But this is where they, took the transcript out, they were reading me what my wife and, our friend were talking about.
So what do they do? Why don't they arrest you?
I don't know. I don't know why. I'm not sure exactly they knew what to do, but they did let me know that night. And this is kind of when the most stressful part started.
You're realizing you're being monitored.
Now I know not only am I being monitored, but now I know I'm in trouble. It wasn't a short time after that I contacted, at that time, an investigative report that I heard of in Las Vegas with George and told him some of the stories. I had no idea what the hell was going on.
So George now tries to dissect your story, tries to tells it, puts it online, makes everybody aware of it. That's how it's done.
Yeah, make a long story.
What happens? Yeah, really long story. What happens from there on? I mean, they contact you and say, "Hey, Bob, it's not good. Shut up." They try to label you as crazy.
There were a lot of things that happened, between. I'm leaving out a lot of stuff to fill in the story. You have to go back to Los Alamos and well, I really don't talk about that.
Top secret weapons. More.
No, I'm talking about the 115. Well, I don't know.
What is the problem?
I didn't want to get myself into more trouble by admitting something, so I just have to dance around a couple.
Right? During filming at the movie. Yeah. The movie's great, by the way. And, it's on Netflix right now. If anyone wants to check it out. And if you're one of those people, I've always loved the idea of UFOs. I became extremely weary talking to people who are UFO believers and UFO fanatics. There's so many of them that are full of shit. Not just full of shit, they're childishly delirious. Like the way they talk about things. I mean, there's so many people eye contact, they reach me tonight, explain to me every ocean is wrong. Like, oh my God.
This is one of the reasons I didn't
do the show. I'm sure.
Well, no, it's no joke. We've had people literally camp out on our front lawn, and in some ways, I can believe people. Maybe some of them didn't really have some kind of experience or saw something, and all their friends think they're crazy. But hey, there's this guy that heard on the radio, and I like him. I'm not full of shit, so I gotta talk to him. And so most of the correspondence I get are people trying to pull me up on you. You gotta listen to me. I'm coming to talk to you. I'm driving from Oklahoma or whatever. But some of them are just fucking crazy.
Yeah. There's a lot of schizophrenics that are involved in there's a lot of people that are rich.
Sure, it would be a disservice to your audience to not say that you have to look at what's going on now and understand. I've heard on your show a bunch of stuff about what's going on now, and to not really understand what's going on now, you can't see Bob's story in the correct light after 30 years. And at some point, we should just touch upon that. The biggest being that things like the Tic Tac UFO case that came out for people looking on the show say it's a glitch there. That's a data point perspective. You just don't know yet what's really going on. Commander Fravor, I was able to do an interview with him way before it became public. I got that from him. He saw it. Other pilots saw it. This is a big thing that's going on right now. They had more sightings on the East Coast recently. Cubes. These are not aerodynamic. These are the people we trust to defend us on 9/11. Commander Fravor protected Los Angeles on 9/11. We trust them. They're not trained observers. Radar, individuals see these things, and the big one is to throw it on so we can consider something that remains more depth. The big one is the United States government has admitted that they have continuously studied the UFO phenomenon. That program was called ATIP. Was called awesome. That's the program. George Knapp brought that out. They announced the New York Times of ATIP, but awesome. These acronyms. Awesome. Aerospace weapons for cares. That was the mother program. So we didn't stop spending those money. We don't think it's crazy. We're actually want to reverse engineer the technology. That's why on the other show, with this AAV thing, it's like they're making up enough UFO names. That's a lot. Because in the documents, the DIA document that George Knapp released, that everybody's so mistaken now they know is real, they called them AAVs. Advanced Aerospace Vehicles. People are getting the acronyms wrong. So the reason for the terminology change is so that we can mimic what we're reading in the DIA documents. People can look for that now. But they changed the names to get people away from UFO and UAV like Hillary Clinton said. Yeah, right? So it's on. Hillary Clinton informed the public on Jimmy Kimmel. Oh, Jimmy, we don't call them UFOs anymore. We call them UAV, unidentified aerial phenomena. Right? So she was giving, Clintons are very into UFO topic. Senator Reid, he's done a lot for the study of it. Right? She informed the public so they could look for the terms. These terms are important because the DIA in those documents, they've been calling them AAV quite some time now.
And they changed the name to Anonymous.
So it's kind of a misnomer.
No?
So they always walk around with it, but it's actually advanced. But they're and that's what they were also saying anomalous aerospace threats. AAT, that's a threat.
Right.
So my point is, all of it, if people don't, remember this now, they think this thing, this part of it that we're studying. There's spending money on it, and it was great from visual tools to radar. That's why we know aerospace is dropped 80,000 feet. But guess what? That's the top scope of the Spy 1 radar. It's 80,000 feet. So the radar system they were using, it was coming from above that. So my point is this. If you don't understand that this is happening, you're just behind the curtain. You don't have the information because of the stigma you're talking about. I saw you get totally upset with me. I met you first. Totally upset with you. It's the people. When you're doing your, sorry, man, when you're doing your show, the Jordan questions, everything, I can see how how frustrating it is. Trust me, I have been frustrated too. Luckily, you mentor George Knapp and just taught me the pitfalls as I went through it. My whole point of this rant is just that we have to now look at Bob's story, but knowing that not someone saying it's a bird, it's a plane, it's a they're not. And if you don't know that, you just don't have the information yet, not just knowing the facts as we know. Not absolutely. And so what is he said has come true. He's totally unimpressed with it. Right? What does he say this come true? So I was at Bob. He announced gravity is a way. Or right, and you indicator. He looks at me like, what have you ever done there, man? Not very impressed, right? But then they announced gravity is a way. So they detected, in a sense, they detected gravity waves. Now, the word was that you might know where the two black holes are colliding, but they were able to do.
Yeah, somebody, I don't know which group it was, what part of the government.
That's what it was for.
Yeah, but they, built a gigantic gravity wave that's pretty much detected.
There's secret things that has gravity.
First observation of gravitational waves was in 2016. Okay, the first observation of gravitational waves was made on 14th of September 2015. It was announced by the LIGO and Virgo collaborators on 11th of February 2016. Previously, gravitational waves had only been inferred indirectly on the timing of pulsars in binary star systems. Formed by LIGO observations predictions of general relativity, for a gravitational wave emanating from the inward, I'm trying to get this, from the inward spiral and merger of a pair of black holes around 36 and 29 solar masses and the subsequent ringing down of this single resulting black hole.
Well,
Yes,
he was in the 80s, the predominant theory was gravity is produced by graviton. Theoretical particles. But they're not, they're waves, they're not particles.
and so the thought is that the way we experience gravity is mass. It's the moon, which is roughly 1/4 the size of the Earth, and 6 of the Earth's gravity, sort of a computation based on that.
Right. And remember, we can observe the effects of gravity, but we have no idea what it is. All we can do is observe it, and we can't make it. The only way we can make gravity is put on the mass. So a product of gravity. But if you have a machine that makes gravity, you can pretty much do anything. You can affect time, you can force fields, all of that stuff that's in science fiction becomes reality. You have a machine that can make gravity. And we worked on in the desert was a machine that makes gravity.
Love your analogy of dropping off a small but love that analogy. Because back then that was what you're talking about here. The fact that they just discovered this 4 years ago, that this is a way. But we're, as much as we know and as impressed as we are, as we should be, how much more technologically advanced we are than every other creature on this planet. Still in many ways in the progress this of technology. That's if even when you're talking about this binary star system, it's in particular, and knows much more of these things that have been around with us. Who knows what their evolutionary cycle's been? Who knows? But not something that's more advanced.
Yeah, it can easily be. Now, I'm not, believe it or not, I'm not into UFOs. I don't know stories or,
Even after your experiences?
I'm fascinated with the technology, and it really irks me every time I go to sleep that it was my own doing, essentially, that prevented me from continuing on in the project. I mean, to be on the cutting edge of technology, so
Right.
But by the same token, I don't really care that there's aliens and where they come from. I mean, the price is the technology, and that's what I'm fascinated by. But I don't listen to UFO stories and that sort of thing. But George Knapp is, he's the guy that
in context and tries to thread everything together. And what he recently told me is he found, I don't know if you've seen the documentation or people he spoke to, is that the existence of this project, the project that I was on, is something that they seem to take out every 8 or 10 years.
So that's a very specific memo, and this is actually the first time I'm very clear with people about it. It's a big topic of conversation right now. It's called the Wilson Memo. You can look it up. Admiral Wilson met with a scientist who's actually featured in one of my films. Everybody has been debating whether or not this document of a conversation that has been sitting out all the time is a real document. It's an actual conversation that happened, and this document is everybody wants to know the world's going crazy right now in the UFO world. I'll tell you straight up right now, I'm in the position to know, and it is a real document. That it is real. So the conversation you read in that conversation was had. I can't attest to every Sure. No problem. So there was a document that is circulating right now. It's really big. It's going around everywhere. People are asking some memos that can be found online. For the Wilson
The Wilson memorandum.
Yeah. So Admiral Wilson meets with this scientist and they have this discussion. Oddly enough, that special projects at EGT. And I remember the document from 2001. I'm telling everybody right now, it's real. And we'll see, my history is pretty good with like saying something's real enough. Right? But here we go. The document comes out. They meet at EGT special projects. In 1989, they stumble into a problem. This happens, they put the technology away, and then they bring it back out and see if material science is caught up and if they can make any progress. So this document kind of talks about this process. The big thing I get from it, and a lot of it's vindicated, and one of the things that's vindicated, besides the EGMT thing, is that private industry, so this guy's an admiral, and he says, I found out about your SAP, your Special Access Program. I need to know about it, and he's going to a private part of industry, and he is denied access. And he says, I should be running this thing, and they were able to deny him access. So I think the takeaway here is check it out and tell you that is an actual correct, that is a leak. Now, everything said in that document, I don't know.
What are you talking about? What is that?
It's between a scientist and an admiral that are sitting and they're having a meeting and they're talking about the search, the UFO subject, the search to get special access program access to all of these different things like reverse engineering programs. So in this document, they talk about it. I believe that this document, the person that went was employed by Robert Bigelow, one of the guys that has people satellites and all that stuff. No, he was the guy that used Robert. Yeah, so there's a new owner, and I interviewed like other films, but there's a new owner. You'll be hearing a lot more about that soon. But like it'll just there's stuff that you'll be hearing about more information because there's new owner. Anyway, the whole point of this insertion here is just that document kind of validates a lot of this idea Bob just said. They make a little progress, then they can't go anywhere. They tuck it away, and then they bring it back 10 years later and start working on it. What is the limiting factor? I think Bob should speak to this, but it's material science.
Yeah, it's really where physics is. So I can see them doing it. I mean, I didn't have any information on that, but I think what George has covered is probably accurate. That if we try and do what we can, and once we reach a roadblock, we can't figure it out. It's just wait for science to catch up. A decade later, let's take the project out again and think, all right, now where can we go?
But it's got to be someone who knows, right?
Oh, yeah.
You got your scientists, Barry, you got people that you compartmentalize, you got these people working.
Yeah, there has to be some people that know everything.
You got security, and then some saying, building, don't let.
I think a lot of that is private industry. And I think that's how they keep it. Yeah, I think that's how they clear it because the government is just so deep. I think that's kind of what they're doing.
That's what the document kind of proves. He just articulated that private industry.
aerospace company or something.
I don't know. Yeah, the guy would never name it in the competition. Yeah.
So they still have these things.
Oh, again, I mean, I don't have any information.
Whoever anyone that has any idea of where they come, how they are.
No, but something must have been said to me. It was just too long ago. I can't quite remember what was said, but it just left the seed in my mind. I think at least one of them was part of an archaeological dig. So it's old. At least one of them is old. I don't know if it was the one I worked on, but I remember something to do with an archaeological dig. So that's, that means it's not just
Very steep.
that's all.
Yeah, that came out when he said that the first time.
Yeah. That's a freak out like there. Some brushes, grass brush, bone, metal.
At least they grind. You know, they have 9 of them.
Well, and how could we have not heard about that? What about the guy with the brushes? How could you uncover something like that?
Well, Joe's newspaper, I mean, they said it on that first day.
Oh, you cross with
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
A cover of the document, but I had to do something to find it.
Yeah, it's just kind of, yeah, so this is where they meet at EGG. Mo Wilson, and there's a lot more to that. I want to be clear, George didn't put this out. He leaked this up, and this is, I can tell you how I recorded this. So this was an employee of, at the time, Robert Baker. Right. Remember when he had that government contract called Awesome for about the coast of now? He studied the ranch. That 22 million everybody is saying was for ATIP. Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. The $22 million was for ASNAP that was pushed through Congress, 3 congressmen, right, and an astronaut. It was pushed through. And that's what that $22 million, by the way, they spent their money on every year. They do study UFOs. It was just this program, which I think is funny.
Probably make a lot more money.
They probably do. But you never know how it seems in the population. But anyway, this program, this is what the mother program. So it got the 22 million, and really it was this really Skinwalker Ranch. Oddly enough, that 22 million all was inspired by the phenomenon they were seeing at Skinwalker Ranch, because the scientists seeing vehicles coming through like the space and the sky.
Yeah, he went there. And what's
Yeah,
he interviewed a bunch of people that seem full of shit but coming to It's very, very interesting.
totally. I mean, but if you look, I spent a lot of time in the area. I'm not talking about the stories. I'm saying there were scientists hired by the government, right, through Biglo to study the ranch because they thought it was important. And, whatever. The point is that 22 million was to study that. Then we have ATIP, which is like an auxiliary kind of program of military side for Commander Fravor, that sort of thing. This document is one of those things. It's now through the Biglo studies. It's government funded, and it was personally funded and government funded. It's just one of those things that kind of shakes you because you got this military guy who can't get access because of the private industry that's holding non-terrestrial material. They can't study. So that's the claim right now. Give it some time, let people dig more into this. It's fascinating, right?
So you are essentially you're kicked out. You're out of this program. You can't work with crafts and threats. Tell you what you have to do from here on out.
Yeah, well, I mean, the way it ended was I told George now all this stuff, and we said, well, let's just get it on tape. Should something happen, at least we have a record of it. And I forget what at some point, George wanted to air it. He said, you make the call on it, and look, at any point, if you change your mind, we won't air it. And it came down to the day George wants to put it on the 5 o'clock news. He said, hey, this is important stuff. People want to know about it. And I thought it was too. I thought it's kind of crime. I know you got to keep the technology secret, but you can't not tell everybody that this stuff is going on. That we have, actual hardware from another civilization. It's a big fucking deal. Probably the biggest
biggest one ever was. And George said, today's the day we got to put it on the news, something to that effect. And when it came right down to the time to air it, I changed my mind and I said, we're not doing it. And that's when it fell into the famous wrestling match between me and George trying to get the tape, but he won. He's a bigger guy.
So you also physically wrestled?
Well, I think it was more of a pulling match. I don't think we ever hit the ground, but he got the tape, put it in the player, and boom, 12 o'clock news was on. I called after that, and they said, it was from Dennis. Well, that was the last communication.
What has happened to you since then?
After that, a lot of people I've known either were audited by the IRS, anybody I knew that had clearances that worked in secret programs had the clearances pulled. One of them, one of mine, Jeremy knows.
I can't go with you and you will tell the story out of his own.
He was working up at the Tonopah test range, waiting for the clearance to come through, and they pulled that. It became, like, if they can't get the person that's involved, they just create a problem for everybody around. And so, the way it turned out, it hurt a lot of people's lives that I was connected to. And that's an effective way of shutting something up. So
Did you feel that by coming forward and going public, you couldn't just stop you out?
That's what I was told. And everybody, said that, it's public. No one will touch you. And I felt for it. And I wish you didn't. Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes when it's just overstressed, you keep on your lawn.
Yeah, but this is going to make things worse doing this.
No, I'm sorry.
I just tell them, how is this going to make things better?
Because you're getting a real chance to explain yourself the way it's going to make people, not only government people that are over, police officers, firefighters, first responders, doctors, scientists, they're going to emphasize empathize with what it must be like to be a person like you in your 20s who gets thrust into this world unknown. One of the most important discoveries in the history of human beings. The big question, are we alone? It's the number one question. There's two questions. Right? What happens when we die? Are we alone? Those are the big questions. Right. And we're not alone. And someone knows. And these some people who know we're not alone are sort of,
even if they weren't, it's a crime that they're not.
Yes. I mean, I don't think bonding can break up. It seems to me that what you're describing that no one can become technology. Like Victorian era scholars analyzing some sort of a nuclear reactor. No way.
Why do you think they're not tell us? Let's just make an assumption that this is true right now. Why do you think they're not telling us that our government doesn't tell us what to do about it?
Well, let me put it into what you do. If I'm the president and I get this information, what do I do with it? What do we do with this? There's something that we don't know, something we don't understand, something came from another world. We got it tucked away in the mountains, and I just want you guys to know about it. Hey, sleep tight. Hey, American Idol's on tonight. Who's going to win? Yeah, who's going to win American Idol?
So one is uncertainty. The other one is what Bob and I talked about. Not absolutely knowing how to tell you because you don't really understand it yourself. You're right. That's what you say. You want a government, you want to regulate your tax, like something. Yeah. Like you said, you have these objects flying with impunity, right? When you're going to do something else. What the hell is that? How much do you know?
I think it's mainly the like that. It's like as of things. Whoever gets this next to do. Yeah. You control where you literally become invincible once you master the technology. And you cannot penetrate a field like that. So imagine that science fiction. Science fiction turns into science fact. If you have real force fields around aircraft and battleships, you win. You you can force your will upon anybody. And like I said, there's so much more to the story when I was first there. There were Russian scientists. This was early on in the project. This was before Operation. I would imagine there was, I don't know what the dates are.
Yeah, I don't know the date on it. So it's about 10 years later, Operation Paperclip becomes it's about Russia, that trip. Yeah, Russia. Yeah, but Russian scientists, a lot of them came from that. A lot of them were rocket scientists who worked at NASA. They all came from scientists. So there's some Russians and some of them.
I just know at some point there was intense cooperation, even exchanging some ideas on nuclear weapons, EMP tests and stuff, like things we would never have discussed with them. But at the same time, it was in the late 80s. They were involved and actually in the area S4 with us. And no, I knew they were there. Barry would talk about the company. And that was back.
We're the commies.
Yeah, well done. At some point, it wasn't our group, but at some point, it was a big discovery. And this did not happen when I was there. It happened in between my trips to there. And after that, apparently, they decided it was just share with anybody. Russians were never allowed back on the base after that. But no, I guess it wasn't my group. So only the other group really found out something. But in typical American fashion, is that all right? This is ours. You guys get that.
Was there any inkling that any other government had something to do with it?
No, nothing that I heard.
That was the thing that always freaked me out. Why? Something was so superior. It's almost like this thing. Why would you go to the Queen for a fucking Queen? It's my hand. I'm so superior to you, and it's not fair for you. I'm just going to study it.
I think it's who got it. Look at the technology in Germany. That doesn't make sense to me. So they were either in the same area, or one had clues to where others were. I mean, you have to fill that in there, but you're right. I mean, that's a big if it was archaeological.
More recent science discussions of Air Force pilots and Navy pilots. They were talking about things happening in the ocean. That something literally goes it's like below.
About that 2004 TikTok Guinness case. So that's when George and I broke on the radio twice. Oh, this one really well. Commander for those pilots. There was a disturbance on the surface of the water. Metaphorically, visually, but looked like similar to a lost object. So it's like as if you have someone close in the water, it's breaking over. The TikTok is doing this crazy maneuver to devise the gravity process.
They saw it in kind of before the surface of the water, right?
Yeah, so there were radar coming down from 80,000 feet, from 50 feet in less than a second.
I mean, was it just actually on the there was a breeder?
A lot of people get this confused. That is called the gimbal. So there's videos released by the Pentagon that are all actually. I would really just pay attention to the source videos. So you've got the TikTok, which is this object. Commander Fravor saw another pilot filmed it with a video log, and it goes. But this one you see is really important to Bob's story. The gimbal canal. It's been recently analyzed. It's clear. Not only does it's definitive that it's not an invention of anything by the Wright's movements, but there's a pocket of cold air around the propulsion source. So this object, by the way, sat stationary for days, if not weeks. It sat stationary until they found it 11 hours later.
There was this thing using that kind of energy to go that fast. Just
the amount of time. And by the way, you're seeing a very small part of what happened that day. This object was not alone. And so hopefully that information comes out and we can, I wish we had taken the photo. All one. East Coast, right? 2015. West Coast, 2004 was the TikTok. The disturbance on the water. Commander Fravor believes there was something under that water that was causing that disturbance when the TikTok was coming around doing it. With inside the people that are studying this, they're thinking maybe the TikTok system was causing disturbance, but the USO identified submerged object. They visually saw. The whole interesting thing about that is, I would love to describe it. Why it doesn't matter if these craft are in space, air, why doesn't it matter about when we talk?
First of all, Commander Freight, 18, was sent out to find out what this stuff is. But and it wasn't just, I got a chance to talk to him recently, and it wasn't just a radar image. Commander Fravor had eyes on it for over 5 minutes watching this thing, as 4 other pilots. So it wasn't a radar blip or anything. It's kind of watching this thing. But one of the things I think in the gimbal video, the way the craft that we worked on flies is it doesn't fly like conventional aircraft does. It doesn't fly like a flying saucer in the 1950s movie. It flies belly first. I mean, it may set down conventionally, but it always rotates and does a roll maneuver with its belly towards the target and then moves away.
So it would
at
be
high
like a car flying with the wheels forward.
Right. Right. I mean, it may lift and land on the wheels, but at some point, when it wants to leave, flips it, points the wheel, and takes off. And in the video, you can see the craft do the roll maneuver, and it's really interesting. It's exactly like that works.
So much like we have different shaped crafts and fighter jets and cars, they probably have different shapes of these objects that operate under similar principles.
Right, but they all have the same numbers.
And we're also dealing with, you think about the laws of technological progression, Moore's law, you think of how things accelerate. You think that this civilization, who knows how many years more advanced we are. It's not even years. We're thinking about it in terms of conventional terms, the way we might be just superior in terms of their intellect. They've got to be, maybe. We don't know.
The only reason I say that is because, look, everyone doesn't necessarily start as a steam engine, right? Go to an internal combustion engine, and then like our nuclear power, go up the ladder.
Right.
And when, the binary stuff is true about the origin and the binary star system, and they have heavier elements that we don't have. And this element stable element 115 is a naturally occurring material. Maybe that's the first thing they started experimenting with. And the version of their steam engine, their first product, was something that operated like this. And actually, when they came to Earth to look around, they were the stuff we were doing. They burned stuff and split it out the back to go forward. So,
right.
Who says they follow any kind of normal progression?
My thought was, if you went back to the 1400s and then you went from 1400 to 1500, you don't see that much difference technologically. If you go from 2000 to 3000, I assume you go radical.
The rate of is magnificently higher than it used to be.
Right. So if you think of what they had in 1988, and you think about what they probably have in 2019, just logically, it seems like advanced. I would. The only question is, like, are they living? Is that a living thing in terms of like a biological thing, or are they some sort of an artificially created creation like we are working on right now? I mean, we're in the middle of working on artificial reality, artificial being, sentient beings, artificial intelligence. Wisconsin, there's still companies like Boston, Denver.
You can make machines out of punch, right? So a cyborg, a cybernetic organism, is just that, that's what a lot of people think those like gray things are. It's like they're machines, right, from flesh. So what you're saying is like,
synthetic life. They don't even need to be a machine.
Right. Well, they seem to have no sex organs. You describe people that have had erections aren't wired.
Right.
Whatever. Right. They have no sex organs. muscle. It's almost like a frame thing, and they have more sense. I mean, if you look at Australopithecus or depictions of hominids, one of the things you see is
You see a clear progression of evolution. Yes. Where something like that, I would lean toward synthetic organism because it looks like it was made for a specific task. There's
Right.
no reproductive organ. So, I mean, it was kind of out any kind of physical evolution.
right. That's also the bottleneck, right? Our bottlenecks are biological imperative. The need to breathe, emotions, fear, anxiety, all these different things that exist in order to force us into sure we. That's essentially human reward systems that aren't necessary once they can figure out a way to make some sort of sense into artificial life. Some sort of thing that doesn't have these biological limitations.
By the way, these have all these different kinds of importance, these confusing allostatic glass houses, is what I heard Bob Farrar talk about by a saucer, right? But if you look back in history, people have always reported the shapes. Like, none of them are alike. You know, there are the saucers, but you got cigar shape, you got top hat shape, you get walls. Maybe they're serving different purposes. They're doing different things, like we use different tools. And I want to be clear that the reason I know that memo is real is because I spent a lot of time with Dr. That was 6 7 walk on the moon. When this guy told me before he died, right? That's how I know I don't want any journalist thinking I got from anywhere else. I know because of Dr. He said the same thing. Maybe these things are performing different tasks. You know, and that's why I seen
sort of iconic. Steven Spielberg, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Yeah, they seem like what we'd assume human beings eventually. And these things are small, or it's a trend in that direction. This trend seems to be amplified by our technological progression, the lack of need for muscle strain, the lack of need for violence, moving as society is trying to get away from all the things we talk about human being terrible behaviors. One day do give birth to some sort of an artificial being. Marshall McLuhan's life are the sex organs of the machine world. You know, that one day yeah, McLuhan's. And that quote is always been one of my favorites because what are we doing when we're constantly technologically innovating, constantly faster cars, better computers, bigger screens, faster, more resolution, more this, more that, higher bandwidth, 5G, 10G. Right. What are we doing? We're moving in this body, objectively stand back, don't attach yourself and your civilization, your culture to it, and look at what it is. We're moving 100% towards technological evolution. Look at this species from the heart. Part of it. You say, what does a species do? They do things better than you. Your eyes are the same thing. You see 10 years. Go by, see beehives, amazing. It's cool, but they're the same fucking things. They figured out how to do it, they make a beehive. You don't. You make better things. Well, we can constantly.
And at some point, I think that technology is going to fuse with us.
Yes.
And we're going to become.
It's already happening. Elon Musk talked about it on my podcast. That we are cyborgs. You just carry it in your pocket. It's a phone. It answers any question you want. You can talk to it. It answers instantaneously. It navigates you. It has all your phone numbers, all your conversations. People listening to you through it. It's connecting us in ways that involuntarily have things that can be. It's also giving on your list. How many people have iWatches or Apple Watches?
Well, right, and that's only because we can't integrate them yet. But if you know that point, it's 100%.
Yeah, I didn't joke about it last night, and I haven't been about it, but I did. The integration between humans and technology.
what would you do if you were a hyper intelligence, right? Would you do the work yourself, or would you create cool things called like humans to do it for you? Would you create things that are cybernetic organisms to come in with machines and work for you? If you were a hyper intelligence that has kind of changed like you described, you'd probably create workers, right?
Well, that's a vast conspiracy.
But I'm not saying about conspiracy.
But it is a kind of conspiracy. Well, I don't think it's necessarily that. I mean, you can look at it that way. That is the way a conspiracy theorist would look at it. The way I would look at it is like there's obviously a progression, not a biological progression. There's some sort of integration with technology, some sort of impact imperative is need for technological innovation. Everyone has it. And I think it's attached to materialism in a strange way because so many people work so hard to get new things. And like, God, it seems so logical and positive. Half the person on the right, no one seems to do this stuff. But no. Electronic caterpillars give birth to the butterfly. Maybe that's what we're our
Rabbi sleeping for right now. We're watching Joe Rogan.
This could be a natural part of evolution. That we're just supposed to do this. Exactly. Make the jump to some sort of mechanized. Yeah, I like it.
That is she with us. Yeah, artificial spheres. There's ontologists.
Wait, without somebody showing him how to fish?
No, they imitate. And now they do it, but they do it and they're not trained right. The wild right. There's a wild well, there's these biologists believe that monkeys and chimps and some of the great apes are moving in the stone. They currently enter the stone. Like they're not studying what they are. They're actively using tools. They're experimenting with different ways to use those tools and making tools out of stone. And these tools are sticks they're using. Well, this might just be what happens. What I know from why the fuck would we work so hard? I mean, I was driving to LA this morning. I had a doctor's appointment, so I was in the 405 at 8. Jesus Christ, this is so crazy. You know, the 405 in LA at 8 o'clock in the morning used to be literally a million cars. Just everywhere you go, those people. But also, I'm a Tesla, so I'm on autopilot. So I'm there sitting, I'm listening to a podcast. I barely have my hand on the wheel. I'm not touching shit. This car driving me along. I'm not even doing anything. I'm just hanging out. So much less stress when you do it that way. Right. So it encourages you to innovate. It encourages you to embrace this new technology. Jump on the screen, show me the navigation in front of me. Oh, you're 5 minutes early. Excellent. I'm listening to a podcast wirelessly. It's Bluetooth streaming from my phone. I pulled that podcast, which came out today out of the fucking sky. And I'm listening to it. And I'm all comfortable. My nice little car, just driving on my way to the doctor's office. It's irresistible.
Yeah, it's different than your walk, man. You know, that's the
It's
day.
irresistible. It is irresistible.
It's frightening, like irresistible.
But it's frightening. If you were a monkey, right? If you were an Australopithecus, go, man, I don't want to fucking be a person. I'm just beautiful. I'm just swinging around on trees. This is life. Guys, life is really fucking hard. It's not living in a fucking suburban.
There's probably something they're like that.
I don't think so. I think when it comes, we're going to embrace it. We're going to embrace it the same way we embrace cell phones, the same way we embrace television. There's going to be a few ways out. I don't even know the name of those, man. Those are few and far between. Good luck with that one, face. We moved to the woods. Yeah.
I was just going to throw tips.
Kaczynski was right. This is something that I think about sometimes when you're really high. But Ted Kaczynski was a part of the Harvard LSD studies. This is the crazy thing. Ted Kaczynski, they took his fucking brain when he was at Harvard. And then when he went over to Berkeley and became a professor, his goal was to make enough money so he could implement this program and live in the woods and then write his book and start killing people that were
He was expunged from the Harvard blogs, by the way. This is something my friend just told me about. So there's like this private library, and they used to print people's names whenever they were part of a university. He was one of a handful of people that were expunged from it. I want to jump back to one thing, Joe. I want to be very careful with that word conspiracy theory. What I was saying to you was, we terraform our Earth, right? We terraform, we change the environment, we do all this innovation. What is stopping us from thinking that that's not being done? What's stopping us from thinking that's being done on a much bigger level, on a cosmic level?
You mean like aliens coming down doing that to humans?
So I'm telling you that there is something here. There's a fact. You know, there's something. They're here. They're not ours. They're here. So the question is, what is that about? And I'm just looking at what we do with what you're describing with technology.
Well, I think it's much more likely that the same way we observe chimps and we observe that they are now in a stone age, that they're observing us, and that they're recognizing that there is a pattern, that there's steps that happen. I mean, Carl Sagan talked about the different levels of civilization, and you don't get past certain levels. We're never going to reach it. So,
Type one civilization in a state at zero.
we're in this warring, polluting, pillaging,
We're awesome.
civilization. Well, I mean, we're awesome in a lot of ways,
Yeah. But in that way, we're not.
but yeah, we're children that have immense power that we didn't really. The other thing is you're using the immense power that other people have created, right? I mean, even when you're driving a car and you stomp on the gas, oh, you didn't fucking engine. You didn't invent tires. There's all these things that were involved in the creation of this thing that is really outside of your grasp of understanding. But yet you have the ability to use it. But the person who's going, I'm just going to paint that gang people. So like, without the intellect to craft and engineer and manifest these creations, you just have access to them. You go to the fucking credit card. Now you have almost no responsibility. You just flippantly use these things, which is why we're very childlike in our actions. We haven't had to earn the responsibility. We haven't had to earn these things that we've been able to have, and we've only been able to have them because other people have innovated and spent ungodly amounts of time and effort and focus in the lab to create these things. And then they will put them together, and then what is the reason for the profit? Well, what's the reason of profit? Well, why are you doing this? You buy more things. What are we doing? What are we doing? We're making better things. That's what we do.
All we do is make better things.
Yeah, why the fuck do we need oil? Why do we need oil? Why can't we just burn wood and stay home? Why can't we grow chickens and food in the backyard? Why can't we do it? Well, we fucking can. We certainly can. People do it. We'll decide to make that almost impossible. A preferred way of living is to stuff everyone to a very small area where no one grows anything other than wheat. This is what LA is. LA is 20 million people with hard surfaces, as many hard surfaces as you can. Boy, if you got an acre backyard, they're like, holy shit, we're like green. That's amazing. That's the fucking earth coming through this weird sort of creation that we've put on top of the earth. But the goal is that, like New York City, there's nothing. Right? You've got Central Park, and they just got huge shit. You stacked up, no one's growing anything. And then constant work. Everyone's up early. Go. Innovate, progress, make that money so you can buy more things. And every year, hey, Apple, where's this fucking new phone? Your phone isn't good enough. Your phone's taking pictures, videos, and people are calling you. You have applications to tell you which way the wind's blowing. That's not good enough.
A blink of an eye, it's all gone. Though that 10,000 years, and the Hoover Dam goes, whatever. Mount Rushmore disintegrates. So it's amazing because we have created that, and everything's trying to spread through that. We keep it maintenance down, like we're a blink, man. Something hits.
But we don't think that way. You think in terms of your own life, right? You think in terms of what you want, what you right now. With this, we are in many ways this combination of this weird, primitive, ape-like thing with the ability to calculate and manipulate our world and our environment that makes us wholly unique. On top of that, with existential angst and fear. So what do you do with that? Well, you can water it down with the antidepressants. Give these fucking people some shit that keeps them moving. They're worried about the future. They're trying to figure out what reality is. You're on a goddamn convertible spaceship moving 1,000 miles an hour, hurling through infinity. There's no need to just keep making shit, making stuff. And then one day, you'll be able to hit that switch, and this life will be born out of innovation, progress, technology. More than likely, it's probably going to be what we're seeing. If these things are that you're observing.
I'm not observing them, but yeah.
Are you implying that they're us?
I don't think they are us, but I think they are what happens when things keep going. Mm-hmm. It's not us, just like we're not monkeys, right? I'm not a chimp.
But that'd be cool. They're from here. Idea.
No. This is what happens.
Yes, right. Yeah.
This is what happens. Here's the thing. I went to see Brian Cox's. He has this amazing live show Robin ends. They have these LED screens, these huge screens, high resolution depictions of the cosmos, and one of the most mind-blowing things was he has this large scale image of the universe, and it shows all the individual galaxies of the universe. It just keeps moving through all these galaxies and dimensions, and it's incredible. But what's stunning is the relative uniformity of it. At, you're obviously looking at incredibly small depiction of something that's immensely large, like a galaxy, hundreds of million stars. You're seeing it as a dot, but this little dot that's flying through space, surrounded by other little stars with very similarly spaced distances. Yeah, much so, Mike, if we see uniformity in that form, in terms of like the distance between galaxies, so many galaxies, so similar, it might vary slightly. That slightly might be hundreds of millions, it might be right, but there's so much uniformity. Why would we not assume that uniformity exists pretty much everywhere, and that all these things that you're seeing that are so similar, binary star systems, you do single star systems, right? So there's also some speculation that Earth, that our solar system was one time was a binary star system. Right? I mean, that's one of the speculations about that object that they find outside the Kuiper Belt that is 10 times larger than Earth, and at that point in time a star. This uniformity that you see, why would you think that has it's the same implications biologically? Some sort of a biological uniformity, and that this happens given the right sets of circumstances.
You tell them some of the stuff that you don't know is true. I mean, the stuff is true about the propulsion stuff. I mean,
what have you read?
What you saw too. You know,
What are you talking about?
I got a poke there.
It's more like that.
Well, I mean, the only thing I could verify was what I had my hands on. There was talk of weapon systems. There were different projects. Project like Galileo, Project Sidekick was supposed to be weapon implications of the craft. Project Looking Glass had to do with time, any effect of time in the craft. And I don't think we're not talking about making a time machine like in science fiction, but we're talking about small distortions, intentional distortions of time, and how that can be used, not as a weapon. These were just the small briefings that I read. But again, I don't really like to talk about those because I don't have any information on it. It was just, small briefings.
They told me the favorite what he saw might have been a time dilation.
It could be because gravity affects time. Space time, I'm sure you've heard of that. And, what Commander Fravor saw as he was in the F-18 approaching it, he said he described it as a ping pong ball in a cup and shaking it back and forth. It was moving that fast. Now, obviously, if there's anything inside there, it's going to be battered to hell. But, my point was that one of two things. Either there's a gravitational envelope in there which negates any inertia effects, or you are seeing through a gravity distortion field. So, just like you're looking at on a highway and you see, an optical distortion going through there, and the same thing happens in gravity. The craft may not actually be moving like that. It may just look like it. If you're seeing, you only see it through the field. So it may be making much more gentle moves. I'm not saying that's it, but it has to be one of the two.
The thing shows up 60 miles away. They noticed it on radar 60 seconds after it left Commander Fravor, but it was at his capital, which is the next point he was destined to go to. 60 miles away. And in 60 seconds on radar, the same object ends up there.
So it's going miles.
No, I think the radar just picked it up in 60 seconds.
Yeah, it could have been there.
Yeah, we don't know.
The cycle
So that's the thing.
So some cycles, like lunar cycles. Like
Yeah,
sends
it
out a
doesn't
beam.
sweep, right? It scans.
Yeah,
It's
like
a
that.
flavor, right? So it scans around random places.
It doesn't do the whole thing.
And the point is, though, that the craft moved to to his next location, where this next location was going to be. And that's well documented. So that's a pretty shocking piece of information.
It's fascinating to me discussing this way this reactor, and that these things are not really connected.
No, nothing. There's no wiring at all.
For example, charge your iPhone, no wireless.
Yeah, I mean that's the simple electromagnetic. Yeah, I know again, but that's just simple electromagnetic induction.
Tesla, the scientist, had this concept.
Right. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
He wanted to send wireless electricity through the sky. What can you do with that? Anybody just pull electricity out of the sky?
Yeah, they could.
We were talking the car right over, trying to chill him out. We're talking about Tesla. How you could be metered and how it all went down. It's a funny thing.
And that who knows what would have happened in the nation had he been allowed to afford that.
Well, we probably wouldn't have computers. Yeah, I'm pretty positive. I mean, forget about microelectronics. This is dumping huge amounts of electromagnetic energy in the air. And yeah, we'd be able to wirelessly turn on our lights, but if you radio communication, interference with something would be overwhelming. It would induce current, anything with a small wire on it. So integrated circuit transistors would be disintegrated before they were even tested for operation. So it would destroy this up. Yeah, it would have stopped us dead. We have, if you agree, you could move fingers on it, heaters from all over the place with no wires, but it would stop modern electronics.
It would almost be like our dependence on fossil fuels, although it's destructive. It's very difficult for us to get off the net.
It would have changed the course of how we developed, which is so interesting. We talk about it. Civilization of the star system didn't even start with fossil fuels. They had 115 naturally on their planet. They're like, cool, anti-gravity is pretty awesome.
Well, the fact that I think it's important that actually happened. It might have been stopped in its tracks for a reason.
It's incredibly difficult for us to imagine technological progression on another timeline other than what we've experienced. What this alien race must have been like, and God, just to be able to see something, it's like, I mean, obviously we've seen it in different life forms, right? Like we see the life of certain beetles in comparison to the life of certain fish. Very, very different existence, very different life cycles. Yeah, octopus. I mean, we see all these different variables in terms of biological things on Earth, but we don't see it in terms of technological innovation as we're the only one that's intelligent and innovative. We have intelligent creatures, but they're in the ocean. The only other thing that are like lesser dolphins and orcas and whales, they don't have the ability to manipulate their environment, and subsequently, because they don't have the ability to manipulate their environment, we put them in fish tanks. And they're like, get in the tank, do some tricks. Right.
The only thing that you saw in the clock that you were considering Bob's physics, the only thing that you saw in the clock related to looked like a human egg was this honeycomb hatch. I always love that because they're like obsessed with this thing that you could recognize.
I only the one thing that I understood how it worked. The one, and it was the access to the level below, and it was if you take a pack of beer, and you take out the cardboard dividers, and set it on the table, you can put a lot of pressure on the top. But if you push it from the side, it collapses flat. So it was something like that in a honeycomb shape that was essentially some sort of sheet metal. And you could walk on that upper layer. But if you took the corner, stuck your finger in, and pushed, it collapsed. It would be an injury. So I thought that was a really unique. I'd never seen that before, and it's the only thing that we found that made us. So we can take that and all that is a
Great. About
I'm sure there was, but that was a metallurgy to she never got it. I don't even know that was ceramic. And I think there's a fine line between the two.
You know, one of the things that's happened to you that has has allowed people to discredit because there's obviously been some sort of an effort to raise your hand. Some sort of an effort to raise your education history, your employment history at Los Alamos. In fact, the only way your employment history was proven at Los Alamos was someone got a list of the directory of employees from the past and read into it and you were on that list. So the treat that you worked there that people were trying to deny, and they were trying to use that as a way to discredit you. That you work at least honest, you're a scientist. What was that like? Experience? And of course, we're talking about the 80s and 1990s when you got away with something like that.
Yeah, obviously there were a lot less records on computers at that time. It was still filed in folders. But yeah, that was right. That was one of the first things.
What happened?
I think George Knapp was the first one that covered that. I mean, he saw my birth certificate disappear.
There's no record of you.
Yeah, there was no record of that. There was
His mom
no
tells
record.
me. His mom tells me about that. Frightening for her. But he's had a real family. His birth is frightening for her.
But even the Los Alamos thing really surprised me, and so adamant that this back and ridiculous. And George went back and forth, for
The letters before. Yeah.
months. I mean, it was ridiculous. But fortunately, somebody came up with a 1982 phone book directory. I mean, and also originally I told you, when I worked there, I was on the front page of the papers. They were still able to archive, bring that back into the archive. And Bob was a physicist working here at Los Alamos, so there was at least something there. But somehow George came up with the phone directory.
And then Bob took George with cameras into Los Alamos.
Oh yeah. So we flew out there, and I said, "Look, come on in. I'll show you where I worked." So people and George went with me. And,
Place.
oh yeah, and people and
Los
so
Alamos was also a place where they had the machine that was the size of
No, that was S4.
That was S4. And explain that.
So now this was back in the 80s.
This is back in the 80s where when you discuss this, people are like, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah. It was a way, this is before fingerprint scanners and anything a high resolution scanner at that time. So what it was a device that a picture of a hand on a glass plate with pins in it. So you could jam your hand in there. And there was a bright light above it, a sensor on your knee. Put your hand in, the light would turn on. And it would measure the bones in your finger because the light was showing through your bones. And apparently, the length of the bones in your fingers are extremely unique and easy to measure. And they used that. Put your hand on there, the light would turn on. That would pop out. Oh, there it is. That's it. And I tried to describe this to people, and they said that is the most ridiculous thing we've ever heard. And the badge popped out, and that's how I could open the doors and get into S4. And
And everybody discredited that. They said,
I found it through a good friend of mine, Tyler Rogaway. He had some good sources inside there. 52, where they also used a stealth program rather than for the beginning of biometrics. So I was able to reveal it in my film. I kept my mouth shut until I showed it to Bob. The movie, the first time he saw it was how you see it in the documentary. That's his genuine reaction.
that was a great idea.
Thank you, man. Because guess what? I'm actually trying to see if he's telling the truth. That's how I started. That's how I started. So it was really cool to see that. You get to see it. It's an actual reaction.
Has that been verified by other people?
Yeah. So to me, it has. Personally, I get emails every day, and people are telling me where these are used and how they get used. How many photos? I got a lot of photos by Dan Batson. How they work. How they work. But the most recent one was way more recent than I thought in another country. But yeah, that technology was used. So what's so funny is that this technology, even in the area 52, where they use them for telephone, one of the guys who will go on camera, who will do an interview, ammunition community, and he hated them because they were really bad. You know, he broke down and never, and he wouldn't take anything. But he would tell me where, if he worked there at 52, so it's probably 2 o'clock. Very separated from the things. But yeah, so there was that. Yeah. There is, our education record. That was also, what happened with that?
Well, that disappeared also. That I've never gone anywhere for education. I never attended any classes at Caltech. I never attended anything at MIT.
You did attend classes in this place.
I did attend classes.
Do you know anybody that you went to school with?
Yes, I do.
And have they verified that you went to school with you?
Well, I gave Jeremy some names, but the reason I don't say these names publicly is because every single time I mention a name, somebody gets in.
You don't want to be.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. But what was that experience like seeing your first certificate degrees, seeing your...
Well, it's frightening. It's absolutely
But it's also the penalty that the offers you, the so-called air quotes skeptics. I don't like the term skeptics. I'm going to say this one thing, because I really wish this privately. I think it's a sloppy, lazy way to look at things, to just be a skeptic. But I'm just going to be objective. And I think there's a lot of things you should be skeptical of. I think you should look at things from a hardline science perspective. Absolutely. The idea of skeptics, the problem with that is you're always looking for things to be bullshit. Yeah. And I think that's dangerous. I think some things aren't bullshit.
It's confirmation bias on the other end. You're deciding to see the square thing and putting it around for no matter what.
And I find a lot of them to be lazy because they're always putting it into that box instead of just separating their ego. They're trying to play the game. And the game is calling bullshit. They want to call bullshit. And I'm going to line up all these reasons why it's bullshit. And I'm going to ignore anything that might be contrary to that definition.
Yeah.
Every time I'm thinking I'm going to catch him in something, all along this process, I found Dr. Krankel. He came forward and said, I was in security briefings with Bob Lazar, the physicist, Rothschild, who went on the record with him. Now, the other people I talked to, why don't they go on the record with me? Because they're still working. But that's the difference, right? What if that work in the public have?
Or even if they're not working, but from the tribes. I mean, obviously, people see what's happened to you. And think that
After 30 years.
Yeah, really, if you look at all the information concerning my accounts that's verifiable, it can't possibly be a bullshit story. It's really way past that point. I mean,
that was
my big thing is, how could I possibly know?
So Mike Dickpin was the guy that did the security clearances to go to one of the guys that went to the guy. He said he did.
Right.
And George now, George didn't believe it. George went through 4 polygraph tests, right? He tried to see, man, this is a big risk. It sounds interesting, but let's see if he's telling the truth. One of the things was, Bob said there's a guy named Mike Dickpin, he did security clearances for the base, and that's a weird name. It's very specific. 30 years, George found this group of that he didn't even know it was Mike Dickpin. Ever helped to ghost him. He was 30 years. Using Facebook and Google image match to children I was able to find him after 30 years. And I talked to 3 times on the phone. This on the East Coast. Almost went on camera with me. Confirmed that he did security clearances for the base in 1989. Confirmed he remembers Bob Lazar. And what you don't know is there's a handwritten note, a friend of yours had, from Mike. What? I know, I'm going to give it to you later. I know, but that is real. That's not real. So handwritten says what? So when
when they do security clearances, they go through friends and family.
Yeah. So this is true. I had people come to me for a friend of mine that's serving, and they were doing a security clearance for him. And even though I was like UFO guy, they the FBI come and visit my house and make sure that they talk with my friend, and they live a little before. And when I let them to get away, they were. Their car is super cute now, but then it was a handwritten note. His friend has it for him.
Oh my God!
2 decades. So this thing. What is this car? Just a little handwritten note with on the car, like a postcard. like a piece of paper that you left on the door thing when Bob gets back or whatever it says on it. So it's just another little funny thing. I found the guy, he does the security clearances. He admitted to me he did it. He admitted to me he was dodging George Henry because when George said his name on the news, he dropped his fork into his steak or his potatoes or whatever, and he's looking at his right. He's in trouble. His name's never supposed to be out there. Like, it's just a security clearance guy. You don't want national attention associated with anything politics and stuff. But anyway, this unique thing Bob said for 30 years, and the guy goes to George now. George could prove he existed. He actually talked to me. He talked to me 3 times. He almost went on camera with me. It's just crazy. What happens after 30 years? You just get more info.
That's one of the reasons why you and Jeremy and George Knapp had a conversation on the phone. Said, I think what we can do with this podcast is important. Really do. I think it's important for people to hear this from you in a very clear, very concise way. And if you examine all the information that you look at all the things that the factors have said, you look at all of the new recent evidence that's coming out, all these really high-level people in the military government that are discussing this, it gives you far more credibility than you would have had in 19 years in this case.
Well, yes, you can't ignore his story just because you don't like it anymore.
That's why I thought it was important to come out and refresh the world. Let you know, like I said, I've been a fan of yours, a human being, a fan of yours. But I've been following you for decades. I've been following the story for decades. You have VHS tapes.
Like a lot of the world has. It's great.
Anybody that has any sort of vested interest or just a fascination with UFOs has followed your story because there's no one else. There's no one else that comes forward. There's some guys that I worked underground with the aliens that shot the handcuffs like some like wacky dudes. They're underground, there's bases, they're shooting lasers through the Earth's crust and they move them at light speed. There's a lot of those guys. They seem schizophrenic, they seem crazy, they might even be disinformation agents. They might be people that are designed to muddy the waters, which for sure has happened.
People are coming forward though now. It's amazing. By doing this, what you're doing, you're providing an opportunity for Bob to tell a story. You know, believe it or not, he can tell a story. It's amazing because more people will come forward now that are involved with these projects. Look for you, to me, they're coming forward. And so what you've done here is provide that opportunity to need it. I just want to say, Bob,
Just don't come forward.
don't come forward to Bob. Why were you freaking nauseous at the beginning of this? Like, so upset. Why did you have a microphone? It started off so far. I was sitting here like this.
Why are you asking why? It's obvious. Anxiety. The guy's been through 30 fucking years of being persecuted. Persecuted.
I want to hear him say it.
You need to say that.
You get it. Settle down. Yeah, I get it. It was hard for you. Yeah.
Well, what really annoys me are the people who think, you guys just came up with a story to make a bunch of money or get a bunch of, attention.
That's a good point. Please explain that.
I don't get any money out of this at all. I mean, I didn't even let you guys buy plane tickets for me to come out here or anything. I mean, anytime, like Jeremy previewed, I guess, movie up in Michigan, I mean, they brought in like a couple $1,000. I made sure that $2,000 went to science programs at the local high schools there. I don't take any money from this stuff. And as far as attention, I hate fucking attention. I don't like being on shows. I just want to kind of hide in the corner and do my own thing. So I got enough hugs when I was a kid. Okay, I don't need any attention. So now that if you think somehow we came up with this thing, then you got to tell me why we did it.
You've done a great job of making sure you have your bases covered in that regard. You haven't talked about this money, so you have to donate whatever money you can tax programs. So, I mean, it doesn't make any sense any other way. I mean, what you've gotten out of here is what I thought I was going to get out of here from the documentary. You're saying makes sense. doesn't make sense. It's bullshit. I haven't exactly what you said. I believe you. In closing, anything else you'd like to say?
Really don't try to visit me.
I know you get this information out, and maybe you didn't understand what the cost was initially came forward with the story, but over the past 30 years, it's been immense. It's been great. I just want to thank you for that, and thank you for all those people that would not have gotten this information, would not have really had this story any other way. So thanks, Jim. Thank you. And thank you, Jeremy. And one more time, the documentary is available on Netflix right now.
Yeah, it's called Bob Bizarre, Eric the Two Running.
All right. That's it, folks. Thank you. Cheers, gentlemen. Relax. Thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. I understand. And here we go. First of all, gentlemen, thanks for being here. Jeremy, thanks for coming back again. And thanks to you, sir. It's very excited to be here. Very exciting for me to be able to talk to you about your story.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Tell everybody who you are and tell everybody your background.
Okay, my name is Dave Schrittler. Served I was in the Marine for a couple of years. They sent me to the Navy Academy. I flew for 18 years for the Navy. Flew A6s, Hornets, and then Super Hornets. Every qualification you could get the airplane, everything and stuff that I'm doing it for. So I did G high, low, went to Top Gun, and at the time, talk about BFA 41, the Black Aces. I've gone through a job, being incredibly skeptical, to trying to be open-minded, to being more of a believer now than I think I've ever been before. And one of the things that I've always said is people that I believe, that there's a lot of me people out there, but the people that I put my trust in are high-level of yourself. When I hear someone like you who has a story that defies logic, defies understanding of how aircrafts work, that's when I sit back and I go, this is a different thing. Because there's always people that are telling me their sidekick, they sense things, or their communication with Bigfoot. There's always people out there. When someone's in the military, someone who's trained to fly these incredible, how expensive are those jets? We have about $70 million a piece.
Those
Typically not. Some people in my family would probably argue that point, but better lucky than good.
It just seems to me that rational people that want to look at this whole UFO phenomenon objectively, you're the type of person that I want to talk to. So I was very excited to have you. So what year was your incident? Very, very famous incident that's corroborated by actual evidence. was, which is what we're doing. What year was it, and where did it play?
So it was 2004, November 14th. It's really, if you draw San Diego and that's not Mexico, we're about 60 miles off the coast, and we're doing workups. So when we get ready to deploy this for the 2005 deployment, we were going at sea for November, December 2004. So we've been out. I just took over the squadron mid-October. I've been the CO for a month. So we go, and we're putting the battle group pieces together. So it's not just the airway. We're taking out the carrier, we've got the cruiser, we've got all the support ships out there. And we're going to integrate all the defenses and training. So the exercise that we're going to do is an air defense exercise. They're all from the air wing. So the bad guys today are the Marines, the VMF 1830 Red Devils. So they're going to launch about 100 miles south of the ship and work with guys. It's we call it 2 of the last 2 of them. We're going to work with the USS Princeton, which is the controller, and they're going to control the blue force. And then the red guys are going to give us a presentation that they're going to try and intercept so we can stop from getting aboard. So that's kind of the training center. So the Marines take off first. They start heading to the south. We had no idea that for 2 weeks, just the 2 weeks we've been at sea, they've been tracking these things out of the sky. And when I talked to the Prince controller, he's like up to about a dozen. You come down from about 2,000 feet, drop down to about 20,000 feet, hang out, and go straight back up after about 3 or 4 hours. When you see they track specifically, this is the USS. The Princeton was tracking them. They saw them on the Nimitz radar. And you can see them. So as they're out there, that radar is not all the time. And the spy just cruiser is not a standard system in the world.
So typically, when something like this happens, and there is some unexplained phenomenon, what do they do?
In this case, if we were in a threat environment, we're up in San Diego. It doesn't come here with the speed of these things are up there at all.
So they observe these things, and they never bother telling any of you guys. That's correct. So they just knew that these things had been visiting this area, because they just allowed this training exercise to take place.
Yeah, talking to them, the previous for the 2 weeks they would show up. It would work more for them. So the typical carrier schedule is, for us, it's about midnight, 12-hour day. There's reasons for that. It can go a lot longer, but we're training between 10 cycle hours. You guys take it off the plane. So we were on one of the first goes. Noon 25, somewhere up there, and we take off. Marines take off first, and my buddy Cheeks, who's the CEO of the Marine Squadron, he was leading the red air, and when he launched off the carrier first, they called him and said, "Hey, what do you got on board?" Well, the original legacy of the still had as much gases and supports about 30% here. So they start talking to him about fuel, and based on how long we're going to be airborne and everything else, they go, "Hey, why don't you just go ahead and proceed to your cap point?" And it's taken off. And that's when the controller said, "Hey, for dinner, I'll just try like people." So that we like, when this is first control, what do you got in single one of them? I jump up and said, "I totally got a kid, not a kid." It's basically just a blue metal secret for any it's a training. It doesn't come off the airplane. Just let you know that's what you unlock the look. I'm like, he goes, "Well, hey, we're doing some training." So we're like, he says, "We got a real vector, and they're going to send us out to the west. So picture if it's, if you got a clock that is in the middle, we're a little bit south of that, about 40 miles south, and then the Marines are about 100 miles south of the ship. About 60 miles. So as this is happening, my wingman is joining up. Right, these are 15 so there's 2 people in each jet. So it's me and my which is what this is. I've got the pilot and the system another jet. So they tell us all this. Hey, we're in a real world vector, and they send us up 270, about 60 miles from the border, just working out even further out in the state. We had no idea what we were intercepting, and this is when the controller starts talking to us. He says, "Hey, sir, seen these objects? They've been, for 2 weeks, they've been coming down, giving us the whole story. We need you to go investigate if you want to know what these are." But they're asking me to investigate, and it's unarmed. That's correct. Yeah, and there's reasons for that. We typically don't fly birds on this. We're actually going external form of training range of munitions. The reason is military industry, Navy, or airborne, we put live missiles on airplanes, and you start doing training with your squeezing a trigger
there, someone always messes a switch off, you know, because we get shot down. It's happened multiple times. So we don't, you know, there's time to do it. So we start flying out to the west highway. I think there's the other pilot has a, you know, when you talk to her, it's out there. When you talk to her, it's, here's the, it kind of goes to the mindset of, we're off the coast of Mexico, real world vector, no idea what we're going to look at. Right, Garmin. Just get the number from the coast. So we're like, okay. So we drive out, and they're calling down ranges, so they're telling us, hey, it's 270 at 30 miles and 20,000 feet. You know, and then it just comes down the range. So they got to a point where they say, hey, March 1, the radars have resolution cells, you know, range and azimuth of what the radar can actually see. But you're inside that box, you can't tell the difference between and the object. So they call merge plot. So the other jet is on my left hand side. And we're going to go to a clock. So the object we're at, I'm looking for is right in the clock. And we are at this clock. In my week. So as we're looking around, yes, perfect example here. Water, perfectly calm. No lights out. It's literally perfect. We see white water. Like if you see a seamount, you know, rock on a road, you're standing on the shore, the waves are breaking over here. So just like that, on the side, it actually kind of has a shape of like a cross. And it's pointing to, you've got the long part going east-west, and you've got a couple things going north and south. So as we're looking at it, because it kind of draws our eyes, oh, that's kind of odd. We look down, and the Wizzo on the other plane comes up and says, do you? And that's it's out of his mouth. I'm kind of looking at the same thing. Dude, do you see that? What is that thing? What we see is this white tack just above the surface of the water, pointing north-south, and it's going north-southeast. It's just radically moving forward, back, left, right, at will. And it's moving around the disturbance, the white one that we see. How big is this thing? But, yeah, over time, it's about 40 feet long. And the way I estimate that is getting a lot of time flying. So it's about piece size. This thing's just going nuts. So the first thing you see when you look out, you go, and this is with our eyes. It's not sensors. So we're looking down at this thing. The first thing you think is helicopters, right? There are these helicopters. People are up there and they're just driving. We're pretty far away from the ship for helicopter cars. So the first thing you look for is rotor wash. You know, if you look at the TV show that's kicking the water up, and you can see that it's really easy there. So we're like, no rotor wash. Matter of fact, don't see any rotors. Don't see any tail rotor. Don't see any rotors. That's kind of weird. So as we're driving around, we're looking at this thing. We get to about the 9 o'clock position. How far away? I'm at 20,000 feet. It's right there on the surface, right off our right side. So probably maybe a couple miles lateral, 20,000 feet. Just watching around. So it's very small. Not horrible. I mean, an airplane down that low is 40 feet. You can see pretty good. Pretty good. So I'm like, okay. So I said, I'm going to figure it out. That's what we're trying to do. The other pilot says, hey, I'm going to stay up here. And I'm like, that's perfect. So now we'll get some separation. We'll get it from different views. And the other airplane will kind of get exactly what things are. So I start driving around, and it's still doing its forward, back, left, right. It's still pointing north, south. We get to about the 12 o'clock position. I'm just in a nice, easy descent. The reason is because I'm just more aggressive. You can, but when you're out of the water looks the same at 20,000 feet as 2,000 feet. You know, right? So you can easily put yourself in a recoverable position if you're not paying attention to the water. So I got this nice easy descent. I get to about 12 o'clock. I'm coming down. You know, I'm getting us probably about 18,000 feet now, a couple thousand feet in the other. Just rapidly goes, boom, turns. So now it's pointing east-west and out here's us. So it's above the surface. We're up high. We're coming down. It starts coming up. Listen to what they're saying. So we kind of drive all the way around the circle. I'm descending. It's coming up, and I get over to about the 8 o'clock position on the clock. And it's over about the 2 o'clock position. The quickest way is, you know, is to get someone to keep going around the circle. What's going to happen? Cut across the circle. So I'm about, I don't know, probably 2,000 to 3,000 feet above it. I'm just kind of drop my nose aggressively and I cut across the circle. Because I'm trying to find where it's going to be. I want to join that and I want to see how close I can get to it. And as I'm pulling out, it's kind of starting to cross my nose and it starts to accelerate within about less than a second. As I start to pull nose up, it crosses right in front of me. It just goes poof and it's gone. See that thing there, like, search on. I don't see it up. I'm like, okay, that's good. We don't see it, we're looking. At the same time, I say, hey, let's turn around and let's go back to see what was in the water. You know, was there something there? So we turn around right there. We haven't gone anywhere. It's going. Water's perfect. There's no white water, nothing. It's just like, okay. We turn back around, back out towards the east, and I felt the controller. I said, well, you know, I first said, you know, I'm kind of weirded out. I told my backseer that. We start heading back, and the controller on the French stick comes up and says, sir, you're not going to believe this, but that thing is back at your tap point. Those are the point where we're going to hold 1 mile south of the ship. So this thing has went from wherever we were at to, you know, about 60 miles in maybe 30, 40 seconds since I and it just, and they didn't track it, it just back up on the radar. We're like, okay. But we don't see it. We don't see it on our radar. We don't see it on any of our sensors. We do like 2 runs. So as we're in our shop, one of my crews is getting ready to come out, and I think they're going to be they have a target pod on board. So they launch off the forward, and the back seater, Chad says, he's really determined. So they're driving around, and in the back seat of the Super Hornet, there's no stick, but the side stick controllers, and they're to control the sensors, because that's what the weapon system's got. And they can change displays really fast by just hitting a button. And the way the system actually works, you see something on the radar and you designate it as your primary target. Everything's kind of synced together. So he picks up a hit on his radar and he goes to lock it up because I watched the video. He goes to lock it up and immediately the radar can tell it gets signals back. It's being jammed. So technically jamming is an active form. It starts jamming the radar. It goes energy extrapolating. What the stuff happens on the scope. But he's smart enough to pass between his targeting pod and he takes a passive track. That's the video that you see of the tic-tac, which is sitting on the screen. So he does that. Goes through, if you watch the video, if you had it, I can throw it in, but it goes through all the different modes. It's an IR and it's a black and white TV camera.
Yeah, let's get the video, Jamie. Where we can't show it, but we can't show it on YouTube, but you can see it, and people will be able to go to it. Go to the video. We'll tell people when we're starting, and we'll tell people what the title of the video that you get to. Sync it up themselves if they're watching it. Yeah, it's publicly owned. Government released it, so it is actually something of the public domain. So you think you could put it on YouTube and not get hold? Yeah, 100%. You think so, Jamie?
It's a government. Those things, I would say, yes, we should be. But sometimes those things get messy. So
Let's take a chance. It's a Pentagon release. YouTube is crazy with copyright stuff, and we've always been like 2 steps away from getting pulled off YouTube. It's real disaster. I understand from their perspective, a lot of legal issues they have to deal with, but
I have it on a server.
The issue, I believe, though, is the actual copyright of the video itself.
No, it's
Pentagon release. I don't think
I don't think so.
Did you find a good version of the video that
I've got an unwatermarked version. Let me just look it up.
Get it to us.
I have to figure out how to send it to you.
Do you have airdrop?
Yeah, but I got it. On the page I can.
Oh yeah, okay. He's info. No,
Yeah,
send it.
Okay, I'll figure it out.
Send it to me and I'll send it to him. Okay. Sorry to disrupt the momentum. I think it's probably important to this the video. It's and yank it up here. Oh, give me a second. Okay. And for people who don't know, Jeremy also produced Bob Lazar here with Flying Saucers, and he was in here when we had Lazar and talk about Bob's experience. And Jesus, if that wasn't a big for a lot of other people, this is a subject that it's so easy to mock. You know, this is what I think is so important that we talk to people like you, because, like I said, average everyday you believe everything. Have you ever had any UFO experiences before this?
No, the irony, I tell this story. My mother-in-law, she literally, every time I would go home, she would ask me if you see UFOs. When I first started dating my wife, she was a big, like, flyer. She had all the supermarket tablets, and I would always just see crap. So this happens, and, you know, and I never say a word. So my friends all knew it was a great story. Figured it was close, and there was some fire that I chased UFO. I go, get out of here. I go, no, seriously. They told me the story. They're like, dude. I go, yeah. So I go home, and I got asked by who was on the New York Times article. As like anything else, I always say, like, it took a bunch of times to get me on your show. Sure, I kept asking, and it was, thank you, Jeremy. Like, yeah, you got to think my contractor's wife, Angel, who we were at a party drinking, and she was getting the room down. It's the biggest podcast on the planet. She goes, you got to do it. I go, all right, I have to do it. Just for you, I have to do this shit. Shout out to Angel from New Hampshire. So my mother-in-law and I were sitting there, and I know the New York Times article is going to come up. And it's, was it Thanksgiving 2017? So it was Thanksgiving 2017. And everyone had kind of left the house, so it's just my wife and my mom. I was a couple sitting in the kitchen. And I said, hey, I got to tell you guys this. They said, what? I said, it's going to be this hard to come live in the New York Times. Okay, well, I chased the UFO. My mother-in-law was like, she looks at my father-in-law. He's rolling his eyes, looking at me like, oh, are you serious? And I go, yeah. And then she's like, you never told us. I go, I never really told anyone. My wife and kids knew the event happened, but they didn't know all the details because there's so much. I just think it is. Is it classified? No, was it at any point in time? No, there's a lot of rumors out there that I was classified. Shit got locked down. No, it wasn't. It was, we were never, men in suits did not show up. No one told us not to talk about it. This is because there's a lot of other people saying other things. And I said, here's the context. So in the bow group, you got the admiral, you got the captain of the ship, the captain of the Princeton, and then you got the other SEALs. So in position-wise, the CEO of the squadron in the top 20, 6,000. And no one came to talk to me. No one came to take my tapes. No one showed up in a suit. No one told me not to talk. No one talked to any of my air crew that was involved in this. All there were 6 people involved, the 2 that shot the 4 of us that were no one didn't get into know there was a report that I called it official report. I had met someone and I'm like, hey, did you find anything out I had this incident? But they only tell people this, they look at me like, hey, what are you smoking? I'm like, no, good. I'll test it. And I go, and they said, well, let me see what I can do. And I got a call. I was doing some aerospace work, and I got a call on my cell phone from a guy. He said, hey, I want to investigate your incident. And I go, okay. So he did. He investigated the incident and was very, very thorough. If you've read the 13 pages long, and he tracked down all the people that were the air crew that were involved. He tracked down all that. He talked to him. It was a pretty thorough report. And I didn't think anything of it, because the people who worked this out there, so they wanted to do FOIA, but it was never released in FOIA. Because actually, the Navy called me. I've been out of the Navy for like 6 years. Let's explain what that means. 3 or 6 years. So I got called by a public affairs person from the Navy. Said, hey, is this my refrigerator? I said, yeah. They said, hey, do you have any documentation on your UFO incident? I said, official. Yeah, I said, no. I knew there were but it was unofficial. I didn't know. I didn't have because it wasn't official. But then years later, I found out that the guy who actually did the report was part of the ETIP team. And he's talking to Lou. I was on the and he showed me the documentation that he recognized 13 people that were part of the ETIP and were fully exempt. I'm like, well, that's well, I know he's good, which is why I never came out until George got his own. How does something of information exist? Obviously, DOD has the ability, because I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I think there's reasons that the government doesn't tell the public everything. And I don't speak for the government, but I think there's a good reason for that not everything comes through us. But most of it does. And what they do is they put a clause on, hey, for this program or whatever we're doing, which is that program, the work that they do and what they find is not released. There's probably other avenues to get that. Then you go, well, what really is for your information? Because I got into this on a podcast with conspiracy theorists, and they said, well, so-and-so wrote, they're not getting any information on your events. So what are they going to do? They're going to call up, you're going to put in your request for your information. You go, this is what I want. It goes to some poor guy at the Pentagon. He's like, I have no idea what this is. He searches around. He doesn't find anything. He looks at his butt. And I go, for you, I go, hey, you got anything on the news that's in it? You go, nope. I go, okay, well, I didn't find anything. I looked. I did my due diligence, but I'm not going to spend the next 6 months of my life doing your research project for you. Right. So if you get nothing, then you assume the government's covering it up when the government really isn't. Thousands of information doesn't get protected or gets access to. Makes sense. Jamie, yep. Okay. Here we go. Now, explain what are you seeing? Why are you seeing in this? Okay, so we'll just kind of go around. So if you look at the OPR is operating top left corner. NAR is which is IR not middle. That's an infrared mode. So instead of seeing color, you're seeing temperature variations. These things are extremely sensitive. So it'll go from black and white. So in this case, white is hot. So if you look down at the bottom left where it says WHT, that's white, means white is hot. So the object that you're looking at is hotter than the sky around. But what you also notice is there's no clear. Not if you're looking at an airplane, when you get closer, you'll actually see it. And then most of the stuff on here you really don't need to know. What you can look at is the bottom right corner says 19,998. That's the altitude. And if you look up to a little board, it says HDG and then EAOT, that's all about. So it's on altitude, which is one for that. So you can go ahead and play the video. And so those two bars next to the white object, that's a passive track. So what he's done is he's commanded the clear to track that. So what the system does is it uses it's actually tracking green pixels, and it's just basically blocking those hot pixels with white pixels from the black ones. And you're going to see now, pause it real quick. So it went to a white screen with a black object. This is a black and white TV mode. So narrow in TV mode is actually, you can get closer to narrow in IR. It's literally narrow in IR TV. So you can get closer with the TV. If you look at it now, in this case, you actually start to see stuff going on in even TV mode because you get exhaust, the black exhaust comes out. You'll usually be able to see some of that coming out. Sitting there. And you look at the top where it says 3 right, that's the top is looking 3 degrees right at the nose of the airplane. Right? So he's just flying on the bottom numbers. Don't worry, those are timed. So it's 40, 50. So that's plenty. And what he's doing is he's going through all the different modes because he's like, oh my God, to try and see the best video that you get. Now, there's rumors that this video is like 10 minutes long. No, what you're looking at is the entire video. Now, notice where it says 99.9. So what that means is what he's got the targeting time because that's his point receptor. Right now, the radar is still trying to look at this object and trying to read it, and the radar can't get range. So the object is doing something to say, I'm not giving you back because it's just a Doppler radar. Just like a police radar is a Doppler. It's trying to get a range you can do it. It can't do it. So when it says 99.9, radar cannot see this object. It's not allowed.
I think it's super important, Dave, to expect to be in jamming compared to passive jamming. This is a technology. It's jamming. This is rather than something like stealth aircraft, which is the shape and which is externally.
Yeah, it's because everyone thinks stealth is. It's just the technology to basically make it harder for viewers to see you. And that's the whole airplanes that it goes on, to see that. Like, think of a barn door. If you look at the whole barn door, you see the barn door sideways, it's going to be a lot harder. So that's the easiest one. So keep going. And you can look, the airplane is still sitting at 20,000 feet, 250 knots. You got to go through different modes and try and lock it. And it just has to, all of a sudden, it has, I think it's a minute and a half long. It's going to try and require 3 seconds of odds. Or slowly to the left. The Hornet is still the same heading, just hanging out. And then when they get close, it's going to zing off the left-hand side. You see it on a whole, because you think digitally you're one for one copy. But like, when you copy your album to a cassette, you lose a little quality. Well, you still do in digital world, and they often goes to the left. And that's pretty fast field of view. When we have big monitors that we look at these and they come back, so we're looking at the original tapes.
What do you have again, please, Jimmy? So when it's taking off, when it sort of like leaves the field of view and takes off to the left, how fast is that going?
I would say pretty fast. It's an estimate. If we had ranging, obviously you need to try and go, hey, if we know how big the field of view is, but for something to leave the field of view that fast with a positive stereo, it's pretty fast. It's like nothing. No, because we can't. I don't care what airplane. So let's just use that 22 Raptor. That's probably it's probably the best airplane right now. Performance. You can't take off like that, especially if it's a hover. I mean, you're talking something that's just sitting in space, and then it just all of a sudden accelerates. Airplanes start with that.
That's not leaving any exhaust.
No, notice when you're managing there.
Even any IR.
Yes, there's IRs in, and there's no. You would see a plume effect.
It's creepy how it takes off. Yeah. Jamming. It's intelligently controlled. There's no rotors. There's no exhaust. There's no tail fin. There's no tail number. This thing goes from standstill, takes off. It's a system we don't have in our inventory. No other nation does. That's how it's understood.
No, if the fastest plane on Earth was trying to do their same maneuver, this system would be able to track it.
It would stay with it until I got to the limits of the pod, as far as looking to the left. But the radar would see it. I mean, we get close enough, you're gonna, everything becomes because you burn through the radar. How radars actually work. This one is, you told me, but this was performance beyond. I mean, it's like when we saw it disappear when it flew in front of my nose. I'm talking something. I'm within a half mile looking at it. It's in front of me, it just disappears. So take something that everyone knows is fast. Let's just say Mach 3. The visibility is 50 miles. So even at 35 miles a minute, I'm going to be able to see this thing turn into a blue dot as it goes off into the horizon. Right. Thing that we saw disappear. Just gone. And that's from two different angles. Remember, the other airplane 8,000 feet above me because we get close to it about 12,000 feet. So the other airplane's above me looking down, and when it disappeared, I said, "You guys see it?" And they said, "No, it's gone." It just literally was. Now, what
do you report it? Do you talk to people about it?
So the typical process, anytime we fly, everything gets debriefed. So because it was a two-seat airplane, the junior person in the jet goes down, so I was the boss. So we have a thing called CIVIC and CDIC, which is the Carrier Intel Center. So they go down, we always take our teams, we report stuff, we're fighting. They take it down, and it's really to exercise the system when we're training, so that when we actually get over to, in this case, we were going over to the Persian Gulf. Anything that we do comes in, gets debriefed, and I'll get sent off. That's how you get to see it. So they go down and they debrief, and they have to tell, hey, we chased this object, we don't know what it is, and of course everyone now is we know we're going to catch shit from the Navy orders. Right. And I told him, I said, remember telling my back seat, we're going to catch me. And yes, sir, I'll show you the comments I have on my phone. We do the airplane, so we know it's got, so he goes, they debrief as well, the crews go in, and of course everyone at Intel, it's hilarious. So the flight, Chad comes in with his tapes, after he lands, and here's the thing. Oh, VFA 41. Guys, see any UFOs out there? He pulls out that tape, drops it on the counter, and goes, yeah, it's on here. So I'm like, oh shit. So they copy it with a big, it looks like a rack system. They put the 8 millimeter copy to a hard drive. And then they archive it. There you go, okay. So they got this video. And then, the ship, it just spreads. If you have a rumor on the ship, 5,000 people are going to know about it in probably 30 minutes. And it spreads, it's like a virus. So the whole ship now is that we chase this security, all Princeton data stuff is going on. And it goes all the way up. They can have about it. Captain ship knew about it. And then all the movies that we have, they play movies for us on the ship, and they run them 12-hour loops. Of course, the movie selection is Man in Black, do Signs, Independence Day, and we know we're going to be on the airplane as a comic, so we do something stupid like this. I'll show you how it's going to so I went on for 2 days, but we're in the middle of workouts. I got a squadron to run, so it's like after about the first day, it really died down. And there's always that class of people that that are really do it for money. And like one of the Marines, he's different kind of stuff. You want to talk about the yeah, I can't do it with mine, and I just sit there and talk about it. To me, it was like we were saying, my entire night was like 5 minutes of Jesus. I played almost 4,000 hours.
Anyone else had a similar?
I talked to the guy, a couple of guys from the East Coast for that. He's pretty friendly. I told you, keep in mind, ours is 2000. The gimbal video is 2014. The funny part about the gimbal video and the East Coast stuff that was going on is that's off the Bay Cape, so off the coast of the United States, they're called boiling areas, and all they are is, if you look on an aviation map, they're these big areas like whiskey 291 or whiskey 243. Is the gimbal video available in the same way as that video is available? Yes. Yeah. Okay. So, and I was talking to him about it because I actually a buddy of mine who just retired. He had a fighter wing on the East Coast. We start finding out that these things were so prevalent out off the East Coast of the United States, and there's a couple of them. So there's what they started seeing originally was these things. One of them almost hit. The airplane almost hit one of these things, but it looks like a cube inside of a clear beach wall. So I don't know if it's actually surrounding or you don't know if it's a force field. And you see kind of a video. It's got like an aura around it. Ours did. I always laugh. I go, ours was these are not. These are different stuff out there. But they had 2 airplanes flying. We go out to train. We're usually at distance, we just say, as we're flying out, so they're flying out, and airplanes are deployed, called combat spread. And one of the airplanes almost hits one. It goes close down to 50 feet on the side. It almost hits one of these floating cubes inside of the beach ball. And someone goes out, it's a balloon, it's not one. These things are literally sitting still. They're no effect from the wind. You got 90 knots of wind. Talk about it. These things are sitting there. So 60 or 70 people would see it because the radars, the new radar on this is X-ray. Okay. And at first when they started seeing stuff, they were like, it's just like, maybe it's the radar just giving a false target. And false targets. And then someone did exactly what Chad did. They started throughout there, and all of a sudden when you see the heat signature that's returned, there's obviously something out of that one. What's the target? That's about the 18 clearance. That's parking clear. It sits on the left side of the airplane. So I was using no, it's a clear forward-looking infrared. Oh, so it's when you see the bombs blowing up on TV, that look like a black and white. Yes, that's the target spot. Okay. It's got a laser that's added on your marker, and it's a very capable system that syncs up to the horn. So this is the go fast. No, it's the other one. It's the one what is that? That's called the go fast. That looks like a Tic Tac. That was another one taken on the East Coast. But the grab it bookmark down. It's going, it's screaming across the ocean at a very high rate of speed. And there's been some debunkers that say, well, it's really not going that fast. It's just in the airplane. It's not in the case. to the pod. When you talk to the crew, because it's actually, I can ask my bud, I'm pretty sure it's the same vacciner that both of these took the Go Fast video and took it. And my buddy was on the label. But these things I know, so I called my bud. I'm like, hey, how many people have seen these things? And I got like 60 or 70 people had seen these things on radar. And I said, well, what are you doing? I said, we put out a note to you. Just notice the airmen. Said, hey, these things are out there. Just be careful because we don't want to be on. Yeah, well, and it's kind of like ours. You go, if you ask, who do you tell? So everyone knows. Yeah. I said, well, if you call one, didn't have any rotors. It was just outperformed anything we had. Yeah, I think if I would have painted China or Russia on the side, just a little bit. Yes. So it's the same time. This is the beginning, Jim. What we're looking at, and when the crew finds it, what you're not seeing, you're seeing the targeting. When you hear them start talking, and you listen to the video, you hear the guy go, "Dude, look, they're all over the SA page." So we have a situational awareness. Whenever the radars get returns on the show up, it's kind of like our guys. So the pod can only look at one thing. So he designates that as two primary targets. And that's what the pod is there. The radar is still seeing everything else. So what they're actually seeing in this video is what you see the object that he's tracking. Talking to the other pod, except actually you see the radar video. There's like, it almost looks like a formation from 5 smaller ones that are moving in front of it. And then they turn. So like formation, they 6 turns and starts going the other way. And then while they're filming, that's kind of the concept here too. Holy cow, look, all over.
This is unreported new information. If you see it right now, everybody knows this video. This is the one that they say terms like the telescope. However, what he's telling you right now is something that's not public yet. He's telling you that there's a deformation of other objects that the public has yet to see. You're not going to, but there were more objects surrounding this situation. It's fascinating because he wants to know. Just so you know, that's branding. It's never been referred to anyone for example.
So, go ahead, Blake. So the cool thing with this is, when he goes into, so he's on our mode right now. We're still seeing no flow. He's looking at 47, so they're actually turning it. So it's starting to pull back toward the nose. The number at the top is decreasing. And it's against him. Now he's in the TV mode, and this thing's going to start rolling. You can kind of see it's got that aura around it. Mm-hmm. He said they were saying that the ones with the squares inside were like these things. So this thing's just hanging out. So it's on the airplane's on the left hand turn, and it's right in front. Yeah, it's just rotating.
Now, this is how Lazar described. Yes. Lazar described that these things would lay flat, and then when they would travel, they would turn up on their side. And that's a little different. This is very similar.
Eerily similar to the propulsion systems that we talked about. That's why this video, we're seeing it very differently now, especially with what we know about Lazar. But the idea is that it would fly belly first in high speed mode. So if they have, these are gravity propelled. This is something that's known. They're trying to back engineer, they're trying to understand it. We know these are programmed currently. They said it's running. However, it is currently active to study this. These things will turn belly first, maybe saucer type looking ones, and then that's the high speed mode. They would focus allegedly, these gravity wave amplifiers. Look, this thing turns mechanically. There again, no typical form of propulsion. As an expert, is telling you it's not a glitch. This is seen by multiple radars, multiple people. The commanding frame was so close to it. This is something that is not aerodynamic, and it could move in ways and factors that he's underplaying. When we first talked, the idea of this thing, it's instantaneous acceleration back and forth. There's no slowing down, no turning like a ping pong ball. I said in our first talk, ping pong ball in a glove. Nothing moves like that. It's no reaction. Somebody has technology that we don't have in our inventory.
So this is counterintuitive the way it goes from being aerodynamic to being unaerodynamic when it goes sideways.
and it flies moving forward. That's great. It's well, it's not. It's if you thought because I was just talking with a guy the other day, and he said the irony of it is that these things would be up there. We don't have high performance airplane does not have hours with the gas. Hornets, we don't have airplane feeling. And we're actually out doing the mission, fighting and going fast. You're talking hour. You're coming back from land. Some airplanes are even less, based on their size. So like an F-16 doesn't have external fuel tanks. It doesn't have a lot of gas. The Soviet airplanes are the same way. Su-27, Su-30s. Nothing but weight. It's weight, performance, size of the airplane. So even our intercontinental bombers don't take off in the air or fuel. Top off so you get your range. That's how we extend things. You got something like this that's coming down. Just think of physics. So just I'll use my answer because that's the one I really know the best. Is you got an object coming from above 80,000. So I'll just tell you that 80,000, somewhere around 80,000 feet is where you actually start to see the curvature of the Earth. So that's considered space. So they're coming from above that. They're coming straight down. They stop at around 20,000 feet. They hang out for 3 hours, and then they go straight back up. So, and then we get Elon on the show. So SpaceX is really excited because they can launch a rocket and then they can hit the booster, come back to Earth, and actually land on a pad. Very impressive engineering. Next to this technology, that's like a model T. It's like, wow, really? That's it? You got something that can just move around. I'll take it to the next level. That's what I'm talking about. I'm going to speculation. When you take a shape like that, so just take the Tic Tac shape, which is shaped like a submarine. If you're using a propulsion that's non-reactive, you're just manipulating the medium, air, whatever. You can go into the water. So you hear all the reports of, hey, we've seen these things since World War II that would come out of the water and fly. If you have a technology like this, as long as the object is sealed, where you're not going to get water inside, there's nothing that says you can't do that. Because all you're doing is where a jet engine sucks in air and blows it out the back, or a propeller actually pushes the water as a force. Now you've got something that's actually manipulating the gravity field that's just void. That it doesn't. The air, you can really, in theory, fly, go into the ocean, cruise around, back up, fly around, go to space. Nothing. You remove the barriers of. There's been many instances of sightings off California of things that plunged into the water or escaped from the water into space. So
with the field propulsion system, as Craig was describing, as Rothschild described, it doesn't matter the medium of space, air, water. There's no resistance, no splash. And this goes back to when Christopher Columbus reported a UFO sighting. Oh yeah. This idea, this has been around, this idea, boom, that you can go through different mediums.
Christopher Columbus had a UFO sighting?
Yeah, it's a written account, so it's like, no video.
This is
See, but that's what's so cool. So, Commander Flavor's encounter, it's not the most documented, it's not the most dramatic. However, it has the most impact out of any sighting because of his credibility and the mere fact that the New York Times picked it up with video footage, radar evidence, and somebody who is as credible as Commander Flavor has changed the dynamic of the way people, the government stands, the Navy protocols. Because of Commander Flavor coming forward, there's congressional Senate briefings. He's been part of it. He's admitted that before. There's a new study about UFOs because of this encounter. It's so much evidence as power to it. Christopher Columbus, or somebody wrote it down. For those people, we have highly documented this one has changed our culture. And that's what's so cool. People are talking about it differently.
So here's the story. This is true. So I was sitting at home, usually when people try to find me, they get my cell phone because it's the first one on the cell phone bill, and it's all in my name. So I get there, see this call from California, and it's her phone, my wife. Because so I answer it, and this lady says, "Hey, this kind of rude." And she goes, "Well, I'd like to talk to her." She says, "I am a 79-year-old woman. Telling my story. You're
ever in my life. I grew up, my dad was in the Navy. He was stationed in Rhode Island. She said, we're walking up the beach. I started to realize. So that kind of got me moving. She goes, years later, they moved to San Francisco. They abandoned Treasure Island at her age, I think, but 50s. Her dad was working on an agency. And came home one day and he told her. And she goes, for some reason, he left me on this book. And I said, well, what is it? She says it basically said the unidentified objects moved in and out of the water and it allowed it to. And he looked at her, I was another child, I always remember that she says, she looked at me and said, we get these home. It's always the same. And I go, I got the telegram. Because, of course, not anybody to work. I said, yeah, I'm glad you longitude. She said, no. But you seem to be so critical and believable. She doesn't want to tell someone a story that I've never told anyone in my life. So that's what you're starting to see. Is people that, very credible. They're not crazy. They're not making stuff up, but they're coming out and going, hey, I've had these experiences. I've got a lot of it going the last 2 years of people just find my email and send me stuff saying, hey, I haven't I saw this. And there's some things are explainable, but I got asked to tell this. So, because we're kind of have a sick sense of humor at times. So, like I said, I had all these balls. So, we used to fly, they don't do it right now because it's a little bit dangerous, but we used to fly night vision goggles, blow out in hornets. Right? So, when you put on night vision goggles, they have to fly like alive. So, you can see a campfire 50 miles away. So, we used to do it at good spots. We're down in Central California. There's a range that there's some bounty ranges. But people go camping in the Superstition Mountains, which is kind of northwest of Vancouver. So we were going at night, flying around in goggles, see a campfire, well, UFO time, and then you get the airplane going about 600 knots, and then you put the power back idle, and you get sinking towards the fire. Well, you turn the lights all down for restricted areas, and there's lights underneath you can see running. So the other airplanes can see us, but don't know. They sing it. And then right when you get to the campfire, you pull the airplane in, you strip the afterburner, you let them light off, you count the brakes, pull them off, and you just go. It's enough. You say, no, it's in the third, it's all quiet, and all of a sudden there's more, there's lights in the sky, and they go, wait. It's not you like, they're just a fucking kid. I'm not the only one that did it, but I said, we have a sense of humor. So some things are explainable because I guarantee there are folk out there and some of the stuff that, and I guarantee you're not the only one who's done that. I know. I'm not that creative, but it's just, I saw this and I saw that, I mean, stuff like that. So yeah, I used to create stuff like that. Just Jeremy, I'm sure you're aware of this, the footage from the Air Force. Yeah, I'm aware of that. What do you think about that? Again, it's IR footage, which is really interesting. They actually got the cameras from runners, right? So you can see in the infrared, so it's beyond the observable, eye. I myself have not detailed looked at the footage. However, for some people that looked at it for me, and these are not lights in the distance. These are very similar to what our favorite talked about, without plumes, without heat signatures, non-traditional field systems. We don't have that. I thought they tried to. It's Air Force footage. Yeah, so they tried to do these for lights on like an oil rig out in the water. That's what we to the Comcast video. Air Force Dragon 6. So literally right after our incident, we come back and I think we were getting ready to go to Fallon. And I had Comcast and the homepage comes up and there's this video and I go, holy cow, that looks like what we chased. And it was like 6 of these things they were tracking in the same area too, right off the coast. That's and it's not as rare. There is now admitted an increased frequency. The Pentagon spokesman went through my boss script. I was tracking the scripts for the last 2 years, but the Pentagon spokesman say about coronavirus experience. Someone went off script last week in the New York Times, and she admitted there's an increased frequency of near misses because of AA
Navy, it's anomalous aerospace. So it's pretty astounding. We're getting all these kind of revelatory moments. We'll see that these are known outcomes. We don't have this. Even we don't have this. I mean, this is a propulsion system, unlike anything we have. It's amazing. It's
The gimbal footage.
Yeah.
There's How far away are those guys where you don't see the individual objects, you see
Well, pod is, when you get pretty narrow, it'd be like, if I put 3 people around you, I can look at you and not see people. So that's
Right.
what the pod is doing. But the radar is seeing everything because it's a radar, which is an active electronic scan array. So instead of like the radars we had, which did the mechanical this, like old school, this thing is just a panel that sits in the front of the airplane. And through beam steering, or beam shaping, it can move and move all over. So we used to have scans. Scan this thing has scans will track. So it literally sees you. Radar sees you. They could do that on it's the same way that this spy radar system works on the cruise ship. It can track multiple targets at once. Targets while it's still swimming above you. So in that image, you're seeing one individual object, but there's other objects. Yes, the radar is seeing the object that the pod is looking at with the rocket. You hear the video, you hear the pilot, you look at that same thing. There's a whole fleet of them. So what they're seeing is the pod is looking at the main, that's the bigger object that we can rotate on the screen. And there's 5 smaller things in front, so those things just sit there, and then they kind of, he said, they turn around on the radar and start going the other way on the pod, so this guy was turning. So like a mothership, smaller aircraft, maybe something. Is there video of those smaller aircrafts, or just the the only thing they have is the target pod that I would highly doubt, even if they have the video, they're going to still have
Are you able to tell the story you told me about what was underwater with your other buddy? It's okay.
Yeah. So it's amazing, people kind of look like this here. So I was working, I still do it, but I was doing oil and gas at the time on contract, and one of the guys in the store came out, and he was an Navy. And he comes in, he comes up, he goes, "Hey, can I talk to you, man?" He goes, "Yeah, I got to talk to you." I said, "What are you talking about?" He says, "Dude, UFOs." I have so much experience. I said, "What's that?" He said, but he was flying on CH-53, which is big. It's heavy lifting, my clothing, so they certain thing. But when they go off for the East Coast, they do a lot of shooting off of, at the time, about personal roads, and they ended up closing. But he was flying out of there. And, you get super clear treating water. And they have these things, they're called PQMs, they fly around, and when they're all done, they fly towards the ships, and the ship can, so they can track with the radar. And then they also do, like the ships or submarine shoot torpedoes that are built on the tree rounds. So they get out what the torpedo is doing underwater. And then they go ballast as they come to the surface and float. And then they go pick them up and they can extract all the data out of them. So they do it. So he said the first time they're out, they're going to pick up those things when they're flying, their parachute comes out. They hook it up to helo drums, the swimmer in the water. He goes and hooks this back. So he says he's sitting in the front, in helicopters, there's what C-53 you can actually see down by your feet. It's like you don't believe that because you can see touch it down. So you get really good visibility out of those things. You can stick your head out the window. He says he's going on there and this thing he's looking down 50 feet above the water. He sees kind of this dark mass coming up from the depths. And they start to hoist the diver up, and he's got the PQM, and as they hoist it up, he says, he's looking at it, what the heck? And then it just goes back down. Just like, once they pull the kid, the water just sends back into the depths. So he thinks, well, so he goes out, he says, that's later, a few months later, he has to pick up a torpedo. So he said, they got the diver up on the winch, and they're lowering the man, and he's looking down, he sees this big massive, because it's not a submarine, he's seen submarine before. Once you see a submarine, you can't confuse it. This big object, kind of circuits is coming up from the depths, and he starts screaming through the headphones to tell him to pull the diver. The diver's like, so they reverse the winch, and the diver's like, what the hell's going on? Because he's
getting pulled up. All of a sudden, he said, torpedoes got sucked down underwater. And the object descended back. And they never recovered the torpedoes. And this happened in the mid to late. Ask him. He told me this. I report that. Come in and go, oh, where'd the torpedo go? And it just got sucked down. It just went down, and then you get the people that something happened. Two ballast water and sink. It was like it didn't. It wasn't sucked down. The only reason they thought they didn't, when they did the New York Times, they thought that was from the 90s. They wanted something, so they did not include it. About it. Now, what was the other version? It wasn't. That was what is that? It's but it's going across the water. They're just grabbing a lock, so they just see it with their eyes. It gets clear to lock out. That's what they kick over. I got it because he gets it on the track. It's just screaming across the surface of the water. So this is the same time frame as the.
So the idea these are both idea that this radar. Somebody said blue day commander for the thing that people have said on your show. These are explanations that make sense. These are the I don't want to say what
it is everything.
So the probability that all the radars went up to all kind of commander radar, have all these other pilots up there with him that this shot is like you can get done instantly, like that was somehow perfectly coordinated. That's a conspiracy. That's a fabrication. Probably Malcolm Trace was even exactly like we're being told.
And for us, it was, and I'll go back to the story of, the other pilot was Brandon. She'd been in the squad for 20 months. So she's pretty junior. She's still working for her. She's playing. And, so she gets everyone back to her. It's like, okay, I'm back to football. We need to do something real, exciting. Then you see the water, and it goes sinking because it's kind of that shape of that crummy type. So now it's search and rescue. Are sympathetic. And to the tic tac, and as soon as the tic tac, it's like, holy shit, what is that? Some people get very emotional when you talk about it. Because for me, it was like, for her, when you talk to her, she has a state or some of the leadership that tells us that these things are there. And here now we're getting back there because we were the first time the planes had been airborne when it showed up. And no one even gave us a break. Hey, we're seeing these objects out here for the last 2 weeks. Just kind of see, you might want to be there. And they never told us. No one knew these things existed besides the radar operators. The radar operators didn't know what they were. So they were seeing them. So there's a lot of stuff that flew around and came around and didn't do anything. So the way that game relatively benign, it was, it's an interesting experience. So these incidents that they reported taking place before you saw that encounter, they were taking place not the beginning of the month, or this 2 week period. We pulled in for Thanksgiving, but other than that, we were up till we put shit back in. Besides Thanksgiving. So yeah, the 2 weeks prior, so this was on the 14th, and we went out at the beginning of the month. So about 2 weeks I've been watching these things come down. Well, but it was always been, we were not flying, just really probably nighttime until early in the morning, to do the next day. And then we just happened to go. If you think about it, I laughed. There was some little Greek man flying around in that tic tac. When I got back to the position, like, oh my God, I don't see you. So
have you communicated with anybody that has any thoughts on what these things would do to me, or whether or not there's inconsistency to the size of them, or whether or not they think they're coming out of larger objects or anything like that?
I
you can ask, well, I wasn't asking you. He said, well, they were observing. Lots of number two is they were communicating. So I think in my heart, I heard something on the water. I don't know what it was doing there. But what was because of when you saw the next cross looking at things, it's like so the disturbance seemed to be in the shape of the cross. Yeah, like I describe it as about the size of a 737. So just think submerged the 737 when you started to walk by like 10, 15 feet. So as this wave coming across, hit that object, they're going to break it down just like with a casino. So they're breaking. That's what it took. That's the only reason we saw the tip. That's what drew it right down. We see this white water when it's a perfect clear day with the white caps. You go, oh, what's that? And then you see the tick ride. And then we do all the chasing of the tick ride. We turn it right there. We turn around and there's no white water. It's just blue as far as so. At that point you go, okay, what was it doing? Because there was obviously something there that's not there now. So that's why I say, well, it's brilliant. Could have been communicating with whatever was there. And then someone else looked at me and said, talking to Luke about trucking. So if you go, where are these things from China, Russia, someplace else? I don't know. But it's a capability that we possessed. If you asked me in 2004, there's a lot of guys who want some program. Like, well, let's do this. One, if you have a propulsion system that makes people capabilities that we observe visually, that's a huge leap. So you could say, yeah, think about it. It's going to be 15 years. That we saw this. I would like to think that, okay, maybe let's just say in 2004, somebody had this, some government had some dollars, whatever. If you count it out, you go 15 years later, you don't think that technology would have emerged because it literally changed everything. I mean, we're happy about, hybrid electric cars and all this other stuff, but that's something that works like that. It'll change your trip.
System of propulsion.
No, it's just if we go, it's like a 40-foot long tic tac that can move that little through the air at speeds well beyond what we've ever witnessed. I mean, even if you watch a rocket, what Elon's or whatever, you sit there live with Apollo. Look at the thing going up. I'm seeing a shot out of Vandenberg. I'm in my house in Central California watching club. Like that thing for this is something that was like seconds ago. Now, are other pilots or other people who decided these things, have they also reported something larger that's in the water near? No, not the ones I mean, I think on History Channel, there's all kinds of stuff on there about people talking about stuff. But here's the question: is what do you keep up? And my biggest frustration is, our incident. Even the folks on the East Coast, it is what it is to us. There's no reason to rush that to make stuff up. There's still groups of people that are making stuff up. Like someone came out on ours was talking about it. And he's like, oh, I saw the whole video was 10 minutes long and it's bullshit. What you see is that's literally the entire video. They didn't have long time. What people haven't seen, and I saw have seen the radar because I had much water. I've heard men in black show. And I just thought, maybe okay, I'll give you credit if they did, but why wouldn't they show up and talk to the guys who witnessed it, chased it, and just want to see things like that? Right. It's also possible that metaphoric stuff was something that they used to do back in the day. That programs no longer continued. Jeremy, you know this. The older sightings, when you go back into the day to historical sightings, not Columbus, but in the 60s. Did they have similar things that we talked about, or something moved this when?
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. I want to dumb this down because that's how I understand it. When I was talking to the commander for years before, I kept listening to him years before New York Times put up and told him it was probably going to happen. It wasn't by me. We were talking about it. This system that we've seen for over 70 years is documented by our military. This non-reactionary fuel propulsion system. Everything now is a reactionary propulsion system. Pushing it goes back, it goes forward. It's not like a matting system. This is a gravitational propulsion system. And throughout history, our military has documented them, and there has been ridicule. I'll tell you exactly why. 1952, huge flyover, Washington, D.C., jets were scrambled. All the people covered it. Very famous, case everybody can look up. It's an important case. Because at that time, the policy was started, and that policy started it crashed our communications. The telecommunications went down. The panic of the UFOs was seen by people with fighter pilots trying to counter and trying to engage them. And it crashed the telecommunications. So our guy was like, oh, that's not happening. Because look, these pumps denial. Don't look here. UFOs are fake. That's what Project Blue Book was specifically bring it. It needed that. It was tasked to debunk and demystify the UFO thing. That's J.L. I also, J.L. he was once asked by a friend of mine, do you have a smoking gun? I'll give you this document. It's pretty amazing. Manual where they explain what they know about UFOs at that time, 1967. But here's the thing. Yes, this has been going on since the beginning of recorded human history. These propulsion systems that are capturing on footage, it is confirmed now by Commander Federer's experience. This technology is not, it was here 70 years ago. This is about 15 years ago. We would see it now. Exact things at 20,000 miles an hour, 70 years ago documented. Somebody has a non-reactionary propulsion system. Aliens or some subset of that. Somebody does. And they're flying through our airspace, and pilots like Rabbi Faber, who, by the way, defended Los Angeles over after 9/11. This is the guy we put all of our trust in. He was defending Los Angeles right after 9/11. So we got people like your customers saying, I saw this. You get internet lawyers like, that's up here. Like, Superman. Let's not concentrate on what about the Columbus thing?
Like light, we're connected to light. There's that recent light in the distance. There's that the actual text. No, there's not. Wikipedia stuff.
One of the oldest accounts he's trying to draw. This is something that.
Do you know there's a painting that shows what appears to be crafts flying through the sky in the background of a ancient painting? Do you know what I'm talking about?
We have a page, the first page ever through my website is like a bunch of these because throughout history there are these indications of ships, of craft.
Do you know what I'm talking about? And
yes.
That's the shape of it. Also like a plate turned on its side, and then a person inside it. Yeah. It's that line in that same, that's it. Yeah. Like, look, it's flying.
But the thing that everybody can say, or the one that's pretty cool because I was like, I've studied that one where it's discovered in the 15th century. Above the left shoulder, it is an object. You can really zoom in, look at the dude staring up at it. It's a picture of my wife paints. Everything's intentional. Where's the right over there? Pretty cool. So 15th century. So the problem with this show is
the original one. What we just looked at right before that. That is so strange. Like, here you got Christ being crucified, and then above him, UFOs. Like, is that supposed to be aliens, or is that supposed to be angels? What is that supposed to be in these things that they have? What we're talking.
That's the argument of miracle of fatima. I mean, this is so speculative. We have a title, but when you see something like the miracle of fatima, if you look at that, the miracle of Fatima, that's that one was, considered a real miracle by the church, and the 3 kids were getting messages for like months that they're going to be visited, and bigger and bigger groups gathered to where there was over 100,000 people. 17, so thousands, if not hundreds, dozens for sure, see an event, a mass sighting of something that happened. doctors.
That's the real image, is it? But that's not real.
But that's the crowd. Right? Crowd is real. Something happened that was so intense. Some people thought it was religious, it was a vindication, but other people saw it as technological, like something deceptive. Looking at the same art pictures, like paintings we're talking about, and you can interpret all day. I can't hold on to that. I can't hold on to an eyewitness with other eyewitnesses, with radar systems, and with media. We're in a different era now. We don't have to paint it now. We get to see it. It's fascinating.
It is fascinating, but it's way more fascinating than someone who talks about it. It's fucking cool. That's what makes me incredibly interested. Is just the credibility and you know the history of seeing wacky shit people would say. But it's on video when there's other ones as well. It's really strange. So I've seen people try to explain it away. And what I don't like about when they explain it away or attempt to explain it away is that they're trying really hard. They're not going, who knows what this fucking thing is? They're not looking at it like clean. They're looking at it like a quote unquote skeptic. I don't like the idea of skeptic. Not that I don't think you should be skeptical of certain things, but certain things you should be. There's a lot of people that brand themselves as skeptics. I think it's a little lazy to look at things. I really do. Because I think you're just looking for holes in things without looking at it objectively. You want to be a scientist. You want to be someone who is a fan of science. And you have to look at it as a thing. Like, look at this information and let's study this without any bias, any preconceived notions. I don't think they're doing that. They're looking at it and they're trying to way where they can justify that it's fake. And they're just doing all sorts of mental gymnastics to try to make it fake. The video that you show that thing slips off and takes off at incredible rates of speed. That alone should freak people the fuck out.
Yeah, but because people confuse all the time. We took we watched it for 5 minutes. There was 4 of us. All the episodes, we all saw the same stuff. We all came back and looked at each other and said, WTF, you know, this. And then we moved on. We never saw it again. Can't imagine, probably saw him on radar after that. But
they're probably seeing on radar all the time. They just didn't bring it to the attention of the general public.
Well, yeah, because if you don't ship, you saw that. You know, you win. Well, you don't have any.
Like when you're talking about how they were informing you that they were seeing these things previous to the vision, when you're doing this exercise and they let you know that they're seeing these things, did you say, hey, how freaky is this? Is this something that happens all the time?
I didn't get it. Ours was more of the moment of, say, for the last 2 weeks we've been tracking these and we don't know what they are.
You don't know whether or not it was just 2 weeks or maybe it was a year ago. There was other similar situations or
there's other situations that have happened out there, but I would say, you know, for this, I don't even know. You got to take it serious. I have a tendency, if we don't know what it is, it's a go out. Now, I joke, you know, there was an incident here, constellation hookups, decommissioned, and an Oscar class, a Soviet Oscar class submarine focused. Right? And then it's nice. Go to battle station 443. How did this foreign submarine attack in our area? That's a big deal. Right. I said, but now we go out and we have these things that are coming at will, and there's nothing we can do about it. We don't know what they are. We had a confirmed sighting by 2 aircraft, 4 of us, 2 of them. And said, look, this is not an airplane, this is not a weather balloon, this is not a blip, it has performance done. You know, the airplanes that they're flying at the time, literally brand new performance with them. These brand new first 2 series. And you go, why wasn't something? Oh, it's like, I don't know what it is. I think it's good now, you know, the moves that have happened over the last, you know, years. Like an article came out that now there's a new reporting from pilots, the Navy's acknowledged these things, you know, what they were. You know, they're starting to
serious because I know that's what they called in who have seen this thing. So the investigation process is still going on. We don't stop. The military doesn't stop. Even if you take money away, we don't stop. We don't stop doing stuff. So, what's going on? Well, anything. So you go, what are they doing? I'm pretty sure there's some people at this and there's people that are taking this serious. I will tell you that, I won't get into specifics, but there are people inside the United States government that are taking this serious. And I went down to DC twice to talk to folks, about the story. Because they wanted the story. I mean, this series of events. Like, yeah, it did happen, and it is real. What are you doing about it? So, what kind of people are you talking to? That level of government. And most of that is because the conversation is between me and them, and a lot of people speculating, but we can say high-level government officials I talk to. And that was always the speculation about well, the first thing I would do, I would tell everybody about the UFOs. I would ask immediately what's going on. And I always thought about it, I said, how many people actually know what's going on? And how much of the information? I mean, it's not like they're doing something like this, like you experience. It seems like what you described is what is known. So it's this anomalous event where this thing defies understanding of technology, and then it's gone. What do you have? What other information does anybody have? Well, I would say this. Right. We did it all. So, we did it together. And I'll leave it to everyone it's up to you. I'll say this. Bob's not crazy. He's not crazy at all. That was the weirdest thing about talking to him. But when you look at it, because I had his mom said what he described in the technology, he talks about his story. He said, well, you honestly think we could, reverse engineer? I said, how long do you think it would take? And his response was, it was so far beyond. Here's the stuff that he says he would do. Like, he was on your podcast as I watched it. There was no wires, and I'd asked him what he said. He first described the ship that he got to see. He said, I used to say, they built it and then like wax and clean it up. But now I would say it was built in 3D printing because it's printing things literally from the ground up in space. Not panels, no thing. Right. And so when you talk about that, you go, well, it's still another 100 years. So you go, well, what if you have the technology? We still, if what Bob said is correct, we still don't understand it. And how fast it can take us to understand it. I mean, if it's driven by something that we don't even have on Earth, which is when he talks about that, we can't create it from 100%. So, I think we're still a long ways off. I'll argue with people that go, we really don't want. I was telling Jeremy, we used to go out on goggles. And I'll live in a second of like the goggles, like the goggles. See, boy, you got like a tank crop or something. Not too many people, not something. Turn on lights and package and throw your head back and look up. But you really need to make your stars up. I have to go up whole world. We're the only ones around, and that's everything I'm looking at. It's a pretty lonely, plasma has to be about that. Extraterrestrial life. And she's like, of course, billions of planets. You think we're, just the probability of it is, there's probably something out there. I'm like crazy. I'm opening up the possibility that we're not. I think people don't like seeing simple. They don't like to be huge. And I think when people start talking about anything that's not proven or anything that's connected to much of UFOs certainly are. UFOs are connected to this. What's the gentleman's name from that guy from another country?
Yeah, you have to have done tons of hoaxes with this, but here's the deal. Sometimes I think people have a real experience and always like chasing that dragon, and they get replaced and the brain goes stuff. And I know that there are people that have had kind of experiences and then they can't ever replicate them, so then they just start going crazy. And I don't blame them. I guess from a man favor, he saw that and all this aerospace vehicle. His reaction was, I want to fly it. That's a pretty cool thing.
It was, just like anybody who race car driver, you want to drive fast. That's it. You look at that's something.
Yeah. This idea that maybe we're not alone, that some of these other stars have planets that are technologically advanced. So the next thing we'll say, and new eras, you think, well, they're not coming here because the distance is so vast. Hold the fuck up. From the very beginning, when all this argument we're talking about field propulsion, gravity propulsion, distance becomes completely irrelevant. So if we believe, and the radar's right, and the French saw this thing moving like that pink balloon, that's why it's gravity propelled. That's why you can make those without exploding. Okay? It's irrelevant. You're literally putting on space. You're falling into place.
Well, it's like the idea of showing someone a video like videos and photography was invented to shocking reasons. Right? You got to draw pictures of things you saw. It's like those people that drew or painted those images of those men and whatever those things were present there. The idea that we can understand about some insanely aggressive technology from a planet that is nowhere near us can manifest. It's nuts.
Yeah. Bobby Zark talks a lot about this. Remember, he's a young guy, right, in 1989. He gets shown something, and all of a sudden he's trying to interpret it through 1989 technology. So he said it looks like it was injection molded. That's what he had. And I said him this thing about nanotechnology, working towards an atomic printer. He's like, dude, that makes a lot more sense. So he has to view it through where he saw it in 1989. However, I will say this: it is knowledge. We understand exactly how this works. Our one limiting factor is our material science. We can't replicate. Not the fuel source itself is another. So we know exactly how they work. Yeah, it doesn't break our laws of physics. This concept of amplification of gravity, this concept of gravity motion. We understand how things can move from point A to point B almost instantaneously. Our physics doesn't disallow it, but our material science and the fuel to create that machine. We have machines in other places. So we have bizarre, whether you believe it or not, there was a program. I have other witnesses that I will be bringing forward about Aston work, where he worked. We have
kind of other witnesses that work with alongside
people that corroborate Bob's account in that they saw him get on and off the driving lights, the Janet lights that come on. Somebody went to Tapu's like was stopped by non-military guards at that time. People that were very safe and ET exploitation projects. What is Customer 71? Pilot that I've been teaching for a couple years. These people are coming forward now. And it's like, I'm sick and tired of doing it. Little nitpicky things about Bob. Okay. But there was a program. There was a back engineering program. They've admitted their own materials. So this is like the metamaterial you heard about video. How does all that material that's associated with those that are interesting? That's that we're talking about. So this is something that was launched in the first New York Times article in December 2017. There are studies being done right now on materials associated with UFOs, right? So actual metals that have come off of, say, crashes or
who was that explained that there was something that with airplanes that was explaining that there was someone reportedly had something along those lines.
Jacques Vallée and the 17 samples.
17 samples. How does one guy get 17 samples?
Well, he's Jacques Vallée, right? So he is the guy first ever for the United States military to create a computer program for the study of UFOs, Project Blue Book. He's an old school guy. They modeled him remember in the Close Encounters movie, it's modeled after Dr. Like the French guy. So he's kind of like been involved with this. He's had more access to government databases than any of us. He went around and collected samples from known, crashes or like the people coming in. Well, they're studying right now. There was just something on Fox, like they're studying some of these materials and what they will find because they're actually what they're talking about. I actually took to New Mexico and had 5 scientists study it 5 years ago. I got my hands on it, I got to study it. The famous part they're talking about now. It's layered, and the way it's layered is with they're trying to see if it's anomalous and elementally, or the elements are bound together, and also the atomic level of layering is what's interesting.
Let me find out. Explain what you're talking about. What is this thing you saw?
Okay, well, there are a lot of different samples, but when you get a sample of something, how many different samples? The one is that I looked at it, they range from about this size down to, they range from size orange, size of an orange to the size of a quarter. These are real crash. So that's allegedly there's known crash. This is the public domain rather than government control. So what I was looking at is what are the elements that are in this? Are they engineered?
And what's the conclusion?
Well, I'm going to leave the people that are doing it now with my better machines. And I had actually notes. Yeah, from what I understand, there's atomic layers. There are levels of it. They can lay down these layers that are basically oriented at a certain degree. So you get the superconductor or something like that. A piece of graphite, it's highly machined, so it doesn't deviate from that atomic layering. You can push it right through ice like a hot knife through butter. You're just dealing with books. You take the piece of what feels like graphene and it goes right through butter. But it's a superconductor. Through my hand, melts the ice. So that doesn't get that material. It doesn't occur naturally. Humans created it. And it has special properties because of the way it's atomically layered. So if these materials are from somewhere else, then we expect that they're going to be highly machined, that they're going to be created for special use. So my whole point is our material science has not caught up with the physics that we understand of these motion systems. I'm just telling you, believe it or not, if you hear more about it, that our material science in 1989 is because our material science gets better as humans. We know how these things work. Now, the fuel source, that's a whole other conversation. But as far as creating these machines, that's what we're trying to do. That's why there is secrecy. We're trying to exploit the technology because whoever exploits it first wins. It's a game changer. We don't want Russia to do it. We want China. We had a non-military force system. The world looked different. It's the case.
What is your perspective after the incident versus before the incident? But how much did it change the way the world and all those things?
For me, I never believed it's just me. I just look up and go, there's way too many stuff. After it, it makes it a little more clear to go. One, my questions are, where'd it come from? That's the biggest one. Where'd it come from? Was it doing? Then I've asked, why me? Why did I have to do, as you can say, wrong place, wrong time? Right? It's just the right place, right time. For me, it was, I think there's more out there. And if we can get word out to anyone, it's like, especially the devoters of the one, trying to, okay, let's just do a place. Let's just use a real incident that happened. Number two is open our aperture a little bit and start thinking outside the box. If you go, you look at it, hey, it's just non-reactive propulsion. Well, it's because when we came up with propulsion, we people before it came up with the reaction propulsion system, and that became our standard. Had we done something different where we developed non-reaction, we might look at something like a gasoline engine. Look how's that thing going? Right. We wouldn't have that idea. So, I think there's, if you look at it and go, people thought Einstein was kind of nuts. And we're still proving his theories. And what we're learning is that he was right. There was a time when the Earth was flat, except for some people in California, the Earth isn't flat.
It's nice. People look at you.
There's not a nice wall. So you look at that and you go, a lot of the stuff that we thought was true isn't true. It's totally been changed. So for me, I just say, I think let's get outside of the box and go, we can develop the technology. Right? Because it would be a game changer for military standpoint. Technology like that would be a game changer for management. Completely. I mean, it was literally everything that we do. And we don't know exactly when if you want that system to be taller, people are actually trying 2 dimensions, let alone 3. It's kind of like a joke last night. You can handle the feet things. When I drive a car that comes up down works 3 dimensions.
And that was what they originally wanted to accomplish. They wanted to fly cars.
Yeah, you see how people. I always laugh people say, well, 3-dimensional, like this table is not on the floor, but humans are 2-dimensional. And you learn that, especially when we fight. If you can really work in the 3rd dimension, and you go out, if you look at like a tall building, 17 feet high, and you go, no, for an F-18, you can split us, just go from up here and just do a vertical underneath returns. It's like 25 feet. And it's tight. That's a tight turn. Unless you're running like thrust stuff, but everything has a cost. So when you do something big on your you bleed out. That to pilot, that's 3 dimensions. To most people on Earth, walk up that thing. Right. If we just open up the expanse, what we're trying to do for technology, is there another way? Because we still build something from publishers. We just refine the internal turbines to be more efficient. Where I go, just put your efforts. Like something like I was talking to. There's a whole realm of physics that really doesn't get explained, and it's I was talking to Steve Justice about it. It's more into the magnetics type side. That we don't spend a lot of time on it. I know he said when he was working at Skunkworks, he did it. It's called research technology. That he would find to try and look at some of these technologies. And he's since retired. Really impressive to talk to. At the level he can, which be on classified level. If a technology like that got out someone could rapidly reproduce it after all you've done, they got it first. Germans almost had it. We got it first. We got it first. So, now we had it. Now the race everyone else because we had unequal parties. Destabilizing thing. So if you develop a technology like this and you keep it to yourself, that's something that no one else has. Huge leap to quality. Do you share it? Because it's a mankind thing. Or do you keep it for yourself? That's not for me to decide. Just stay. It's fascinating that some other method could have been established in some and that we're experiencing or you've experienced it and some other folks have experienced it. And I just think for us as human beings in 2019, it's really easy to think that what we have now is so amazing. And that what we have now is a pinnacle discovery. That what we have now is with our electricity and with our LED screens, we are experiencing the great technology. Pure creature from some other planet that's got easy access to 115 and some great propulsion system. We're digging holes inside of a mountain of something. We're cave people. Yeah. We do that here on Earth. I mean, you look at like a first world countries, or these the developed nations. And you go to cities up there, people are still getting in the ground with a bucket, right? Or people rainforests are living these indigenous lifestyles. Yeah. So, take them some. You take one of these flat screens, one of these flags, and no one's ever seen it. Yeah. They start showing pictures of them and stuff.
time our video that's feeding directly into them will find out that it doesn't matter if it captured my soul.
Right.
So it's where we do it. Did it change the way you look at life? Even though you didn't really do that, or you had this feeling that you were not alone just from looking at the stars. But when you actually see the thing, like how I would imagine that got to really shift perspective. Well, it shifted my perspective. It's a validation, a compliment to go, and then you see something, you go, well, maybe because that pushes you to the next point. One lands in my front yard, then it'll be 100% sure that it's in my front yard. But I go another half mile of this thing, which is people go, well, half miles is pretty far, but now you're flying in half miles. Like, when you bring you in to have these conversations with high-level government officials, how long is it going to take? So I went to three different groups of people. This is the arms article. So New York Times comes out 2017. And then the other pilot that was involved had been in DC multiple times. This is how good I got in touch with Lou. She had called me and said, hey, I'm talking. So I got to call her and I said, so she says, hey, friend, I have called you to take me. I said, no, she said, I've been to the Pentagon like a dozen times. Take me in anywhere from Starbucks to inside of. She goes, talk to me about the story, and they'll show me a picture. So it looked like this. And she was very frustrated. We called it Tic Tac because it looked like a thing of Tic Tacs. Let me see. But they're showing crafts that you have. No, not a picture that they had like somewhere else. Like they showed people. Okay. No, so that's what I told her. I said, well, just tell this guy that you're talking. Just give my name and number. It's a big deal to me. And that started. So when I got asked, multiple times to go down and talk to people. One of them was supposed to be 20 minutes, and these are important people. 20 minutes is time. It's like that's a huge deal. So we're going to think, okay, we're going to 20 minutes, and an hour and a half. Okay, that's the interest. And there were some people who come in and out. There's a few just sat there and hammered my book and like you're joking. We're like, no, this is all real. I mean, these are pretty senior officials. They're taking the time out of their day to get serious. Maybe we do need to pull up this society. Just show up at whatever it was. Attention to what we've done. What could we do? You put yourself in a position with these high-level government officials. What do you do? Spend your money on looking at them? I know the record came out about the ATEC and then we got over 5 years. So you know, like $3 million a year. And you go, I'm afraid now, $22 million. No, it wasn't $22 million a year. It was $4.2 million. That's not even in the building in the United States. We just got approved, but it was $750 billion. 750 billion. If you took $100 million out of that, it's not even going to end. And I go, why can't you? If you're spending $4.4 million a year, you can actually consider it worth it because you don't need a huge team. Because you figure, look at what's the number like 10, 15% of all the UFOs like a project really remain unexplained. Okay, so you can beat out me flying over someone in a campfire like my afterburners. You go, no, that was a day. So you can weed that stuff out, and then you go, no, I'm concentrating the fun. The most important thing, and I talked to the folks when we were talking to each other, and I said, let me review this. And I had got some pretty good stuff. I was talking to a person who's a former undersecretary who understands how to give me personal gave me some feedback. And I said, look, I won't for you guys funding the program. But what you need to do is run a program that there's going to be oversight. When I say oversight, I mean, because what happens is here's money that are distributed to governments. We're going to distribute it to these 3 different agencies across the United States government. Just call them ABC. So you get it to that. And I'll go back to like the 9/11 stuff. We really had the info, but all the agencies weren't talking to each other. All the pieces together. Hey, we're going to take $100 million of taxpayer. We're going to fund the program to actually seriously investigate this stuff and look at the technology. But there are three different entities working on their own, not talking to each other, so there's got to be a joint collaboration. We're going to do it. Joe's going to be in charge. You guys are all going to play nice in the sandbox together. Want to get our money's worth because people pull the frog wasted or wasting money on something stupid.
Now, the gimbal video shows a different kind of.
Yes.
How many different kinds of things are you?
Well, those are ours too. If you look at the old mask, it kind of looks like a Tic Tac. Those two are the same. I think there's stuff out there. Sometimes it's not that. You gotta look at where do you obtain the video? It's just like you use because you're gonna get that picture of people out there. And there was the guy Tom Cruise got him. What's his name? Louis. He was flying for Pablo in and out. Very sealed. Very sealed. It was all great until when I get close to that picture, they got the cameras inside the car. And Pablo was the guy who the place that picture came from is very sealed airplane, and then very sealed dead. So you gotta watch when you release it. This video, it was taken someplace you probably weren't supposed to be. Or how did you get that video? Like, I'll look. The video, that thing first came out. It's kind of funny. The guy that was in my back seat sent me an email, and this is about probably 2000. And he sent me this video. He says, it was on strangely.com. Not to say. But I love it. The next thing you know, it's on YouTube. So I would tell this to my friends. I would go, this is years before the New York Times article. And then when they did the Olympics official report, the video was taken off. And, it kind of puzzled me to take the video down. And I told the guys, official press, and we really need to have this thing come off of a classic drive system on the aircraft and up on streamline.com. Because at the time, the videos were classics. And that's not because it was a UFO. It's the AT flare video, which we didn't know what that really sees. You have seen it blocked out all the stuff. In this case, to the other
Jeremy, how many different types of vehicles are you ordering?
There have been incredible reports for decades, hundreds of different shapes, even the Dark Substance, 9 different styles that we're going to see in the system. The Tic Tac shaped, vehicle, that goes back in history, so say cigar shaped, big ships, small ships, they're all different kinds. There are other government funded UFO programs. It's a misnomer, actually. ATIP was actually paid up to $22 million. It was actually a very related program called OSAP. OSAP was the sole beneficiary of that $22 million. And then ATIP was a different funded program to study military encounters with UFOs. OSAP was created because of Skinwalker Ridge, the program to study UFOs and associated phenomena. ATIP and OSAP communicated and shared information. They were independently funded. So the $22 million was for OSAP, and then ATIP had its own sources. And they collaborate 2 UFO. I think we're going to learn about.
So the different shapes that Bob Lazar saw, there was 9 different shapes that he saw.
Yes,
on his hands.
Well, they were close to.
And none of them were like Tic Tac.
Not specifically, however, that's not enough common. If you go back in history of military settings when you're 20,000 miles an hour, the Tic Tac is a shape. They have triangles, they have ones like rectangles. The thing that is common with all of them is the non-reaction. I think he kind of thing noticed him, was he first said to me, and kind of went towards him with its nose. But it could move in any direction, right? It could just move at will. However,
yeah, when we first saw it, it was just basically never turned. It kind of doing this.
The shape probably doesn't matter.
And then it became aware because it turned. It actually appeared when I was down. When I was coming down, it came up. And, so it was obviously knew we were there. I don't know if it was energy from out the airplane or what. I do know that when the tree rocketed actively, it jammed the pretty much useless. And grabbing that for you. So, it's pretty wild.
The big deal that. or
Yeah. It's whenever someone tells me it's great to hear comics. These are just listening, I'm trying to imagine, I'm putting it in my head, visualizing it. Yes, he's pretty proud. I don't say who it was or what his position was. He's pretty proud. I'm not really empathetic. And he starts like Jeremy King. So this is thing. And he keeps like, you know about this ability. He goes, what about this? He gets like 3 of them. We are UFO. Nope. But he chases you. He goes, no. You're an aerosol. He kind of got deflated a little bit because he looked at me like, you suck. Well, it's like people that are into baseball stats, but they never play. Yeah. You gotta get into stuff.
Yeah, I'm with you, Joey. I wish I had seen that. I've been so curious about the propulsion system since these are. I wish I could see something too.
Oh my God. I would give so much. I'd almost think about working for the president just to win, just so I could get him to fly out of
Everybody's trying to
like, quit, bitch.
Everybody's trying to. Vincent tried to yo, big time. That was his thing. He came in and said, first thing Webster Huffman said, I want to know 2 things. Who killed JFK? And I want to know all about UFOs. And if he was denied access, and he later said, it's not the first time I've been lied to or denied information after asking for it. Bill Clinton said that. Additionally, Jimmy Carter, he said before he was president, I'm going to find out.
Jimmy Carter supposedly saw you.
He did. He said, I'm going to find out. I'm going to tell you. Never talked about it again afterwards. After he became president, what was his plan? Like, and then so many presidents have tried because they're like us and they're curious. However, this information, from my understanding, which is an informed understanding, is so well ramified.
That makes sense. Well, listen, there's one thing I want to make sure that retail is more, because I still blame you for it. Like,
Can I do that? No, can I just give you that quick. Okay, so check this out. Meeting with Bob was in here. You want to find sausage? Joe close it up. I go on his show with Bob was awesome. Thanks for the buddy, but how fun. And then we're lit on fire. Now, from a sociological, pop culture standpoint, what happened on that day was huge. I don't want to miss something, but so kid watches the podcast, watches the movie, puts up his Facebook page, Storm River 51. Oh my God, it's a big problem, right? So I ended up talking to the kid and all this, and trying to help him navigate, get went left, shoot it on straight. Anyway, that went down. Rachel, Nevada, where Area 51 is where the access points go up. We all went out there, right? But really, Rachel, nobody wanted to come. It's a town of 52 people, one business. That we live in. I live in Rachel, a couple of people. You don't want your whole town taken over by potentially dangerous millions of people that are signing up for this on Facebook, right? So it's a huge phenomenon that because
what happened?
So here's what actually happened. Because the media has completely lied to you. They said 150 people killed. Yeah, it's a total fabrication of the footage. We had an event I participated in an event in Pico, Nevada, which is safely 50 miles away from Rachel, but it didn't want us. And they fly 3,000 plus. It's really 3,000 plus people, even though they were scared to come, because they were told to be scared to come out there. There's going to be a riot, and they peacefully assembled and enjoyed this event. What happened? Well, nothing. We just got together, 3,000 people. Yeah, but everybody came with the idea. They're curious about this. I mean, the whole group audience of people had people, we talked, we had open phones on people talked. I don't set up. We had it. I set up and brought in speakers.
Yeah, I'm not, I don't want to contract you. That's not necessarily saying let's go. That's like, let's go jump to the White House, man. I'm like, are you planning? That's the dumbest idea on the planet. I didn't understand the benefit of getting all these people together.
People were going. And so my point was, well, these people who can talk about it and have a civilized time and see what people want to do. So my point is, it's amazing anybody came out to do it. Nobody went crazy.
So what is the 150 people that are involved?
So that's probably what happens. I didn't organize it, but I definitely advocated for it. And it worked, and it's a success.
So they just got together and talked. 3,000 people got together.
Well, it was spread out all throughout. Like people, they didn't break. There was the event there though, and hiking where it was the event, the stage, and all that stuff. You know, the George Athens was there as well. The event, they promoted. People already come. On social media, sure. I said, if you're going to go somewhere, that's where I'm going to be. It's going to be safe and safe. What is this? There's so many people that are curious, and don't underestimate what happened. When someone watched your podcast and that happened, you know, these people who are interested in it. And I think that's important because this UFO phenomenon is real. I'm engaged that it represents a non-monetary propulsion system. And that's a physics that changed the world. So the more people that come together and say we're interested, the lot of people do that. I think it's cool. That's a advisor.
Well, I don't know if there's any benefit to physically getting together, but I do think that there's a lot of benefit. But I do think there's a lot of benefit to this discussion. And I really do love hearing stories from people like you. So, that's the thing that matters. When it's like, I need to know the person who's telling me stories is bullshit. So when I get from someone like you, I really, really appreciate it. So that's it. Thanks for being here. Thanks for telling the story. Thanks for having us, for being you. Thank you, Jeremy, for setting this up. And thank you for the documentary. I was really like, turn me around. That was the one. All right. That's it. Bye, everybody.
All right, today is an exciting day at the Ballbones, presented by Club Beer, Smelling Salt. Got a special guest host today in studio, Jesse Berger. What a so good to have you in here, Berger. All the way 5 a.m. flight. You know, love it. Yeah. But we're going to surprise Yo. We blew this stuff. We get into that a little bit.
I'm not a vegetarian.
You're not. SE. Ribeye. So, it's good. Okay. How are we doing, Phil? I'm doing great. Work. Yeah. How's the moment? Feels good. Same. Every day. Yeah. I'm a little hard in the bag. Exactly what I thought about. And the man of the hour, we got Mike Yoshida in studio.
I'm doing good, man. Thanks for having me.
Damn, we're just like here. For our listeners who don't know who you are, Mike Yoshida is one of the most published and iconic snowboard photographers. With covers, he was staff photographer for the Snowboarder magazine. X Games gold medalist in photography. He also has an awesome attitude. He's the vibe hilarious at all times, which you guys will experience here. It's going to be a really fun show. So let's get into it. But I think we dive into the hard-hitting topics right out of the gate. Hotmail address. What's your Hotmail?
By now,
So yeah, can you walk us through that name program? Oh, okay. So in the high school, that was my nickname. Was Moose. Yeah. I feel like.
Honestly, it's like, I don't know what it came from. This guy, Kobe, you know Kobe from Alaska. He was
really good at just giving people like random nicknames, and like a lot of the kids that I grew up with became like animal. Like there's like pork face, like all this just like random stuff. But one day Cody just looked over at me and he was like, moose meat. And it just, and so originally I did moosemeat.com or moosemeat.com. Same thing. For the BD Moose.
BD Moose.
Yeah.
Yeah. So BD Moose, you were AK Roots. Where are you from originally?
I'm originally from Homer, Alaska. It's about 5 hours south of Vancouver. Super small town, fishing town on the ocean. Population probably like 6,000 people. But yeah, a mix of when I was growing up, just like a mix of hippie, fisherman / redneck / like Russian influence, like Russian parts of the up. So then Russian stuff, wild mix, but it's like mostly a artist community. It's like it's a really beautiful place. It's like a lot of cool and stuff happens out there.
How did you end up in Alaska?
Well, so it's kind of a long story. My dad was in like whenever the Vietnam War, the news service, which is like National Oceanographic Association, whatever. So he would go and like, I guess if he was almost smelling around, it was like considered food. So he got all these open houses all over the Vietnam surveys, and he was like not the most like gorgeous and you just get like super sick. But he just looked it out, and one day he just ended up in Alaska and ended up in the home Smith. And he was just like gravel roads with like, and just loved it. It was just like, I'm gonna be here. And it's pretty crazy. This thing is possible. So he moved out there and just like fell in love with Alaska.
Yeah, that's so rad. So my question to you is, how does somebody from Homer, Alaska, find snowboarding scene? So I don't know if you correct me wrong, there's no mountains, snowboard resorts.
There's mountains.
But there's chairlifts, I guess, chairlift access.
Well, I'll correct you. Olson Mountain Road Tub.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, and that's that's the only open. I think Saturday, Sunday. It's just run by a ski club, probably 400 feet. Cornice of the top. You can go to the hip, and then like a jump spot halfway down the face. I mean, started in the
Yeah, let's get into it.
So, I mean, I just like, I don't know, visually, I just fell in love with snowboarding, and I wanted to do it. And I had a lot of friends who were skateboarding, but I didn't live close enough to town. It was probably 7 miles from sort of creek, and so we were just up in the hills. And so I wanted to snowboard super bad, and I just gave my parents one Christmas, and we got me a snowboard, but unfortunately it was black snow. It was in all plastic, that was completely hollow, rings in the bottom, no metal. So, I mean, right up against some like stuff, right? And tried to ride down the driveway, and just like all over. And just like after, I don't know, like an hour, I was just like, yes, I do not want it. It's really hard, and I have no idea how to do it, and it just doesn't work. So like, fast forward a couple more years, I finally saved up for like my first medal at snowboard. I was like, not gonna give up because I could see how fun it was, and like a lot of my friends were doing it, and like, yeah, this is fun. And so yeah, I finally got medal of snowboarding. I started going to the rink. Amazing. Who was the first medal? I think it was on tomorrow. I think like
He was the one with the symmetrical Mars and the W. Probably. Yeah, and it's very like pointy, not what's it, pointy tail, straight or pointy nose, straight tail. Like very like. You know what? I think they sold snowboards at a bike shop. Yeah, but I wasn't like being like, you know, we all think like he had it all. He had, like the same switchblades, Craig Kelly that I fucking ride and then like and like we just got a lot of stuff. Just like so many ones. So, really autographs. Really? Yeah. What year? This is 1990. Yeah. And yeah, I had a really like group of friends that liked to snowboard that were like understood the culture and like we go just like my goodness for the store at the video. Every year we have like standard film. So we could go on that. Had like a tie at the moment. And just kind of, just like for us, not really like there really wasn't like the mountain was tiny and it was just so like for us to find was in the movie find a back and there's a snow bank and just back up and see the snow bank and just like walk into it. That's like just talking about it, let's go. Water everywhere, but not drink. Yeah. Dude. Yeah. Our stories. So many street riders coming at the bridge. Wow. Yeah. It's like, dude, you really these guys are riding Russian Jack and riding Hilltop and like all equivalent areas surrounded by gigantic mountains, just barrier to entry. It's not that. It's hard to get up in those mountains. Yeah, I mean, it's like snowmobile wasn't really enough. It's just the technology wasn't there, and then just the knowledge of like back you're like yeah, there were mountains across the bay. There's like mountains. It's just hard to access. Like at that time, we didn't. Snowboarding was in its like, but like we like found spots to build jumps, like driving around and like finding different spots, and, like just 5 hours away. Essentially, so it's like it's for family. Basically. So it's like an episode one day Alaska, and then like you're getting Alaska experience, getting a snowbank. Yeah, like I don't know how many people are like from Alaska. I was just riding down this big mountain. Like you're like Jeremy Jones, right? Like no, I'm not riding, I'm driving, just building jumps. Probably could stiff. So what was the arc of the rise to quantum scales? Where did you go from back here? Well, so I started from like turns and then like a lot of them were like pretty good. Like get Valley with me and told me about like just all the riders, and you would see like Jay Liskwood, Doppler, kind of I wanted to see that go down. So I don't talk about this really, but when I was in high school, I got busted and my parents were as parents did, but they sent me to like a boarding school, and my dad was he was just like I don't want to take boarding school. send you to like a school. Right? You know, guess after that, it's they sent me to a school in Swab for a year, and like this is I believe 92, 92, 93, or somewhere around there, and yeah, just I had a freaking season pass access to like big mountain, just like studying, you know, like and like there's like 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 all over like these hotels coming up that could think of yeah, it was just like an interesting time, but yeah, that's what really like and that's where I really like learned about a lot of the culture. Because there's magazines coming up, videos, like there's like a little TV room, just like TV2 and Project like nonstop, like and a lot of yeah, a lot of it. It's a school thing. So that's a funny story because so there's like Main Street schools, and they're on the bottom. Sophomores, juniors, and seniors, and then versus the criminals all has a communication sensor. So like keep them going up there the night. So the next room over, it was like that's but it was cool. It was awesome magic. I'm so grateful for the experience. But so the whole like next room over, like it's stuff. It's this, like yeah, with his clean nose, like buzz, like and like, became like best friends. And I was like, damn, dude, this kid's cool. And so we're shredding together. And mentioned that like he's like jumps and like eating all the red notes and you know, like oversized jeans and just like dirty like that through. But it is cool. And this other kid, those two kids were like, was he good? He was like, I remember just kind of like, like really squatty, like off the toes and stuff. But yeah, so sick. I ended up actually getting that's because I caught some. But I made it much through the year and like it was kind of going back. So it just didn't. I just wanted to be. I didn't really like. I tried suffering but like I just wanted like my old school friends back in. And yeah, I was really thinking of there and I was calling it like and sometimes I wouldn't be able to feel like somebody was in the sky. Oh, dude, it's just we're like hear all these thoughts. But yeah, well, so like these trips we went out, I saw that and it was like the lineup plays it's not even really out. Like it's not even the study. I like looked and it was like oh, and then Bible lost my mom. Yeah, did it and yeah, and continued to like do stuff on a rack. That's my guy. That's my guy. I didn't really talk about it until like way later when I went to Mount Hood, and I was just like, I lost touch. I was just like, it's not over. Like, he's like, see me. He's always been so like kind and just an awesome dude. I'm gonna go super like realistic. That's so bad. Story. Man, that's so fun. So then yeah, so I mean, I came back to elementary school there, and that's when I was like, just when I was snowboarding really across, I just like kind of blew it up, and all my friends were like, "What was it like you snowboard?"
Every time you went anywhere back to Alaska, it was like that.
Yeah,
Whoever left just had full cultural down.
yeah,
It was like getting code and bringing it back to the main thing.
yeah, for sure. I mean, I was in the Olympics in like Snowy Valley, and like it was fun, you know, like it was the last day, like just like the hatch, like just that cultural hub. So like, yeah, it definitely like downloaded to the homies. Like, this is what it's like. I knew that I wanted to get out of the as soon as I graduated. So I don't know. It was like once I graduated school, just like applied to a bunch of different schools throughout the Northwest. I just wanted to stay close to home and hold them. And I didn't really want to go to school, but I was kind of forced to go. This is what you're doing. Strict parents just be a lawyer or
But it didn't really fit that.
no, not really. It was like in the back of my mind, like they were like succeed.
So it wasn't just school, school for great stuff.
No, I mean I was like a kid, so school.
That's like the same. Ended up in the same part, same reasons.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, no doubt. Like one a lot of so it's like you're dealing with like, but with just like not as much harshness, like old, like darkness. But that's when like in the where in Alaska, when I was in high school or in general, like you show up in like AM or whatever, you get out of school, sun's already gone down. Like you might get like a little monster and you to like get a little sunshine, but it's like if you're not like acclimated to it or like systems in place to like work, it can be a pretty intended dark place, like for a lot of different reasons. So I knew I had to get out, and like as soon as I had left, I was just like, I ended up traveling a bunch of as soon as you come back, like, it's actually like sunshine, but, like in the winter that like, and so, but yeah, I ended up making Washington University, which is in Belmont, Washington. I gravitated towards that because I knew that there was snowboarding. I knew about mountain. I didn't know what it was, like all through and like how insane it is. There's a little bit on just the piece more where there's a good like friends. That's it. That was the criteria.
Yeah, that's perfect. My question is, you guys both take transplants. When did you guys meet?
Mount Hood.
Yeah. Yeah, when he did my tricks. I still got beat.
Actually, I don't want to.
Oh, big.
I met you like 98 at the whole but actually, I thought probably too shy. But it's a big deal. You remember you used to land?
Yeah.
Italian and Dre actually.
Yep.
And I would always skate with this guys.
So there's a guy that just get his front board on. Some of the time they're good at boards, good at looking
over the shoulder, kind of a blind Melmy type guy.
Are you speaking to their person?
That's right. I don't think. Can you help me with this?
That's out of my.
I'm just like doing cheesy little boards on my mailbox, and it's this Steve driver. I just happen to just face.
Which FDP right in your face. Yep. That for the record, I can do like
But I didn't know that. Now you know this Whitley's no. Whitley's switch from, you know. Yeah. Think of a Whitley's done like a.
I can do or fakey on the.
I'm also 50 foot scooter. And
Same. Oh, you're the other one. Yeah, you're not. You're regular skateboard.
yeah.
You and I are on an alliance here.
Yeah. Okay. We also have like, yeah, obviously.
Yeah. We got there's more ready. Oh, you got that. Oh my God.
That's true. No, it's left hand.
Yeah, that is. Yeah. We got to get to the bottom of it.
We do. Cancel everything. Hot topics. Yeah. Pause on your history. Yeah. Yeah, let's get to the bottom. It's the fingerboard discussion. Aired out right now.
It was nice. We were Big Mike. All right, let's get back into it here. So you guys met. You won up initially. That's else built up in the
Well, I was in my bed. And I was a fan of me. I was looking for Rabbi.
All right, we are here to interrupt your programming and talk about all things Bob for a hot thing. I get to tell you about our sticker. Now, this thing comes first thing in this. 50 stickers per pack. And I don't know if you're like me, I'm a sticker guy. I slap stickers on everything. Give me a water bottle, give me your snowboard, I'm slapping stickers. It would take an hour of my stickers. I love stickers. I'm sorry. Because of that, we wanted to make a sticker pack that's packed full of them. It's only $15 for 50 stickers. That's available at bobwall.com, which we are currently in the process of making a destination website. So be sure to bookmark it and upload all the text and content from all of the latest and greatest sport videos on our editor's pick section. You just scroll down and get. So check out bobwall.com for all your snowboard content needs. I recently, on Monday, uploaded a product review on the Capita Mercury. As of late, I've become a bit of a product nerd. I really fun technology boards. What I like about them, some people ask me what Capita they should get, so I figured I would just review it as I and give my own feedback. So you can find that at bobwall.com. Be sure to subscribe if you're watching on YouTube or listening on Spotify or anything. And now back to your regular schedule almost every day. Dude, I got to get a question that I think fits into this here from none other than Hoss King, Patrick McCarthy. What up? Little red beef, little bomb, how are we doing? Heard Yoshi is coming into the booth today. I wanted to ask, where does your passion? I know when we first met, you were the cook, the line cook for the show at Mount Baker, and you've always been able to make some of the most amazing meals. So, what is
the first meal? What is your go-to meal to cook? And where did this passion stem from?
All right. Hey, thanks, McCarthy. Love that guy. Best. Yeah, I think I got a lot of that actually from my mom. Who's like my amazing cook, and she was like insane Japanese food. So, kind of learning. And then as far as like the Mount Baker thing, like when I so like I think it's I was like basically like failed out the first 3 quarters because I just wasn't taking classes that I wanted, wasn't interested. So I got out of there and then eventually went back to community. And that was like the day to get the something back. And I was like, yeah, and I just didn't have enough money to do it. But, how to get that back? You got it in the car. So it's like, you don't do it. For sure. And like, so I got like way in the skateboard, and I was just like, having to be like, and it was pretty rough. Like, well, doesn't have much. They didn't have a skate park, but the Bellingham skate park was like a curb that was put up on 2 cinder blocks. It was like at the bottom of High Street, like abandoned parking. That's what we used to call the skate park. So, but I'm really randomly taking it off right here, but. So yeah, eventually like fell back in love with snowboarding because I got started with the skaters like snowboarding and a car like the place called the Rothschild down the like and yeah, he down the work and I had some crap got where and I would just like ride up with that. Was it that camera? Yeah, right. No, not the cool crap. But I just had some crappy outerwear or whatever. But yeah, we like, yeah, man. Yeah, so I started riding Baker again. Like, I got sorry Alex, but like I straight up just coach tickets. I couldn't fit it. I would just think of it and ride as much as possible. Yeah, I actually. I got and then it's even more fun because my buddy who worked the ticket when the sell $5 child ticket. That's kind of at least that's that's but anyhow, yeah, that's how I really got back into it. Just like I couldn't afford to do something away. But after that, I realized I got like some friends, and I realized they're like, "What's the way you like that?" Class is like really long on having a coach, just like fit you there, like you should do the job. That can kind of keep you in touch with people. And so I ended up getting once I graduated from college, I ended up getting a job. It's pretty easy. That like, I mean, long story or long answer to that story. Sorry, I mean that was my what if you my passion. What that goes to Jeff? He said when I first started at school. First year I started was 1992. I think. No, 98, and that year, that was the year that I was going up a lot. And then I was just like, why would I work on Baker after the lessons gotta tell you, like, if anybody's out there looking for a job, like the scary or young kid, just think that you won't need to be faster or like the cook job is still work because I befriended the manager down on good terms. And we just had it set up. He's like, why don't you just come? I'm like, you need snowboarding. Why don't you just like have a morning off? And you can come in around like 10 o'clock. And like, the weather, you know, 9 to 11, whatever, it's like first class or just go to work. So you get a lot of running time, like, not to talk about like, flip-flops and moves, but like, you get that. But
It's like the slime line.
yeah, it's like a little bit. I mean, again, we fit in different always this job. So, but yeah, I was just cooking burgers for the first year. And, it was so sick. But some of the people that run across, like some of like legendary people that I got to cook burgers for was so sick. I remember like cooking for Noah Slab. And it was like on the way out. I'm a fly boy. Oh wow. I was paying attention to all this stuff. Like, you know, the quad stack. Stack it. I give them a quad stack. Wrapped it in the normal hamburger wrappers. You give them a discount. I don't know, probably like a chicken burger. So I'm trying to cut wrappers. For sure. But yeah, that was like the highlight. Just like just being like a little close to that culture. Just because like it wasn't necessarily like a big really highly progressive guys. It was more like the older guys who were like, or like, you know, or yeah, all the old heads coming through. But the next year, yeah, Brownie. There was a baker that all the baker. Okay. What about their Red Bull? Let's just go ahead and eat this sandwich. Hey, we're trying to shoot. Oh yeah, I got a job. Yeah, so just strictly, it was strictly like burgers, nachos, and bowls. But yeah, the next year I found out there was another job, and this is a job that not too many people get to do, but it's the employee cook job. And so that's the job where basically like at the very top of the mountain, it's Heather Meadows Lodge. And there's basically like a hotel up there where all the employees live. And there's a cook who will cook breakfast, like serve like a sacrifice, pack up lunch, and then he cooks it. It's like the most talk about like you can time off. You're working from 4 to like 7. You put your then you have to compete with it. And then the wing. Yeah. Close it. Shredding all day. And then you come back like 3 around 8. So it's a split shift. But yeah, that's what I really have to do. Because you get like, you're cooking all sorts of different meals, like and you can customize things. I don't know, it's kind of an interesting job because you hold power. Like, there's like all these employees that you're responsible, you know. So, and the split shift, the shift is 3.5 days on, 3.5 days off. So like snowboard every single day for a long time. I want to definitely took every single day. First time, like Middle East stage entry on, just like how a lot of folks chose like it wasn't even about like filming just about getting it with how just like we just like writing a bakery kind of have an agenda, like this will end. You know, you hit this, you have a sequence of on first. It's going to be
Be careful what you say on air. You might up for blood if you get away too much.
Yeah, you can kind of cross the line. Okay, I'll keep my mouth shut.
First, you are recording. This is so freaking good. And that position probably happens once a week. I mean, sometimes and you like writing them that much consecutively doing it. You understand every single little piece of that mountain, every little roll, and every single piece of terrain. You can get so dialed in and honed in. You can just see stuff without even looking at it. And you wrote it the day before, and you wrote it before. Exactly. You can even see a ghost previous track or whatever. And outside of yeah, for sure. So, definitely feel about what happened, and you're just next thing you know,
You have to look like Frankie on top.
yeah. I don't know about that. But at some point in here, you just discovered awesome in the dusty attic.
Before we gotta hit the segment of the show right now. Run through the whole run through a little trivia. So what the deal is partner, you're gonna count it down. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got about 10.
Wait, do I have to do?
You don't have. It's more for family for you. If you gets it wrong, you have to do a spelling.
I wanted.
So if he gets right, you can do.
Or competing.
Yeah, that's your word. I mean, you can do what you can do because
Yeah, I need.
you get no sense of smell, right?
Yeah. Wait, I forgot.
You just yeah. And it'll break and it'll turn red. You can do that. It's not recommended. You not recommend you try that. No, you can make your own choices though. Just pinch it. Okay. There you go. Oh, it did. All right. So you always
Appreciate that. I think you say that to everyone.
no, that like I it up.
You went it.
Terrible things. That's like a kidney day or whatever. You know. No, it's a day. So you guys,
It's like a little bit of wasabi.
here we go. First question. And you count it down if it's like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And if he doesn't answer in 5 seconds, I have to close it. So
Oh, I get to add pressure.
you get to add pressure. So it's a clutch situation. First question. Alaska is the capital of the world for what type of fishing?
Good.
Okay. The full length of the lens is called what on a camera?
I've
Focal length of the lens. Stop. That stop is the focal length of the lens.
dress.
All right. Here we go.
Once in a while.
Next question. What movie does Steve Carell refer to a body part as bags of sand? What musician was originally from Homer? Who has a better switch from Set 360? Mike Hughes, Cheetah, or Kevin Walsh? Okay, what are the letters and numbers that he's trying to remember?
It's fun. 3. 5 minutes.
Close.
BR's 319. All right. Steve's rolling. Get it down. Okay, here, there. Okay, next question. What drink does Ricky order dressed up as McGruber in the movie McGruber?
That's the Tazo.
Yeah.
Okay, hell.
No. Tazo tea. Okay. Sorry, not so. Okay. What is the name of the villain McGruber is after? That's correct. I don't think you'll get it. I'm sure it's skunk insurance, but the maximum episode.
32.
45.
Okay.
So,
My list.
wow, nice work. I'm
Ellie Irwin River last year.
actually. What? What is this thing?
Dude, I don't know about that.
You know, stuff I can play them on.
Okay.
So you can take up.
And he will.
He's known for a blurry photo. Speaking of F-stop, when did you pick up the camera?
Wow. That just blasted me. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. He's ready to go.
Yeah, you didn't.
Woo! All right, we're back. Back in it. Oh, yeah, great.
Nice.
So I picked up a camera. 90, I think like maybe 97, 98 or something. I got it. Yankee skateboarding. And yeah, I was just like, I was on crutches for a couple of months. Randomly, dad just made me a camera. It's like, yes, you are interested. He sent me an actual SLR that he didn't use anymore. And so yeah, I started using that camera. I went at the time where taking photos, and I was just kind of like, and I was like, this is fun. And like Washington, you know, very beautiful area, and like.
And here we go. First of all, gentlemen.
The joke, the experience.
Well,
Engaged. My wife started this. I'll say this was one of the early guys why I really. So I was surprised at the time, and I wanted to, that's really fun. And I think it was like I was nice fun in China at the time. Probably not now, but then it's like I was like, I have 7 more fights in the contract. And I had to get 3. When it was running out, you know, saved up. Yeah, that's my last day, like $100. And you do pass when you can see something. Said, I'm about to be home. They said, don't. Hey, check it back. I'm sitting there just like crying. I don't think Ash was going to engage.
shit, and I'm like, honestly, just yeah. So, I mean, I've seen nothing. And again, so he's like, yeah, Alex Volkanovski now, we don't make brands, we own part of the company. That's it. Like I said, last when they had the whole recall, was I can't remember who else. So, but what if the UFC gig? Yeah, I kick some guys. But that was kind of yeah, the whole when fighters get no sponsors. Condom death. I don't like that. You probably have some discretion. And I do like the fact that like the last fight I had, Hunter, way before we're gonna do this for certain fighters. What design do you like? And I was like, Curtis, who works, he does a lot of the design. I told him I want, and then he just constantly starts and said a few times. If I like that, I like it. That's what that is. The expression. Calm, like negative, like he has shorts with old. Yeah, I do. I don't like everybody. Time they want to be taken seriously. We had some professional sports. Like the contract. I like that. I wish if I could advertise. Oh, big time. Yeah, that's big. Sponsors of your shorts is a lot of money. But Sean was making more money from sponsors than he was from his fight. Yeah, I agree. There's a way to bring it back, I'm sure, but even then, some people, but it's better if you use plastic. It was funny. For the shorts, I'm advertising. I just feel like, they didn't like some because it didn't represent the sport of the Condom Depot. But they didn't just fucking have a list of ones that you agree to. That's actually good. Yeah, like I said. Yeah. Maybe they would check first. Right. Maybe advertising like sports have to be free to check what's the complete, what you got to sell. Last one, sure, some money. Wear whatever the fuck they want. Let them know the man. He was a bad one. I like that. So that's me. My sports, I always like that. Yeah, just get like cool picks. Yeah, that's just one of the things about the UFC. They want everything to be uniform and organized. But yeah, like I feel that certain fighters they're changing them, which is good. Hopefully that trickles down. I don't feel like anybody should be like short grappling. I feel like the temptation for the temptation for grabbing is just too much. Yeah. And it does happen. Yeah, I've seen it. Yes, it happened to me. They grab my tights. I don't know that now. So it is tempting. What I think tights do this really fast. But again, sometimes like shorts, and if it is style, that's style. Because I just think your body type really got no ass. But like, tights, you look like a fucking something. Yeah, you look a little flat. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of room for expression. Mm-hmm. It's interesting to watch like all the different styles people promote themselves as well. So many different ways now. And then these guys like I know too, he doesn't even speak English. He's not just based on performance. Even the fact that that's also I became in this fight, Alex, because just think the momentum behind it was so big. He's just going to look, I was the most active champion in UFC history. I think next to Alex put 3 cars. Like, it'd be like,
Yeah. And he fights fucked up. He fights injured. Apparently his knee was really fucked up in the first year. Oh, wow. You know when he stopped hearing and then he said he did like a forward roll up the hill? He said he did that because he didn't trust standing on his right knee. Yeah, his knee was fucked up. So it was fucked up in training camp. So when he stepped off, he just started to roll forward instead of putting weight on his right knee.
That's what Paco said. But again, that's what we have to do. When you get into UFC, this is what I do as well. You do the right way. Fight as much as possible. Fight as much as possible. Space. That guy just fought. I'm just so fight last month. Fight as much as you can. And you get that momentum behind you. And don't try to do that guy. Then you just that momentum comes. Space. Yeah, and that's how you build this spot up. So I've done it. And I've had to keep going. I know and the way God was great celebrations of all time. It just look, it's a story. Yeah, it's just people mentioned what he said, like you know, you like no one wants to work for I don't know. Right. And it's because I want that guy so sorry. And regardless of what happened, I lost 3 times in the final. It was just the fact that I knew him. Every time I fought him, I was just like, I thought you won the first one. I thought so too. But then that's, the Chinese kickboxing fight. He gave it to him, and then the second fight in Brazil, with the same one. And he gets me again. I was basically animal to see this one. So it's very, what you said about the whole. That's real. That's real. Last time I fought him in Miami, that's why I didn't scared. So, the guy beat me in the biggest arena on the Madison Square Garden. Same way as last time. So, I'll just ask, and I'm like, all that shit took him down. And then he gets me. Right, so this whatever, like, obsessed with those people that are crazy. Because I got prayer words as well. And mom and dad fast. Yeah, people like in the spirit of praying for me. But like the way he carries himself, something about him is he knows how to recover. So I just knew how to give him again. And then after that, he knows me as the biggest thing in the world. I'm just like, just do that shit. Because I just knew I can get it. And then that I was just so good. I was like, and that was one I kind of mentioned. Like microdose. Lord. Like, I would say that's the step word was because you have to over strip various shows. White face. I can make things. And yeah, one time I was in a shower with this mirror and I was this president. This is like, there's no way. You can beat me one time, you can beat me 2 times, maybe 3 times. I was like, that's what I'm going to do this time. And I had to get this stuff. And the way I just went, first round I think I won, second round I was winning, and fucking leg. You know what it is? It's for this video is for it's not getting him. I'm on. On place. I became what I on the kind of well. He hits you with that surface area. And so, really turn the head. Yeah. And so it's so steep. He doesn't have to. He's got so much against so much grip from that little. And yeah, it's game. I think that's gonna be for me this weekend for Toledo. But I don't know why Chelsea is. Do you hear me? Chelsea is get it done. Because all the time. For me, the fucking I just need Ferrera right now. And the frame, he's gonna avoid the shots because he's going because he's looking out. Right up there. That's the so you might have to see what people have right for them to get more fight.
It's very interesting because Khalil's so fast, and Khalil's had experience with the kickboxing when he knocked out Gokhan. That was a big game. That was like early on. Everybody said, "Oh shit, Gokhan's not going to finally in the UFC." Like, oh, Khalil just takes it. Khalil's so fast. Fucking hard. He throws like that. The thing that he would line hard, he throws that off speed shit sometimes. He can give you a little of this, and you know, the off speed uppercut. Fast.
Looks. Yeah. Almost personal. He has to look looking back. But again, he's just like blood. So he said, I said, he's fighting. What do you say? He's on. Yeah, very violent. I think the real one in this fight, he just like, that sounds real cheesy. But for me, that's what it's self. I didn't think about that. Right. I keep thinking about that. Yeah, when he's a self person. I'm sure Alex is going to do it. Well, I don't know. Let's do the South. When you give him that front leg and he knows he can get it, he gets more confident. But if you're a southpaw, he finds other ways to keep you at bay until he can get that leg.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see, like, right away. And how see. I think the training for him to get these bombs is out of still can. Yeah.
But you know, I said, look, 185 the other side is bigger because of the problem. Like, restricted those one of the time. Go try to connect much. But yeah, on the ball, just hold them. That's what I'm looking for.
What's your thing about
Say whatever. But me as well. That's what I'm interested in. Man, I got fucking this and I get myself to fight him. But it's just ignorant to fight him. It's just the hurdle. I think maybe just because of the history. That's why for me I felt that because of the history. It's the fight so most of the time. It's like, and you know you can beat them. You know how you just know, but that's real story.
where you come so close a couple of times
Every time.
and then you get in the first fight in the UFC, so close to the end of that first round. Like you had it. But there's 30 seconds left in the fight. It's running round. Yeah.
10 seconds left. Okay. That's the beauty of the story. They went to the fifth round. What's the difference? It's just like, they just fucking to do whatever was bigger than okay. He just had this energy. Came at me and my leg was compromised from her leg. But so, yeah. So I'm a wrestler myself. I'm happy. And people go, oh, what did it do? Well, I'm like, look, I do it again. I will put out your notes. Right. I'm not fighting for anyone else. I only have so much left in the game. I'm not going to spend this money. Exactly. I don't know how long left, but I just know I'm definitely on the other side of the career, so I want to get these fights out of the way. And now I'm champion. So I'm in this situation where like, I know I want to fight though, because I just fell off the top and I let my leg heal and all that. I feel great. I don't want to get back to be active. What's the beginning maybe? Yeah, still feel great in the last game. Testing about 3 weeks ago on the book we're at. I was about where I was before this fight 4 weeks out. So yeah, I'm going to fight again. How much of an effect did it take you like you were talking about? I think it was more good than bad. I know it was good. So listen, man, Yeah, my bad. Yeah. And then the moment at the end of the slip, the last picture, just let them call it, be tripping. Those kind of moments. Maybe if I was active, it wouldn't happen, but who knows? You never know. But I am happy with how I performed. I was happy with the shape I came in. Really good shape. Uh, feeling like the numbers for me said the most active of any fight by far. Like UFC, so I said, like strike, rate or whatever. All you do is but yeah, those fights, I helps out me out my friends here to the stuff like that. So we can do something different. Gas in the tank, things like that. They acted that was good. And I had fun in there. I had fun changing.
I wanted to ask you about that, the gas tank thing, because there's a philosophy that Norm Baranovich and Persons was going to have. Yeah. So what they wanted BJ to do, BJ was in the program, essentially the camp was entirely based on strength conditioning. So it was all conditioning to give you this insane. Their philosophy is, you know, you've been fighting your whole life. You're not going to get better at fighting in 6 weeks. But what you can get is insane cardio. You only concentrate on that. And if they don't, their thought process is that is the most important thing. That is the thing that fails the most in fights. That's the thing that keeps you from making else, keeps you from doing things you want to do. It keeps you from being able to scramble out of positions. But if you can, instead of all this fight-specific training, like put that aside and just give yourself the most fucking insane gas tank humanly possible, and then fight. And then the margins, the times when you're going to need it, right? Your skill level is already elite world championship skill level. It's not going to deteriorate because your cardio gets better in 6 to 8 weeks. But what you can do is give yourself this insane base of cardio, so in those moments when you hit the gas, you can. And that's what they did for BJ. BJ was at his best.
I think the best I saw BJ from what he described, like
yes, exactly, unbelievable.
I agree, definitely. You can always sharpen the tools, keep it sharp, but it's just about so that team lasting judgment, things like that.
How you feel fatigued in the last round?
I didn't like the things at one point. The third round was really put it on. And it's like, and then I think around before I came out, like bang, bang, bang. Literally, he shot into the my walking. I don't know. My brother's like, get up on me, and then when like get up. Like, through. But not to try and hit me either. My momentum stop me from coming in. And yeah, he's a guy that just strong will. Like, yeah, I can respect him. Strong will. Yeah, not as strong as I thought I would be, because I felt strong as well. Like some last night, Aaron was kind of glued. Yeah, let me just do myself. I just wanted to feel strong. So, the end of the day, we put on some muscle for that fight, and then for the first time ever, I got this far off just whatever I want to be. Great.
Yeah, we were talking about that when we went to Terry Black's today.
Yeah. So, now, honestly, having those kind of and the way he used to stuff is Rabbi. Understand he's getting older. But I don't know. When I was young, I thought, done with this game. And but now, can still squeeze a lot out of this.
I did a whole series when I first moved to Austin. I did a whole series because this is protocol. I think it was an Israeli study that they did. They showed that like telomeres do like 60 sessions over 90 days. You know, they measure your biological age when the length of your telomeres. It's 20 years on. Decreases your age of your telomeres. It's like it's fuck this up. So what exactly are telomeres? The way you measure someone's biological age is for the telomeres, and through things like NMN. Telomeres are protein DNA structures that enhance the chromosomes that perform several functions. They preserve chromosomal integrity. Telomeres help maintain structure, integrity, DNA during replication. And as you get older, it's get weaker, and so that's
awesome.
NAD infusions that helps that as well.
You see that like Bieber, like that. Yeah.
So I get those.
Great.
Do it with the program. I take it, but there's a lot of companies do it. Yeah, that's what the thing that does it just as well, and even better, is hyperbaric chamber. So hyperbaric chamber elevated up to it's like 2x. So it's
every day.
I've been doing it a lot lately. So I've been doing it quite a bit. But it's just a completely different. I found out about it for recovery.
The leg.
Yeah, it's like fucking brutal. I remember. So then I started looking into it, and I thought, this is really going to be when I started seeing all the different ways I can increase your recovery and Josh did a lot of those jobs, but it's a big impact. You just do it when you go down to the guys in Mexico when they use themselves. They give people that direction as well. That's an individual, but it just anytime I have something wrong,
I bet you have one of them. They'll definitely. Yeah.
I bet it's time consuming. The whole experience is 2 hours because it has to be up pressure and then it's decompressed and you drink everything. So it's like 15 minutes getting up pressure and 15 minutes of decompressing. That's a great deal of cover as well. It's just, I feel like, especially as you get older, every edge, so much fun. Every edge.
Red light there. Yeah. That's why I work. Like, even the one before that. Actually, how can we make this campaign? So that's like the last weekend.
That's so crazy.
So that was one of the so actually helps and just to get having breakfast because he's during the week train. And then I would have like every so fight day I still something. Maybe
How the hell can I become a professional teacher? She doesn't tell me shit.
Force yourself
How
to
do you
go
teach me? How do you fucking teach me?
Like to have breakfast. I like that. I can for a few months. I understand the benefits of breakfast. When you train session. Yes. Yeah.
Aljo said that when he that he did eat first. And he said he finished it. Yeah. You know, I think the time I pushed back, I forget exactly the reason it was. I just forgot to eat it because it wasn't feeling the anxiety fighting for the title, you know, the deal. And just felt it. Especially with a guy like Aljo who cuts really much. And Aljo is he's so big for 35. I remember running into him at 176 pounds, but so big.
Looks good at 155.
Yes. I was bummed out that low bar fell out because
especially this week.
That's a very Aljo was strong at 145.
Why did I buy more
Yeah,
than
he got injured and thought he was able to do it. And he's, there's a diminishing return for these weight cutting dudes. And I think,
always something. Called. No matter what, always going to find you right. Trying to find this pass the migration test or something that they can use to pass. But I don't know how that works. I don't know how that happens to me. Weight cutting. When I started fighting, people used to go down to the 170. I don't know how the fuck you get 170 back when I'm sitting there. All that I was, that's close to 170, 177. What's the thing? That was it. 170. I would cuss myself.
Tom's going to be one for this. Yeah.
When you caught weight, though, I said, when I caught weight, it's a spiritual experience sometimes. It's a weird experience because I've seen fighters who have get delivered from the same thing that you do it, but not even in a bad way, but just the way they talk because you're close to death. It's even like that's such a experience. You are close to death. Yeah.
I mean, it sounds ridiculous to say that, and the person who doesn't understand what you're doing, you can't follow it, but not really. Not really. You really are close to death. You keep going for a few more hours, you'll die.
I mean, my weight retain back because I think 5 all the weight. And you go to the scale, you see.
Yeah, you never look destroyed. What do you normally weigh the week of a fight?
If I get to the fight location, say, that's not
Did you
long time, yeah. And that's the perfection. You're trying to protect because it was cerebral fluid to make the
brain apparently it's the slowest. Your body's your muscles regenerate fairly quickly. But still, it just never makes sense to me. The person is like literally on the verge of death 24 hours before cage.
That's how battles of death. And I mean, look, I do love this game, and I think weight cuts is hard to do right now. No, I was but I was okay, we have high classes.
No, that doesn't make any sense because you guys like DC, you know, even though it's not even barely 6 feet tall, he's a good champion. And it's the wrestling skills. I think that the way to do it really is to have more weight classes. I think you have the big gaps like 85 to 205 and 20 pounds. That's crazy. And then, you know, 205, if you want to start fighting at weight, and then you're dealing with guys like Francis, who's at 265. It's such a gap.
The other one, okay, 65, 70, 175, 180. Like,
they could do that, but I think that's maybe a little too much. I think 10 pounds.
Yeah.
10 pounds is reasonable.
Yeah.
All the way up to 45, 45, 45, 55, 85, 205, and then 225. And you have
it's bigger for number. I just around to 55.
Yeah. Crazy.
I mean, they talk about this. We talked about this recently. Last year, we talked about having classes within a neighborhood.
They should have there's too many. They're too wide. Like there's too many tweeners. You know, too many guys that used to fight at 170, but they really can make their penalty.
At least look, I always thought that's like decision to say, yo, this is out. And why does it take so long? Mission, all the ones something.
I don't know. That seems like a common sense rule, and especially under power. This is not. So to deny that and to say that or another that can't block.
Yeah.
You can use that just as easy as you can block that. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. There's a bunch of things that are unrealistic in my opinion. One of them is not being able to kid from a downward position when it goes up. So if a guy's on top of you and you're on your back, up to it.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. That doesn't make any sense. I think you should be able to kick when you're flat on your back every time. You should, because that's a real technique.
If you have vertical guard, like a flexible screen, what's his name? You got fight.
Oh,
he's the yellow kid.
Right. You are in a guy's guard, and that guy can elbow you in the face, punch you in the face, why can't he kick you in the face? You should be able to lean back, kick you, and it would make the guard way more effective. Dangerous. It's also more real.
Yeah.
Oh,
that was good luck.
That should be 100% legal.
Look at the hip dexterity. Look at like weight. Yeah.
Like an accident from the outside.
Yeah, you know what?
That's 100% a good technique. It should be legal, and you should be avoiding that if you're on top.
Right.
Top is an advantageous position. Even the guy that you do on bottom that is real, or like a real fight should be allowed. It's not like there's something in this position. Like the idea of like not allowing soccer kids to come down the opponent. What I think about that is the cage. I think if you're coming against the cage, so if it's not you or soccer, it's always. But if you're in an open space and it's a place to move, all those things should be legal because all those things are real techniques. Especially if a guy's on top of you. The guy's on top of you on his knees in your guard, and you can get a leg back and stomp him in the face. That's good. That's a real technique that should be 100% legal.
What I like in some cases just too cool. But again, there's something against the cage and then
yes, yeah, they allow it. Yeah, I don't know what the
description of the grip.
they're pinned against the cage. the one when Rothschild fought and won and got one of the worst soccer kick ever? Some fought some big Brazilian cat. This dude soccer kicked him and it was like, oh, God, you know, yeah.
Oh yeah.
He had him rocked already.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, this is cool. I think
The thing is, look, I guess they see that they're like, ooh, like fighting.
okay, but if that's true, how about Iranian Aldana? But the spear, the whole thing was real good.
Oh, that was crazy.
Yeah. And of course, so tough. But, so you get the Roger Federer one. So Roger should have been fighting at the end, right?
Oh no.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's what I asked him.
Yes.
That was fucking kidding me. When that dude had him, actually, even held it for a little bit. Really lined it up.
Fucking cold.
That's a rough one. That's a rough one. But that's a real technique. Yeah, I mean,
You do it in real life.
yeah, that's the point. It's the sport of fighting. It's a sport of fighting, and you can't up Is that real? That's ridiculous.
Even the one you maybe do a straight version of Rob fight through the ball somewhere at the end, and I was thinking, like, yeah, I just back him up. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
I think Herb was alluding to more action. I don't know if he's getting pressure from someone to have more action, but one of the things that Herb said was someone wants it, and he was alluding to like some specific officials and executives, whoever. He's like, if they wanted to, it's different up, which they would tell me. Just like,
let's say this.
not to be considered any because we criticize for trying to get people to work and trying to stand people up.
So let me get this straight. Say,
He's alluding to the fact that they want it to look a specific way. It's kind of funny this on it because it was interesting the way he phrased it. We phrased it specific, yes. He's always like, let's work. Sometimes it doesn't even make sense. Like,
I know. I still remember knowing, like, yeah, he's on top of his bottom down. He's actually trying to, show the position. So it's true. That'd be interesting. That would be. That's when I say interesting, that's like shady.
Yeah, it's shady. But it's what we're talking about in a bunch today too. Is that there are certain fighters they want to win because those fighters are more exciting. I mean, I'm curious. I feel that there should be no stand-ups. Unless there's a violation or someone does something illegal, there should be no stand-ups. I think I can put you down like Rob does and just beat you. You can't do shit. Even if the audience is going, that's the fight. Someone wants to get up. He's got to get up. I don't think it should be you just hold him on and you're full hard and they just stand you. Because that's such an advantage for the striker. He's standing up again. You already have the advantage of every round to start standing up.
Which the last distance is different.
Yeah.
No, on top. I find that's again, look, I killed that. It was a great mistake because I knew for a fact I could beat something. So that was probably my first combo. So I learned how to break. I started that first, but then I never have shown too much of my practice skills because the show is my music. I was like, do there, stand up, get up, and but yeah, fuck, that is suspect. If someone is, I actually want to watch that.
That's not it. There was an article where they interviewed him. Yes, statement from himself is saying if someone wants the fights to look different, I wish they would tell me. Yeah, that's suspect. Yes, that's a crime. Oh, wait, that's cryptic. Yeah. They're telling you, I want more action. Okay, here it goes. I've seen on social media, people have spoken about me calling the fighters for more action. That's what I've always done. I can tell you what I tell fighters during the briefing. I tell them anytime I'm going to interfere or any intervention, I'm going to talk to you first, like if I'm going to stand you up. What I'm going to say first is I'm going to say, let's work. I usually clap, and what I'm expecting from him is not basically what I'm expecting from him is not busy work. I specify I'm looking for effort to finish the fight. So either you posture to where you can set up fight attacks, advance your position, effort to advance, because it's not as easy as just passing the guard, but effort to pass, effort to advance your position, effort to bring the fight to finish. That rule was put in place to us getting fighters out to take our sport. Look the way we want it to look. But he said something else.
He goes, as a ref, I'm saying, I question the but that's very suspect. You know, this is what what it is. What if that happens? That's like, not to take it.
It's not that, but you are influenced in the course of the fight where a guy has control. And you're a fighter and a referee is advice and for someone. Right. But wait a minute. So that's I think you say if someone wants to they want to fight to a different, I wish they would tell me.
That's what I'm saying. We say
I don't think the referee's job is to instruct the fighter to do anything other than follow the rules. And if you can hold the guy down, I'm the worst at this because I think you should start in the same position at the end of the last round. I think it's one fight. I think it's one fight, it's not 5 fights. So if a advanced striker is always standing up. So if a guy gets you down half the back and the round ends, I think you should have the exact same position, the exact same things on the octagon floor when the next round starts. Because you earn that position, and you need to earn the stand-up. So if you're standing up for like giant advantage.
Like I'm
yeah, sure. Well, also the
no, but it does make sense when it comes to your friend. Even forever, try to have 10-minute rounds. First one. Look, some things like this, they take the way, but again, during the tournaments, just right. Let's see who's a real bad. That would be crazy. I know they can't go to never done anything, but I'm gonna bring back the tournament. So like, let's see who's the best. Sit down, and warm. I remember a few times what it shows this, like this. Some built-in drama over the evening. Watch a guy fight once, and I see him fight the second time. That was only a while from the early days because watching them tournament right as well. Yeah, fun. I don't even feel like Lord, did it remember Last Man Standing? That was great. They fought 3 times.
I think it was Mighty Mouse and Ian McCall in the.
No, I got it wrong. They fucked up the decision because there was meant to be a draw and then I think. They fucked up the decision. They'll just have it this, that. It's a draw. One more round. After I played the fight like that, now they have the whole business. Well, that's what the whole does. Yeah.
What?
See, look at the guy's face. Like,
I've had that too.
that's where it's going. Yeah. It's like, cool, let's go. Get back in the corner.
Is that one of the most difficult things, like change your mindset and fight, like if something throws you off? Specifically, you remember Tim Kennedy yell over the mirror?
Oh, get up. Yeah.
I do all the mirror. And then school. They threw ice on the floor. They fucking kept sitting on the school. And John's telling me standing up, and he's still sitting down. And Tim Terry's walking around going, what the fuck? The ice would stop. Yeah, but it should have been stopped. But then the one got up and we stopped him. Solid 35 seconds extra recovery, which we heard. Yeah, and I think Tim said it fucked with his head. It was his mental weakness that he thought he was angry. They were mad at me. I had him. I should have won. The round started. The minute was up. I could have gone on him and I could have finished him. So if he loses.
That's what I'm for you. Any small 30 to 25 people. So in that point, that's
exactly. He did. And so then he's got to fight again. But motherfucker, this shit already been over. So instead of concentrating completely on being the present in the fight, you're thinking I got fucked.
This thing when Anderson thought he won.
Anderson just followed up with 1 or 2 more shots. That would have been it. It's like Jalen Turner and Robson has fucked up and walked away with the KO.
I literally went like, I was there from like, that's why I like the winner of the background. I'm like, yeah, I watched that. I was just like, what? 8 more seconds. You could have just done something about it. No, fucked up too. He was hurt bad. Yeah.
Oh, he's so.
I think he's also really talented as well. He's fast. He's when he fought Ben, you heard that.
Yeah.
I heard that.
That's the one where Dan broke.
Just a
I love. I'm back into the top 5.
I love who he is as a person. Look, I see him in person. He's the guy that you just know what to expect. Like, I don't know where. Boom. This customer himself on all these tattoos.
Yeah. Crazy.
Like, covered himself. He's in Spain. We don't want to with us. This weekend, I believe, or maybe next week in Spain. But that's like funny. I'm like, no, boxing. That's not for me. I can fight the black, I can fight whatever. Sure, but for me, I'm asking. Well, that's the kind of shit. Oh, it's like, yeah, let's do that shit. Be like, yeah.
That whole MMA league where it's
Yeah,
all
yeah.
knuckle and there's no to your elbows.
I just don't like the knuckles, but these loose ones go there. This can like I get sliced up. So if gloves, like I don't need gloves. I think I only put gloves now. I might give it 1 or 2 more, but I'm like the old gloves. They didn't really protect. With the old gloves, it felt like tiring. And I think they were just dangerous. Like with those, it's like softer. And I don't know about this whole curve thing. Curves, I can still do that. Yeah. I'm going. I'll wait and see.
Bro, listen, man, the best gloves, for sure, are Trevor Wiggins.
Yeah.
The best gloves. They're the best gloves. They're the best
Seen it, yeah. Is that the big ones? But
yeah. They curve. So it's curved. So you're in this position. So if you want to do this, you have to open them up. But it's still, you can do it from your leg to the same. But you're in a curved position. You got to avoid so many eyeballs.
for me.
So you gotta get the eyeball.
It's not wasn't great. It was bad. I'm wondering
Thought on that. I feel like it should come from mitt. So it's the top, like you grab a surface. Look at those little bits. Like that's Trevor Whitman. That's the Onyx gloves. Those are the best gloves. Trevor Whitman's a fucking genius. Incredible gear. I think Trevor was crazy one of them. Version of it. Regardless of the best gloves, they're the best ever made gloves of all time. By far.
Big ones, bro. I'll hit him up. See.
It's also the best foam. Like he uses the most high tech foams, the most expensive foam. Like if you make small
I've seen him. Yeah, I've seen him stitch. Yeah, he's doing no problem. So I had to fight with them. I just prefer the old one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would get it. That's why. It's on. Damage. I coach. Yeah, felt different. I can definitely tell. Even though using my rap sense, this took a while to got it, but I'm gonna rap. I like to test grip strength, make sure I can go for it. But yeah, well, I don't know why this have to be exposed.
There's no no every time you grip it like this.
Yeah,
Like this.
Small joint manipulation.
Yeah. Why can't you just have a thin piece of leather that goes over the fingers and then curve?
Bag mitchell.
Yes. So even if you get poked in the eye, you're getting poked by a large thing. It goes all the way into your fingernails. You know, so the nails will be covered, which even if you trim the fucking nails, there's still a surface that can scratch the shit out of you.
We get keep training. But infected as well. Yeah. Well, knows. But no, I mean, it just gloves. It's trying to be like, let me give it one. I'm not a the other gloves. Yeah,
John, he lost an eye.
Oh, that's why. Yeah, you
from holding back somebody. So he holds back, so a miss.
Do that too. If
yeah, like everybody should wear goggles. Yeah. It's just a possibility. We know that it happened to one of the top teams in the sport.
Yeah. There's nothing. Right. I try to do my nails. Just because I don't want to do it before. Yeah, qualify. Yeah, and I go, no, person I had this. So they get, yeah. So that's what
I feel like it wouldn't affect the traveling, and it definitely would help my folks, which is the biggest problem. I think surgery, some guys on this surgery allows it to do eye surgeries. And remember when he
yeah, that's right.
It should be done. And I don't think it's bad. I don't see any negatives to covering the fingers in this process.
Yeah.
And I don't think you're going to do it's real simple. So measure the fighter's hands. You know, some guys have pretty long fingers, others short fingers. Measure the fighter's hands, build a custom glove. That's not hard to do.
If you're having glove size, I'm sure.
I don't know if anybody that's made that, but that's the way to do it because that would eliminate an enormous number.
It's a money device to make that and put it out there. Look, this actually works. So I'm patenting. Oh, what do you see?
Ideas.
No stand ups.
Yeah. So like I'm making the fight more exciting. I'm interested in what's the best. Yeah. What actually works. I'm curious to see what's the actual effective technique. Like sucks sometimes, like when you see in jiu-jitsu tournaments where guys are doing something like they're in a 50-50 position. I'm like, this guy can punch you in the face so easy. This is not a good self-defense position.
Yeah.
And you see it in MMA. They're accustomed to doing that, and they're literally face down, holding on his ankle, and
one of my boys, he just fought in Sunday, third fight. The guy had a leg off. This quote choked him after the fight about the guy to your leg. She roughed him in the face. Yeah, that's what they did on the fight. But yeah, I mean, the whole leg lock game, I know some stuff with it. So I don't love it too much because I get scared because I went up to someone's leg. I mean, yeah, that's not like the leg goes time.
Yeah, the thing about leg lock is you have so little time to react. Yeah. If you don't tap, if you just such a brief, especially like an inside heel hook, there's such a brief amount of time you have before you're shooting.
This is fine. This is fine. This is fine.
Breaks apart, and then you're
Even me, if I don't person, I'll just go ahead. She goes my worst shit like that.
Especially with the product. You have a hard time like that when people try to name themselves, training with.
Or that's for me. If I go, I pick and choose like what it's not you know, it's like I don't do well enough that. Right. And sometimes you see people they salivate like oh these are my chances. And some people they'll be like,
you know what I don't like when I sitting out. And then they go, I watched you. I'll call them. I watched you sit down for 10 bucks. Why didn't you just jump in?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you just run right to fresh? You know what this is?
Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah. I just don't thank you. It's someone that I actually trust. Well, it's just I get that feeling as well because I'm sure that someone would do something hard to let go. And then it's like that. I know when it's real, it's like good job, and another one when it's like But again, that's the thing. I have to feel that why rapping it sucked. Like what they will get is a submission in the UFC. I will choke something out. Give it to you, man. But it's learning how to sweet spot for me. The sweet spot. And I get it. I get it. Even a bulldog choke. Something I can find a spot just because I got the best person out there. And that's the shit. Grab your neck. You're going. It's like that. It's like the way you can't afford to. But yeah, I like using especially on the just less than know if it's always correct. But again, it's something we work with. Every time you see me get a submission.
Listen, you're a specialist. You know, you're one of those guys that like didn't have full MMA experience. You didn't start as an amateur MMA fighter. You were a kickboxer, and so I remember when I first started talking online. I reached out to you on Instagram. You were like, I'm gonna do this right. I thought it was very good. You just jumped in like many guys do, and you get throws you in with wrestler, you're exposed, and now you're so far behind the curve. It takes a long time to build up confidence and momentum again because you got some in your first fight.
Also doesn't. I spend the saying just show. I would have, but I'm glad I took it. It was good for me just to fight. Brazil, express that and that way I went to the UFC for the fight. The guy could down. And yeah, take me down constantly. And I was able to withstand that because of the work he did. Andre, I let my wrestling coach. I love that drill. All work constantly. You just I started in 2010. But I had to go to the next right away. was just so many kickboxing fights. I kept getting kickboxing fights. It was just too. I was like, I fight kickboxing. So I was just like, take this fight. But I'll wrap it on the side. I low key on the side. My first UFC fight was 2014. That's when I took it seriously. I'm like, I love Nick. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to do this level. This level's the best. It's not progress. Yeah. I do enjoy it. I love grappling. I feel like I'm the cat when I'm grappling. But all the play with it. Again, I've only shown cases of brief. That's the look my on them. There's like around some other one more traps. Yeah, there's no one that have to fight really offensive. And when I get to the like, I'm just gonna stand up.
You think you've ever done MMA?
That's a good question. What? That's okay. Probably. So, because I just knew I can't, I can't have that. Honestly, it's just, anything. And in the back of my mind, it's still, that's why sometimes when all these, like back in the day, boss, whatever, this is a big fight. Like, you want to see what the baddest person on the planet is? Fight. Right. You can't use your weapon. You want to take my own weapon. Right. That's why I don't have a I just think it's too limited. If it's boxing, I feel like too limited. I do like access of that. I can I like full-fledged fighting. I think it's a healthy thing. I just need to myself so I can learn how to fight these guys. And so yeah, that's why.
I like how ONE FC has everything. They have grappling matches, they have kickboxing matches, they have Muay Thai matches, and they have MMA matches. I think that is the way to go. And I really wish the UFC another invested in this slap fighting shit. But instead of that, like have a kickboxing. I think they don't think that people would get into kickboxing. I think it would be wrong.
Yeah, they just did the one that Denver recently. Well, and the fights are crazy.
Yes.
Downs. For the action, man. So we're just marketed the right way.
Right.
With the UFC's marketed easily. Because
everybody loves trios. Everybody loves stand-up fights. And you're gonna slap fighting. There's a lot of chaos. But you're getting real chaos because kids they can't. No one can grapple.
Yeah.
You can't grapple, so you're going to get people that are forced to and you can attract the greatest trainers in the world, like what I'm seeing doing. All these comic killers, Rod Tank, all these fighters, they're all coming over and they're fighting. I feel like there's an opportunity for that from a kickboxing in America that would be hugely successful. Like the UFC. Yeah,
I watched the first one I was thinking one side up when I was I think it's came with tough. Yeah, I think it was his thing.
Yeah, well, one time with blocks.
Just a few things that I remember. That's get around the guard. So I would just know like get my bracket myself and I wasn't as tough. I wasn't just like tough for no reason. Yeah, thank you. Like I'm right. Yeah. So I was just tough for no reason. Hit you. That's my style. My stuff was just like where I set traps. And that's why I like that baseball.
It's kind of crazy about the touch, right? Like, what is it about them
boost. Oh my God, there's so much
culture. It's like the culture of the stock. I've seen some of the gym spas. That's how they are. Yeah.
Khalil was talking about it. Yeah. Khalil was talking about he was trained up there years back. It's like, I don't fucking do this. These guys are going hard every day.
$0.
What do you get paid in glory? That's why they get paid in glory. What is Rico? Oh my God. That's like,
I think he probably gets more. It's still a glory. Yeah. I think that's a lot of money. It's one of those things. Look, one of the things that I've been career, I always gives me an opportunity to come back and rise and showcase my skill, my fighting spirit, but just take what that's all the things that happened in my career when it comes to considers or setbacks. I just go, cool. Let's do what I can do next. If D5, D5, or something. Yeah, I want to feel like that was a cycle. I was kind of like, man, that's cool. And I never hold on to this. I never hold on like, this is fun. Like, I never thought I was home. That never happened. Then he decided to change things.
the Jan thing is a crazy situation, right? Jan goes to us decision for it's a great fight. It's a tough fight. He has that crazy fight with Ankalaev, goes to the draw. And then who's talking about that? Who's talking about contenders to life in Richmond? What about Jan looking for that? Getting him down before he's fucking old.
His already was 40.
Yeah. Yeah, he won the title though. Wasn't he like 39 or 40 when he won the title? I just feel like this being disrespected. Like, he's just not getting the attention. If you look at his performances, the guy's not out of bad performance. There's not one fight that was boring. It's not one fight where he wasn't trying to be.
Or a wrestler.
He's fighting top contenders. He's fighting top guys. Yeah, he's an animal. He's out of the conversation. Like, they're talking about Ankalaev fighting, like, oh, Alex is avoiding Ankalaev, so he takes Khalil. Ankalaev, you look at Roach, we can fucking draw. Like, what about that? Like, what about him?
Yeah, maybe because he doesn't make as much of a not really see him on there as much anymore.
What's it say? Okay. I was supposed to fight, shoulder injury.
Right now.
Shoulder surgery. But in January, 10 months ago. Yeah, well, that's about the right amount of time, especially when you're young shoulder injury. Those fucking things are terrible.
But yeah, I'm glad I got something. Thank you for that. I just feel good. Yeah. Stem cells are like the trip like earlier. But yeah, the stem cells. The ones I had on my ankle. Yeah, they went to Mexico. Yeah.
It's a game changer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Psychiatry in Mexico and Panama. What they can do here is much more limited. Hopefully in the future they'll release those limitations, but in America we tend to want corruption. That's going to be surgeons, pharmaceutical drug companies. They're going to lose a lot of money if they have stem cell treatments. There's so many different things they can fix.
Even I'm pretty just talking about what he said on here, just going at viral, which is good. I just thought I put out a tweet and said I would never ever kill myself. Ever. I think it's a smart thing to do. You put that tweet. You start looking at those guys, pharmaceutical companies, find anything. So I started asking, what's the, oh, that happened. Yeah. Well, it was the one for me. I put that tweet out once. I was like, I did this interview for Oscar Willis, right? And I excited something about the whole, this is what ethics was arrested. And I was saying, like, well, ethics was arrested, right? And also, it's funny how Johnny Depp and Amber Heard cases came with potential that. And I'm like, crazy. So this Epstein guy just sold kids or whatever traffic to these rich oligarchs. I was like, what happened to them? What happened to those people? There's the list. Yeah. And then I didn't think anything of it, but then it went viral. And then every year since it goes viral, twice, 3 times, I'll see it just circulate again. I'm just like, fuck. I will never kill myself. I'll never ever come close. guilty. And I've been there before, but 2013, I realized that this is what people do. Like the house that I know, and I'm like, that's we'll do it with you. Yeah. But anyway, I'll finish.
But there's enough people commenting on the TKs that are to worry about it. People that are in position to actually know people's names on the list. Those people are probably football.
Yeah.
That's a crazy piece of information. No one's been brought in. No one's been discussed. No one went through. No flight bonds. No one talks about anything. There's no effort to prosecute. And then you have Clay Maxwell, who's in jail for sex trafficking to who? You have to have done it to someone. There's no effort at all to uncover it.
I'm saying this year, I've been training out this year, photo, making out videos. What's that?
Yeah.
And that's what you do.
Sometimes you can't get out.
Oh, man, bro. Yeah.
John Dick Combs allegedly accomplished the names will shock you.
I think he's going to see me.
I think that's the same.
God protects me. I'm so glad God protects me. Because, look,
Celebrity, it's going to be there.
oh, that's what I'm saying.
That'll be a cool place.
He said there was another place yeah. She's supposed to be great. I woke up in Miami. We went to Tootsie's the next night. They were like, yo, what's your fight last night? Right. I went to check my email and I saw, he hit me up. And we was talking about 2 months here, I want to do it, whatever. And I said, yes, my mind is a number. But nothing ever came off of it. But again, that's why I stayed caught. Like,
Right.
I never know. Oh, yeah, man, this month later on. Yeah, that's cool. And then they start to like find some chick or and then that's a hero. What?
Right.
And they're filmed.
Yeah.
I heard about that. Yeah.
Like, apparently, allegedly. Yeah, was a whole for the house. And
100,000.
baby oil.
What? Nobody's got ash, bro. 1,000. But also, by the way, coconut oil better. Fucking water based lubricant. Baby oil. That's Johnson's. Like, that's demonic. Like, all these baby oil. We started out with a bottle. Nah, that's not.
That's real. I think it was lube and baby oil. I think you had a variety of
Who counted that?
Yeah, look at that.
1, 2, 3,
5 bottles.
Just baby oil in the bottle.
I got 500 bottles. No, we need to Target run.
Oh, man. Oh, it's the fact that it was fucking like Costco and Costco. We saw it.
Interesting. Who's that? This one is
Whoa,
that's a serious crime.
Yeah.
That's a serious crime.
But he's cahoots with it. Interesting.
Is he? Just a student type of out there.
They was friends. Real shit. Fucking I'm like that really private, rich state in Miami. So they were all in cahoots with one. Yeah.
That was always the conspiracy theory, tinfoil hat thing. Oh, there's a place.
Alex Jones. Yeah, he was right. He was right. He was right about a lot of things.
But almost everything else, he was right. People realize that found everything uncovering real conspiracies that the media has not covered for fucking decades. And he was literally having a psychotic break because of it. Because he was drinking all the time. You know what?
Hey, imagine you try to tell me something,
Right.
and then no one believes me. Call you crazy. I go crazy because you try to explain it to me. I can imagine the frustration the frustration of trying to explain to them, and you're like, no, this is really happening. Yeah, whatever, do this and that. And I went down the rabbit hole when I said, I did that. And it was just like, I could see the fucking. Look, this is the mark of the immigrant. That's right here. Look at any immigrants, it's like that little dot, keyword from a vaccine we all had as kids all over. Everyone one of us. I'm going to put the vaccine. Well, when someone's trying to force you, coerce you, whatever it is, taking something that, like, you know, something that's feel right about it. But again, I grew up in Nigeria. I know how corruption works. So I mean, I don't know if I might something. So I did my part. I played the game. You know, ways to play the game. I was like, I'll find my own way. And so, yeah.
Yeah, this whole thing, just they were trying to convince everybody they needed vaccine because they were making enormous amounts of money to get it off.
And then all the information that all the things, that's true. Die suddenly. You see the blood clots at the same time that the vaccine go. And then everyone just goes, oh. Again, I'm frustrated with this model. I told you. Yeah. It was kind of like everyone just understands that and carry on with your fucking life.
I was talking to the was telling me that the hospital literally told them we are not allowed to make a connection with any of these adverse side effects to the vaccine. Even the ones that are listed as vaccine side effects, they're not allowed to make that connection because they mandated the vaccine. Yeah. And this is the real problem. The reason why all these corporations, all these people don't want to talk about it is because they mandated their employees to get vaccinated.
Yeah.
So they, even though there's no liability for the vaccine manufacturers, which is why they fucking propose all these things anyway, but then you're not allowed to make the connection with these people having, and the fact that they've got vaccinated 2 or 3 times, you're not even allowed to say this might have been the cause of it. You're not even allowed to bring up that connection. So they have to just treat whatever the side effect of the vaccine is without talking about the vaccine and any connection. It's very ridiculous. Yeah. It's like we're living in it. It really is. It's like there's complete mind control. The idea of mind control is like, no, mind control is not of course
that happens. Like sometimes I move through life and feel like we're all born kind of problem. You know, schooling, every education system, society, and then you just become lost. You see it because when I was thinking about it, I'd say something. People I really love sometimes they really understand. They call it what it called 18 syndrome, and they decide actually this is
this because they got and they people they don't make bad decisions. And they don't want to record other people from making a bad decision. They want to come up with all sorts of reasons why all these health problems and all these, and then the overall cost and some 40% increase in all cause mortality, strokes, cancer, heart attack, all these things doctors and no one's making
yeah. We're just there are some people that get it.
Yeah, most
some I regret getting. My job is going to find. Last light thing. I don't believe we coerced anyone into. Yeah, you just literally said if you can't go grocery shopping, can't go to a restaurant, can't work, so your livelihood it's your hand. That's the ultimate form of gaslighting. Like, in our face.
The pressure was incredible. The pressure was incredible. And, you know, I felt that in the weird weirdest way because I saw people lying about me on CNN. It's like,
Horse tranquilizer.
they changed They changed the color of my face. LOS. I'm like, you do that to me. And by the way, no one gave a fuck that I got better. That was the craziest part. Isn't this supposed to be about recovery? Okay, you got a guy recovered in 3 days, is telling you all the shit he took, and you're
try to like superimpose that. The one that got me, so because we still have a druid, I would fall in quarantine. The one where you go back to the country and you quarantine in a hotel for 2 weeks before you get let back into. My coach usually did that. He even told me the last one. Luckily, the last one he was able to do it, but then his family had to live somewhere else for 2 weeks. He was just grateful he had it. My last, I went outside for what? Once I the like prisoner. And then I remember everyone was doing these circles in the circle, and I did a full circle once. I stayed in my room for the remaining 11 days. I just felt like this was one. So the one that called me was thirdly. This lady had a paraplegic or whatever, and then the kid had a seizure while the mom was somewhere. The kid had a seizure, and one of the guys went up with the kid, and the officer that helped, they put him on 3 days. He didn't have the correct. We know this is about the law because he didn't have the someone's having a seizure on this fucking whole like all this
while this kid's dying.
Exactly. But they punished him, so that let me know like this fuckery. This is a.
I remember when Dan Hooker had fought over here, and he had a picture of him on the fence looking at his daughter.
Like, yeah.
It was heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Couldn't see his daughter for like.
He had a new at the time, so I have a picture of him with his wife as well, and separating families, all that kind of stuff. Look, I like my alone time. I love do alone time, and I like. But when you have time, I didn't like that because these other. I mean, I didn't go crazy, but then I was dancing on the edge.
That was a lot.
I enjoyed it.
Because they were on Twitter locked in their house for months and months at a time, just literally mentally ill. Reading Twitter, attacking people, and blaming all these people who have problems with
Facebook against each other.
Yeah. So people don't do that again. I hope people realize, like, hey, that was no one benefited from that. No one got better. No one didn't help anybody survive. It was all bullshit. I hope you're fucked out.
But yeah, just for like a month. Okay, look, every year, at least maybe a month. Just all right, shut everything down. Everyone go. It was good. You can spend time with your family or the people you live with. You're like, do I fuck with you? Or do I not? And then also build relationships. Things like that. The whole world cleaner. So I think that was good for that. But when it was like, not for extended, it was like 6 months or whatever. That was crazy.
Terrible for the economy. They're locked up for a month. It takes a long time to recover. Everything ceases, and you're not getting any. Right now, the long shore strike in America. It's all the docks, no one's moving, nothing.
I think it's all the Amazon.
Eventually, it's all going. Eventually, if you guys keep going, it's the economy.
Okay.
Right now, it's been a couple of days, but the head of the launch team was talking about what it's going to have, and he basically said, "I want to." They feel like they have a more valuable position than before, and this is going to push it. Like, you guys need to understand we are your society. Take us for granted.
Yeah.
Don't want to give us what to pay. And so they kind of have a lockdown like that.
Sometimes it's a year.
Yeah. It's real. They have an immense power, and they haven't flexed it before. And they flexed it like right before an election. Who knows what kind of effect that's going to have? Because they don't really fix because of that. Like Kamala Harris, it's going to be crazy. A couple days ago.
Yeah. It's like a wet. Okay. Like when I come here, I love the food, you know, the things. Like last night, there's something awesome at the hotel. Like, smash all these smash lights. So when I go back home and I eat, what? Here, if you I'm stuck here for San Diego for about weeks. That's when I went to those jiu-jitsu. Man, we just thought like days. It's fucking crazy. We are silly. Everyone is this. So nothing is really happening. See, still, it's fine. But then, so it's basically that even the Capitol riots. The turn this way, you know, just again, like I said, you know, but again, we have all this to deal with this. See,
it's a different kind of game. The whole world is watching. That's what's different because America's a great country. That the whole world is watching. We have elections.
Even Trump is going. He was assassinated twice.
Yeah, there's a guy who got caught in 1947. He was hiding in the bushes for 12 hours. Shooting.
Missed all this.
Yeah, because they took the news like a hike.
It was a shootout.
He took a shot at him. He fled. I don't think he shot Secret
Okay.
Service. He fled, and they caught him.
Was it before or after the? See,
So this is it's a real context. He went over to Ukraine to fight the Ukraine forces. It's a crazy person. And this guy was somehow or another armed lieutenants. No, for him to be carrying a gun, he's still carrying a gun. And he almost assassinated Trump. He was out in the news cycle.
oh, but
They gloves. They don't.
but again, the one with shot and just turned. So many things popped up with them. You know, like, I mean, I'm saying, but that's the fact that they have that on the roof for the time. That's watch them. Well, so many things. Yeah.
So that was a Homeland Security.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Went out. In fact, they almost killed that guy.
It's about the.
Yeah. And they went right back to calling him a threat to democracy, a threat to our society. Hey, who was that kid? How did he die? What happened there? How did he kill those detonators? How did his apartment get completely professionally scrubbed? When they went to the kid's house, there was no civil. His house was professionally scrubbed.
A teenager,
20 years old. He was a BlackRock commercial.
BlackRock.
Yeah, BlackRock commercial.
Okay.
And that's the thing. If he gets Trump and then they kill him, you know, it's all lost. It's all in the wind.
Yeah.
A lone shooting, crazy person. Got a hold of Trump. You know what we need to do? Take everyone's gun.
Yeah.
Gun violence is a problem in this country. You know, it's also a problem. Fucking control. Like, what did you do to that kid? What drug was he on? No examination. They burned his body in 10 days. Oh, they fucking cremated his ass.
Yeah, that's
It's a because he was Harvey Oswald too. I mean, just like Harvey Oswald, allegedly shoots JFK. Jack Ruby walks up to him, bam, shoots him. He's dead. What happened? Who knows?
That's the whole next split theory. Again, I'll go to the trial. You know?
Nah. There's most likely people and most likely probably somebody from where Oswald was. Well, it might even been Oswald. Oswald might have taken a shot as well.
I just can't trust shit these days. Bro, I swear, next year, I think next year, it's like, I have to watch it. I'll have to question everything. That was fingers, text, kind of, oh, that's a bullshit. And also, these are little text with the AI videos. I'm like,
yeah, next year. No, I got this. Let's take a leak.
I'm right back. Yeah, I'll take it. Shit. No, I said like he should watch it as well. It wasn't not so sports. One of the best I got to say was this Nicky opportunity. And I thought that was like a baby confident back watching me through the they came on 2018. They came on with the same personal what he had a lot of behind the scenes. My kind of vibe, but also there's no book on how to. I had to learn this. No part for you. I knew how you grow up. You're famous, but the NC era, the in my right era, I thought, you know, right now, 7 condos every year would be. I'm in this many houses. Have other different what? Cars. You know, the stuff that comes through. I'm like a person like you. I just like what? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The reaction you won't see it. You see it, yeah. Not put it back to black, and I'm Russian. Not me, my guy, man. Yeah, they're just people. And these people gave me a fight. The door. The camera. It's in the documentary, and I lost. Take a photo at her, but then also it'd be like my front door was a set. Now, this fucking complex gate and the code, so you have to. And yeah, people was the main thing. I didn't expect. I was expecting a variable of young and protect me from boundary. You know? Yeah. Like today, well, we say yes to one, and people are like, oh, we say yes to one. If I tell someone like, yo, I say yes to you, because he's just one. Right. And then I love people like he's important. I try and make time for them. So I have to yeah. I've been there before. It's pretty much, I'm just there. My turn. I've never had kids, but when I have kids, that's what yeah, my youngest daughter, she grabbed me and dragged me away. Good. She hates it. Good. My middle
She gets fucking. That's crazy. Go to the table, like, come on, get the fuck out of here. Social awareness. Right, that's what it feels like. Right, I'm just like, hey,
I say yes to most, but these times I'll say no. So that would be, I say, the most difficult thing. So, people, but again, I do like it. So I don't like punishment. It's sort of entitled. My bad shooting. It's like,
I feel like you know who you are.
I'm not something like, sometimes it's this thing.
Right.
I'm like, you don't even know what I do. Can I go?
Hey, who are you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. You know, right? I'm sorry. Okay. My name's I think, but that's a big first name basis.
Right.
Well, one of the best ones that the best friends I did was these two guys with, you know, like, oh, man, one of them was, what are you?
It's always a girl.
Yeah. I just came back again like 3 times, like, give me one, like, where you are. I was like, bitch, I don't know who you are. And her face was just like, and I just left them home. But again, I prefer people in the first 3 bases.
Right.
It makes me feel like I get to know me without something because he should know what you see.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
some of those people, you know, it's nice. Not a regular conversation with someone. You know, like, what do you do? Like, I'm a comedian. Oh, yeah, you ever been on television?
Yeah.
Well, look out for you. Very good.
and I like that. And that way it's just easy to rub each other real.
I like what you said, protect your energy. That's really what it is. Give the energy to everyone. You will get lost. You will get lost.
I learned that the week before the Robert Whitaker fight in Melbourne. So I got to cooking. And then with the fight, did well. And again, young I was looking up for years. I was all this attention to the story of when I feel like a month, it's still sad. I'm so fucking like, I should be happy. Right. And that's what it's like there. But then I learned techniques and tools I've got from that how to protect myself. So for the one fight, I felt this thing again because I feel at the time I had to drag me away to have the fucking play. I had to play it in the toilet. I had to drink. See that? That's it. What do I do? Instead of taking to like, let's go get one this way. And then I know what's over what, but I just put out a so many stories saying, look guys, I appreciate the love and all that. I'm saying some yelling at me, I'm just gonna walk away. It's the yelling thing. That's the right thing. Oh my god, Joe Rogan. And same. I love you said this, I love you said this, and it's just responsive. And responsive. And they're yelling, I'm a big fan. Do you mind if I take a pic? Let's go. And they make it quick, they're ready. Right. But no. Let's go. I like those ways. We have a genuine thing. I just don't want to get it from them. You can't promise to take that. But yes, but you couldn't hang around. You will remember this, and this is one of those things. I can tell you not to live boys. I met you at UFC 192 when you had fought and I met you backstage at the weigh-ins, and I came to say what's up. I did. I'm watching.
Welcome.
And I was like, remember when Chris took a video, and you're like, yeah, on I left for the next like 5 hours. Why did you say that? Oh, I got over it eventually. But again, it's one of those things that you learn. Yeah, certain things I learned. I went to sleep one time at Staples Center. I had a smoke with it. But then I'm feeling And then afterwards, I remember thinking, like, why didn't you do that? Like, you should have done the fucking movement. Right. And I ran to myself, like, I'm like, what the fuck is my secret? Right. Well, why does it have to feel so I can show people why I think I did that? I think, you know, fuck up. And like, well, it's like, I learned now. So, just, you know, mentally stuff, you know, that I enjoy the experience. I need to focus. It's in here.
But you got those experiences. That's where I give you grace. When I did your first meeting, it's like, I get it. I remember the first time I met someone famous. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's a weird feeling.
You know, I remember that would be.
But next time I was on the same thing.
That might be the next day. I'll just think when I told people like that home, but yeah, it's going like that. I think those people, like, I meet people I really appreciate. I don't teach them, but even if I do, I'm just like, that person, I can remember shit. And if they recognize me, well, the coolest thing, my name is Saudi Arabia. Everyone trying to do it. I like this. And I, out of everything, I get it. Like, you know, things like that, I'll appreciate. I appreciate my home. I didn't force it. I don't facilitate. I just let it be. I just let it be. If I get it, cool. And I don't do it.
Just enjoy the interaction, enjoy the energy. But I understand the weirdness of meeting someone. I can remember it's an odd feeling. You don't know what to do. You don't hear, say dumb things. You don't know why you're saying them. Like, what is this?
I'm better now. The coolest one I think I had was probably they didn't have advice. Oh, yo, American Basketball, what's up? And then they just violent and then we're talking, that stuff, and then like this, right? And it was weird because I understand, like, I'm meant to be here now. Right. Sometimes I get along and imposter syndrome. Sometimes it's not and then it's still I know how to identify it now. Yeah. And I go, right, I'm going to shut it down. Like any emotion. Yeah, that was a cool moment I had when I was out there. I wasn't the idiot. And I really don't know.
I see it. I'm so bad.
Yeah?
But
a little bit. Like, and then only for a little bit, I realized I'm meant to be here because everyone's hanging around me. I kind of just want to shut up and just be like, yeah, this is cool. Just enjoy. Yeah, but at the end of the day, I was just Harry with him, man. But he's just such a funny. So small. Because even my kickball in the head. Yeah. Well, I'm hoping he gets nice. What's up? And I'll try. It's a fun place. Look, he counts so much. Yeah. Pretty cool. It's really cool. Yeah.
That's a cool place. We have so many people roll through too. It's so interesting. Like also jelly rolls there.
You guys did it. And then I think that's part of the, you know, the idea and
yeah, he came here before the pandemic. Yeah, and he's the one that put it in my head because you know I was out looking love it here. I travels.
I can see
it. Place, no traffic, people are nice.
I just came back from that way, so the contracts, you can see it.
It's better for comedy. It's just because it's the only club in the country that's owned by comedians. For free. It's like you can be yourself. There's no executive. It's just, you don't even have any partner.
So it's just when you say that, you
only when you were very, very beginning and it's corrupt because it's like, yeah, that's not normal. And taking advantage of amateurs like they get extra money so they can justify open mic nights and stuff like that. But that's not a lot of clubs. Most clubs, you know, you have amateur nights, but they all should have it. But some we have 2 nights. We have 2 nights open mic. So we want to make it a real place where people can develop. From the very beginning, your first set on stage ever, and other shit, eventually headline.
I've seen Cam Patterson, some
Hard work, grinding. That kid's in that club every fucking night. He's traveled all over the place, all over town, doing different clubs, going on the road. He's making the most of the experience.
Just a I used to say to my old job, it's like go postal. With my headphones in, it's the highest. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just, and then and then where the street is. Oh, shit. So bigger. It's like, oh, this develop all that kind of. And look, I know how hard it is now. Because think, oh, I've been through before, I can do it. And 60 seconds, I just like, yeah, no, fuck all that. I've fight millions of people. Crowds in front of me. Just that, yeah.
It's a weird kind of rejection.
That's what it is. Oh, shit, that didn't land. Escape. It's just like, nah.
But you also see other people do it, so you gotta figure out what to do. That's why it's so exciting.
That's expert.
Yeah, but it's also fun. It's the most fun thing to do for a living. And you do it forever. You know, you don't have to rely on your body being fit enough to do it. Now, fighting is great because there's a small window from 18 to maybe 30 if you're lucky, or you can get like Romero to be like keeping your 40, but he's the rarest of the rare offense. World championship level at 50 degrees. But those are the outliers. Most people just a window. Yeah, in an MMA, that window is the smallest. It's the smallest of all the combats.
Even make it to the top.
Yeah. Amateur fight. How many guys make it just a world title fight? Just a fight for a world title. What you've done is like the rarest of the rarest of the rare, and then win it again. So it's over.
Yeah, right. I see people most life in gyms I've trained at down. Like, I think you're better than you never got the experience, exposure. So when the lights are on, you shut down.
Yeah.
Man, this.
Yeah. It's a real thing, man. People that perform so well with no pressure, and then when the pressure's on, they're like 30% of what they are. You see them mental mistakes, you see them. It's weird.
It takes the skill to learn how to perform. You have to have, like, you have to know you're that guy. You're that guy that believes in yourself. So, but now, I just fight. I have fun. And again, I just know gold belt circle back around. I don't chase that. Never happened. I knew it would at some point. But yeah, it will. And in a moment, bro, if I'm not happy with what I've done in this game,
right. How can you be?
Exactly.
Beat the greatest generation. How can you not be happy with what you've done already?
But I still feel great. And again, it's, you know what, I just talking about how I felt especially lifted, whatever. I just felt that. I was trying to fight this guy again. When I lost it, not distracted. Whenever this last one, the only time it all was like, that's but when I just the first time I felt that, like, well, but I still feel like I'm that guy because people have that back to fight with, having to fight. Pain. I don't know. This is the first time I've ever felt that way. I'm good, so I'm just gonna see what happens. Fight again at some point.
It puts it on the past instead of this thing, the titles and
I feel like when you have the time, so it's spotlight on you. There still is a film but it's not the same thing. Was freedom in a sense. Well, I've heard that. But again, we never felt it. And I'm like, oh, I get what they do. They talk about the track. It's just yeah, but it's not the same. And I'm like, I get this fight with you now. Yeah, just try some crazy shit. Like, I just want to fight. I want to go back to the web. We didn't have so much on the line. Because it's not just about me, it's about the people that are around me that, I have to, not have to, but, like, if I do good, everybody eats. I mean? Mm-hmm. So, now that we're still it's like, fuck the ball. We just have fun. I just want to be back to having fun. I used to fight when I was, fucking schizo. Do shit for fun. Like, the fucking around one, I'm like, I'm gonna try it. I roll. I missed it, but yeah, I'm gonna bring that back. I kind of want to do that again.
So, do you think that, like, if the stakes are higher, the pressure is more, and it just restricts your ability to live?
It's in first, but the longer you defend it now, it happened to Anderson as well. I saw it because I watched Anderson Rod, and I saw him. That's the first cool one just because he was so great. Right? Just like, mm-hmm. All that happened to me as well. They're like, when it happened, like, yeah. And then when I went again, I lost it in like, yeah. So it's just, it's natural. Human, whatever, the fans, it's just how it is. The Coliseum.
There's a bunch of people that don't like people come, something they will never come.
Oh, there's a
yeah, and so they want to watch it fall because it makes them feel better about their lack of success. But yeah,
it was a great. Yeah, that's I've seen it.
Yeah.
I wonder what would happen if landscape wonder. Like I what it's like what would happen if he lost this fight? Oh, and but that's what makes it exciting. Mm-hmm. You never know. But anyway, I'm just here now and I'm just like, let's have fun. Let's fight. Let's just get some good matchups. But again, go on. Show me the fight. I can't go through it. Well, it's not set in stone, but yeah.
When is that supposed to take
time? But then let's always if you call out and then
cool.
The guy that just runs he said something. It's a good fight. What has he done? He's been a regular Allen. But that fight round worthy. I'm never doing good rounds again. All my fights are fight. If I ever do a round again, fuck, let's go.
Which is fun. There's some 3 rounds that I feel like we got robbed. And once I'm 5 rounds, so you that was a good example. That was such a crazy fight. They're almost caught a couple times. Yeah, man. Lost a controversial decision, like very close decision. And I feel like you give him 2 more rounds. Who knows what would happen? Another one was Hamzat and Kamara. That 3rd round, Kamara was too strong.
Couch is crazy.
170 champion, right off the loss. You know, 3rd round he wins. You know, God, what happened 4th?
Yeah, that's where some people come alive. Yeah. Like 5 against 3. I just feel like champions, you got to play around, and it's like, oh shit, this shit. That's 5 rounds. It's like, oh shit. But you find out the men from the boys. Yeah, but you like a 5-round fight. I don't see nothing there by the rest of the fights and like that. So, yeah.
So, do you have a timeline of like when you would like to fight again? How many fights you would like to have? Because I know you're 35 now. How long do you think you're going to do this?
Don't, like I said, I thought I would be 34, and I'm done. I always just thought like, yeah, I'm 34. Not great. So I'm like, 3 more years. Oh, come on, oh shit, I'm done with this game.
And the big fights that like, look, Spring Monday, you're like,
Oh yeah, everyone's different. That's why me. Again, I don't make excuses. It was a day ago. I realized it's like, right, because I'm at your time enough to know what's going on. I mean, that was and everything. So I just have it. What I can do. And I took this trust. I just was like, yeah, I can take this guy. I know what I can. Looks at the very well. Yeah, I know what I can do with this guy.
so it's that one shot that cracked in that first round. Because of that fight.
Yeah. Straight punches. You being able to your punches. Good. I remember thinking like, oh shit, this shit is hitting me. And I was like, you see the DP told me my next fight with DP's like, don't do that. You have to do that. But it was hitting me, and I was thinking, oh shit, you have to fight out. Let's get back on them. But yeah,
How much damage did he do in that?
not really much. Just the one shot was gone. The rest was just kind of like nothing really got through. It was just and it looked violent, but that's what. But yeah. You could. Yeah, it was close. It was close.
Very close.
Yeah, that was a rough fight.
But they had nothing left. Strickland's like,
Yeah.
there was nothing in the tank.
What was in that fight? Yeah. I kind of like the feeling of knowing, because sometimes people actually fight. So again, I'm just going to keep training. I'm already in shape. So stay ready. I'm ready. I know where I'm at. I know when I get home, I'm gonna have to take all this off. And I know I'm done with stuff, but yeah, I just want to stay ready. Yeah, they have the food. Yeah, quality is different. But also, I try to eat as much as possible. Now I have Mac. So if I want to, Mac. But yeah, cool. Yeah, it'll be healthy. Whatever. Yeah, I just stay ready for anything. Just stay.
That's kickboxing gym. That is like, there's so many kids coming out of that. On the rise. God damn, that's good. It's like, so there's so many good fighters.
Recently, Naruto and then Nabo. I don't know, continue series. Nabo was on the contract. But actually, already for that fight. Yeah, Nabo was struggling. Yeah, young. Lost out the guy in the second round. So now he's fight this year. So he's already in. So yeah, they got that. So that's it. Yeah, got that. Big time. Set him up. They got it. Another king in the ring champion before. I think he's 200. Light heavyweight. So he's the guy fighting for him. Help him off. Ben Johnson helped him off. Yeah, he's just a he looks at shit. That was it. Just one of those guys. He's a fight. He's a guy who just stays in the gym, stays there, like I said, he's gonna fight already. Also, he's gonna fight. What is the man? What is the man name? But you know, what's his name? Rothschild. Yeah. That's like that for comments. Yeah. So I like the gym because even on the local scene as well. Yeah, a lot of guys just come, they look at come back from the sports college, they classify them as doing coke. Or you get cartoons, like that, sleeping around kind of like this, train. All of those reporters, all of them people, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, we've done it our own way. And it's still, I think we're still one of the best gyms in the world. That's what I meant. I think these nominations is taking off for that place. I definitely will still be there to see my family for all the stuff we do. All over the place. Like Melbourne, I definitely will visit Melbourne for a while. Melbourne, I love it. Canada, somewhere. Yeah, Melbourne is like a culture.
It was there also Australia and New Zealand have such restricted laws.
Yeah.
The government has such control of people, and I didn't realize it until I got there.
Yeah.
And then I was like, Jesus
Right,
Christ.
that's why I got to the game show. I think the kid says like it's almost egotistical. It's, so, I'll get that applies to me. I'll vote for that. So that would people on policy holders or whatever. You know, the laws and stuff. I'm like, yeah, it's something crazy. So it's like, so when I say the law doesn't apply to chance of like, I don't care about what the policies are, So yeah, that's how I live, and I'm able to travel around the country from home. If it was up to me, would have lived, and then or maybe traveling more, check out Europe, like that. But right now, I'm fighting. Maybe I'm fighting. It's supposed to live like the pace. I do like the pace, and I like American the rest of the world. It's just like, and then, yeah, see what happens in the rest of the world. That's relevant to the but yeah, definitely travel. After fighting, I get to travel after Austin, Texas now. Talking to you after someone in New York. Um, yeah, I'm sure there's some places. So it's like, yeah, what do you think you want to do? So I have a plan in place because I know me. I'm a drug junkie, so I know I'll need something every twice a year. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna die. So one of my plans. It's crazy. I get it. That's why I have a McLaren. Never crashed it, amen. But yeah. So for me, like I skydived twice already last year. That was fun. But then if I say, look out, I'm fighting now, then cool. Let's do that. And I'll just train for that. And then when it's time, I'll go to whatever and get ready for that. Go run with the yeah. No. Stay unless you die. Yeah, but that's a dumb way to die. A dumb way to die. It's very funny with the way to die too. But it's glorious. Glorious. Glorious way. But it's not that way. Almost not everybody died. Yeah. One of them. What do I have? So, what's another one? Okay. Let's say I go to the Outback. Go learn. To jump on it down the state and somehow there'll be something. I'll find things. I'm waiting for me. I'll find something that make me feel like my life is in danger. So you feel like you're gonna forever. Because it's not. You just fall. So what done is you come back and fight again because they missed that. Oh, yeah, God. Yeah, those people who never made it to the satisfaction, and then they come back to try to claim back glory, less money. They fall short. They become journeymen, become alcoholics, drug addicts, and shit like that. So I don't want to also. My main thing, though, and that's what I have to I'm going to for that shit on the wrong thing.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
You can convince yourself that it's good. You gotta ask. That's hard. A lot of people that want a great relationship, they talk themselves into one. And they see that some girl
I go fuck things. They're not like that's not. We fucking bug. No, such a bugger is awesome. But I learned with this, and again, one of those things you just have to do. I'm grateful for the experience. I'm grateful for that because now I know exactly what I need to do next time. So that's why I don't know what I'm saying. I enjoy myself. I enjoy not being responsible for someone else's emotional state. Just have to fight. You know that fighters really have to deal with shit before a fight. Before they go to the fight, the shit I have to deal with. I was quarantining at the gym as well. But that kind of stuff,
It's the problem that folks, when they think that you are busy with something else and you don't care about, you're not paying attention to it, you're not your primary focus, and still you're very upset. I see guys who are getting ready for a fight and their girl starts fights with them, like as they're bringing it in, you know.
not that thing. It's just, look, it's more about compete with your husband, boyfriend. Like, in a sense, this is like we feel it. You don't have to try to compete, you know? First, like we saw it from yeah, this is meant to be a partnership, right?
The intimate person 5 minutes you with because they're competing. Right? They want to get home.
The thing is, what's good for me, what's good for you is for us, right? And your team. So again, I'm very, I'm looking because I think that shit failed in the sense, like, when I look at someone that said, it was a part of a deep evidence, that's what I don't know. He's still with me to this day, but he can see it, that's cool. Regardless of what the relationship is now, it's like, look, she was willing to go with it. And she believes in it. That kind of stuff is rare. When I see it, I'm just like, right. Yeah, Joe, it's still out there. Yeah, it can work. Person, you gotta.
Yeah,
The question here to get on it, I'm gonna be like, am I trying to do an adoption or something? It's like, that's it. What is your private? Like, I spent like 20 minutes doing it. So it's like, now, I still have to be more fun.
You have to protect your time. That's the problem. So especially when you do something like fighting, the amount of time and dedication that's required to be very best is insane. And something like that. Generally, like it in sports. If you're a basketball player, you have to play basketball and practice. You have a lot more free time.
Yeah.
A lot more free time. And it doesn't drain your body the way you might train. Right.
It's a game. Practice work, whatever, basketball, soccer. But then you play the next day. But then it's not you know, like that. Also, you get hurt. You get hurt badly. You wait for 6 months, you have to wait. You're strong. You take a break. Break. And it's just like, better. Fighting, take your. It's like, not all right now, hey, yo, I hope I'm done. So I did everything I could to be the best. I'm proud of myself. So, yeah, I'm still here. Like I said, I'm on fighting. I'll tell you. But I'm just because a submission is more than really like I'm going to get that. Yeah, I'm going to get that. That's good. And if I'm going to look for it, it's going to be right. I think that all. I don't know about the shit in this game. It's more like to my feeling. I just know it's that's work. And that's like yeah.
How much longer?
Yes, I think that's my way.
And yeah, where guys competed the highlight tour camp here got to like 38, 39, the last two fights is lost.
I think you stop me around there. So, 24 minutes, but that's why I don't think I'm going to fight half. I don't think that's what I mean. I'll be people from the person. What? 38 when we didn't plan that. So it's 37 on the right. Okay. Let's get this like that. I think 38. 39. Let's see. 30. Let's see what happens. Like a minute, I'm still here.
Do you have any thoughts of things to do other than things?
Oh, yeah. Definitely going to have one question. And like, the boys can already come up and I turn them down and understand. But you have to give it to anybody who wants to get it. So funny. Right, you know, it's so definitely push and capture. Definitely that. What's his name? Benny Circus. Brandon Hicks. Call him. Against that. I see the way he works. I know I can do that. Learn. Very much. I know how to stuff like that. Much of the work. Some talk, or whatever. Push and capture stuff. I'd like to. I have all ideas of things I want to bring to fruition. I don't necessarily have the skills, even though I've been practicing for about 3 years. I need to write more things and write program. That's my biggest achievement. I can go to some studio, bring my ideas, I'm going to have to write a script, maybe, like, present it to a group. Also, work all this shit. I don't have to do it. Yes, like, oh, okay. Yeah. 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 That's my point. Is me just as well as who I am as a person. Trust that. Like nature. It's human nature. I'm sure way up. I was like, let me. Well, let me. I can read. I focus and shit like that. It's very difficult. Please. Like, maybe fiction enticing, but content detail. But there's one person that wants to my father. And pops, he had his dad in his corner. My dad in the corner, but that's the stuff that really matters outside of life. Like, I'm like,
Right.
Cool. My dog's in, but that's because but the details of the game I still don't know. So I have more, I guess, in the sense that this you know, values of work. I try to get stuff into it. The main thing, right? My dad, and I'm great. People don't even. And I'm it's like so yeah, that's life. I know how it is. I'm right. Right now, I'm in a good place. Way better. The thing I do, like, I appreciate it. My last 5 people, anybody else, but you people come, and some guy comes to me, it's like, look, man, I'm like, you work for me. Take this shit off me. I'm good. Like, what's that? Some people don't know how to react. I want. I like them. I don't because they don't know what to say. If they come up to me, but I was a fucking thank you. I thought it's a different look. Yeah, with that. But I'm in a better place because this is my life. Most of the time, how to fight it, nothing back. I'm left to fight it, nothing back. So, no matter like, yeah.
And in order to live, and then before it starts to suffer until you one.
That's not that one. More nah, I never I always knew what this man before and after the belt. I'm gonna be trying to fight because or I guess record. They want to fight. Can't fight. They fight. Or maybe not. But still, I'm me. That's never ever going to change. That's never ever going to change as long as they choose. Look, if it was going to change me, money change me, we would have ages ago. A lot of but always this guy asking him, oh yeah, I was dancing with back. Now that I'm there, I have a lot more to do. I was before, but yeah, I even look to see what I am. I'm gonna learn about myself. Right. Figuring out what do you know? Is that so that so
you're never gonna stop. You never stop. You do, you're gonna die.
Yeah. That,
athletes know. Oh, by a third, you should know this. Some people know. Some people don't know. Some people know.
And I was soft. I'm surprised by this fight shit. But get me out. 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago. Great. to get a pie. I'm just. And one guy goes up and goes, let's go, what? I'm like, I was like, house. What is it? Your house? And I'm like, well, my house. Let's go. And I was like, this is stupid. Like, the fuck? And I just laughed. And you know, it's pretty. It's kind of going, huh? Look at the lights. It's green. But honking, you know, walking away with eyes in my hand. I never did that. And I grabbed my coffee.
Oh, I did see the video of that. I saw just a small clip. I didn't know exactly what's going on.
Cameras. Because I didn't want to hurt this guy. And this guy, came out. It seemed like it was I'm like, what are you trying to say? And I'm glad I felt glad because if I had done different, I like to see that because I'm giving off what so my friend my sense of the street that's something that we talked about in the film. I had to go power punch and then hit it around and then and then as I'm talking to this guy, I'm like, oh, I don't know you. And it's like, yeah, and then go to the point I spat at him. And that was me like, I did something. And then I thought, okay, I'm taking this guy out. But then when I spat at him, he looked down. He kept on talking. I'm like, I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes talking to him. Elevates him in his mind that exactly what he's doing. I love that car. That's Charles next to me. What? It's crazy person. So for me, again, that's why I said I'm soft. And I had to really hold myself back. I don't know if I'm sure. No, if I to try me. But I was thinking no one would try me. Because back in the day, someone would try me. I was like, what are you? Well, that's that hooker. Yeah, that's a good one. I have a patience. Instantly, the moment that guy. But again, I just don't want to do something to increase the line. I want to do range. And my wife's just like, because I feel like what happened with your friend. You knocked that guy out. That was what was going. That was what was going. And also, we started this charity walk without fear. And I'm glad nothing happened. I'm glad I was patient because now that video can be used because we try to change the laws. The guys that killed my friend, when we couldn't walk down, they were like, they're free now. Enjoying your life. And my friend is dead. I didn't want to, but the rest of them, they had home detention. It wasn't actually out. They got home detention for a year and a half. 6 months of that home detention. We all did it together and lockdown. The punishment for that. They just have a whole bunch of that. And my friend's daughter had to grow up without a father. But I think just because ego, alcohol, drug, so again, I'm glad I'm soft and I don't like competition. But when it's time to get down, I'll get down. And I put out enough. I want to protect my boundaries and shit like that. But I don't ever want to be in this position where someone tries to say, just to make money off me. But they'll make money. Someone tries to be enough that I'll have to like I know for some person. You know, if you read more of that shit. I see that. I see Fred. You should see that. That's a ridiculous blood. I've never heard anybody see that. But yeah, I'm good. And worked out for me. And I'm scared of myself. That's not really bad. I might not be, but I want to be in my
might try to make you less.
We will.
Yeah.
Oh, and then Zed, like the bureaucrats, they don't like me. Not like even like outspoken,
Right.
more the, you know what I mean? Just very like fake humility is something I've never like. I know what humble is, or what it is to deal with that every day. Fucking calm, noble, nice, rolling. I get them every fucking day. So I know what humility is. What I need to try. Yeah, I'm going to see that. See what I'm doing. Fix it, and I'll never be that. And when I see it, know you. Really. I see you. Real. But again, it's tough, but sometimes it's a big challenge to yourself. With the kind of attention you imagine, I'll never not express myself the way I'm going to do. But sometimes the world is going to box. This is what you're meant to be. This is who you're meant to be. I'm like, that's always people that do that. Always one of the other day, I was there was a scene I was in some drip tips. And then I was next to it. Yes, because again, I think people think I'm next to my thing on what just kind of slow. I'm nice. Lazy. Nice person. I'm not a big head. So silly, but I can't be a big head. I haven't been in the past. But again, I'd rather I was raised right. My family actually, my mom and dad raised me foremost. And yeah, I treat people with respect when, and even if I don't do that, that's like cool, whatever. Yeah, I expect me this kind of. Oh, well, you're not trying to fight me, so no. Right. People expect you to do some type of way. Or even a house. Yeah. You can fight. He's an asshole. He's like, oh, yeah. Who are you? Yeah, exactly. I was an asshole to you. Yeah. So you can fuck away from guys like that. I'm fine. Because back in the day when I first did it, I always felt like every friend had to come to something. So yeah, 4 or 5 levels of focus. But I don't have to hand it on to make them feel like this is a great experience. Right? It's like, bro, the day my cat died, I tried to make his cousin on the phone. And I said, no, I'm like, oh, good. Give me the phone. When I'm there with the phone, pumping gas. I'm like, what the phone? Wait, because I did that because I felt bad that I did to his cousin on the phone pumping gas. So what happened if he had the phone? Oh, I wanted to talk to this guy's cousin on the phone. He's going to get a gas station.